Section 1 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Why, who, and when to go. It may be assumed that most people who will read this want to go to Europe and know why they want to go. It is hardly worthwhile to waste any time over the man who has no desire to see the land of his ancestors, to view the scenes made familiar by the pen of the historian, the storyteller, or the poet, to enjoy the art treasures of the old world. If 1,000 books of travel, if lectures and letters innumerable, if the enthusiasms of homecoming tourists have not aroused a longing to cross the Atlantic, it would be futile for me to try where the most potent of human influences have failed. My province, then, should be to aid those who want to go and can go, but do not know just how, when, and where to go. To encourage those who really have the means to go, but fear they cannot afford it. To save time, vexation, and money for those who have decided to go, but lack experience of their own and have no experienced friends from whom to get the desirable information. It is possible, also, that aid can be given even to those who have talked the matter over with the most expert of tourists. For rare is the man who, having done a thing himself, can remember all the doubts and uncertainties that perplexed him before he did it. Any feat accomplished seems easy enough afterward. Then, too, molehills for one man may be mountains for his successor. So though I set myself deliberately to conveying all the information on this topic that may occur to me as likely to be useful, I may omit answers to many questions that might be asked. But it is tolerably certain that I shall answer more than any questioner would be likely to think of in one conversation. To advance reasons why anybody should go to Europe may be dispensed with, but it may not be useless to advise you to know yourself why you are going. To have your object clearly defined in your own mind. Surely, your trip cannot be intelligently planned if you are misty as to its purpose, and surely it would be foolish to devote some months of your life, possibly some years, to an expedition without definite aim. To be sure, travel for its own sake is beneficial, as all wise men have agreed from time immemorial. Home-keeping youths have ever homely wits, and though travel will not make a gem out of a pebble, nothing else will so quickly cut the facets of a diamond mind. It is then far from useless to journey through a foreign land with no other idea than to enjoy its scenery, its buildings, and its art, to observe the customs of its people, and to live for a while as they live. Yet there is greater satisfaction in returning with the belief that you have done something, however little it may be, toward mastering some one branch of knowledge. The purposeless travel with any desire at all for self-improvement may come home conscious that he is a wiser and a broader and a more cultured man than when he went away, but his conscience will not be wholly satisfied if he cannot say to himself, I can speak a foreign language now, or I can now tell what is a handsome church, and why it is a handsome church, or I have learned something of the rudiments of singing, or something else. Of course, a hasty trip gives little chance for study, and no one object can be pursued systematically in even a long trip, unless you stay in one place time enough to go at it earnestly. Yet if, for example, you have read up on some architecture before going abroad, 6 weeks' observation in continental cities will at least fix in your mind what you have read. If the object of the trip be simply rest and recreation, it is still worthwhile to remember that you have an object. What can be more absurd for a man worn out by the whirl of New York than to jump into the whirl of London or Paris, or for the woman exhausted by the social functions of her home city than to harass herself with preparations for presentation at court? More pertinent than moralizing on how not to rest will be the suggestion that an ocean trip with a few weeks of foreign travel may prove the most health-giving change a tired man or woman can find. Hundreds of people go abroad every year for that alone, and believe it, the most delightful vacation they can take. As a vacation, it is not so very much more costly than one of the same sort at home. We will go into details of expense later, but it may be said here that it costs no more to take a 2 months trip abroad than to put 2 months into making the tour of America's watering places, or, if staying in one spot is preferred, the extra cost of a European vacation over that of one in the States is never more than the expense of going and coming, and is usually much less. It is probably cheaper to go to Europe than to go to Florida for anything more than a month, and certainly is less expensive than to go to Southern California. Age and sex. As for age, nobody not in the first or second childhood is too young or too old to profit by a European trip. Any boy or girl of talking age will pick up a foreign language with an ease and celerity astonishing to the adult, and will thus profit to a degree well worth the pains of taking a child a-journeying. When the young person is old enough to be left at boarding school, a year in one where foreign languages are spoken will accomplish as much as 2 years at home, if the languages are to be deemed an important part of education. Many youths have with profit substituted a year at some German university for 1 year of the course at Harvard or Yale. Of course, for advanced students, the benefit of foreign universities is incalculable. The notion that young men who have wild oats to sow can do it more readily abroad than at home is not sustained by the facts. Everywhere on the continent the rational use of beer and wine is a safeguard for youth more than a temptation to it. Of course, there is drunkenness, but I am inclined to the belief that the young American by himself abroad, while learning little of abstinence, learns more of temperance and self-control than when thrown on his own resources in an American city. There is no more chance to get gambling habits in Paris or London than in New York or Chicago. In the university towns, gambling is as rare as in our own colleges. In the matter of chastity, European and American notions differ radically, and though not more than in other large cities perhaps, there are as many trilbies in Paris as ever, but intimate acquaintance with many young men who have gone to Europe to study leads me to assert with confidence that they seldom forget puritanical teachings, and that any fellow with brains enough to profit by a foreign trip can be as safely trusted on one side of the water as on the other. Apart from the matter of study, in my mind the European trip brings most profit to the man or woman of mature years, yet not beyond the learning period. Of course, there are many people who keep their minds in the receptive condition to the very last, people who will take up Greek at 50 and plunge into calculus at 70. Yet most people, by the time they get into what is called the prime of life, have their habits of thought so settled, their prejudices so rooted, their ambitions so satisfied, that travel, if undertaken for the first time, has comparatively slight educating influence. Elderly people, too, who have never traveled, may find it hard to accommodate themselves to the change in their daily routine, and the frictions of journeying sometimes try their patience and temper unduly, though it is the fact that women from 55 to 70 often accommodate themselves to circumstances more cheerfully than many of the younger people. The matter of sex need not affect in the slightest the question of foreign travel. If an American girl wants to study art, music, or languages, and has the means, there is not the least reason why she should not go alone to Paris or Berlin or Vienna to do it. Under like conditions, there is no greater fear of insult abroad than at home. The only difference I have ever heard of is that in Europe young unmarried women with regard for their reputations do not go out in the evening without escort, but the same thing is true of the larger cities here. English women think nothing of taking their vacations on the continent. In the mere matter of travel, Europe offers in some ways more comfort and convenience than America to women journeying alone or in parties without men. They need never touch their luggage unless they choose. At hotels and railway stations, they will always be more courteously treated than men, and that is saying a good deal. The railway cars have separate compartments for women. Cabs abound everywhere. To make foreign travel still easier, there exists an admirable organization called the Women's Rest Tour Association, which may be addressed at 264 Boylston Street, Boston. Quote, "Its object is to furnish women who wish to travel for purposes of rest and study with such practical advice and encouragement as shall enable them to do so independently intelligently, and economically. It is not designed for the convenience of women who organize or conduct large parties." Unquote. And it may be added that it is in no way a money-making institution, there being neither salaries nor dividends for anybody in it. Mrs. Julia Ward Howe is the president, and other well-known New England women are on the board of officers. It publishes a handbook of travel entitled "A Summer in England," to which I would here give credit for some of the information hereafter given. Issues yearly a revised list of accredited lodgings and pensions all over Europe, with details concerning prices and accommodation. Publishes an occasional paper called "The Pilgrim Scrip," devoted to travel and life abroad. Exchanges introductions between members who desire company. Lends money from its traveling fund, under careful supervision, to provide vacation trips for women greatly in need of rest and change. Advises in regard to travel. Lends from its library of Baedeker guide books for the European trip, and in minor ways accomplishes its laudable purpose. The fee for the first year's membership is $2, annual fee thereafter $1, life membership $25. If but a small part of the wealthy American women who get enjoyment out of a trip abroad would, by becoming life members of this association, aid it in helping their less fortunate sisters to the same enjoyment, its sphere of usefulness could be greatly widened. Seasons and climates. If it is for a vacation that the trip is to be made, undoubtedly the best time to go is in the early summer. Europe, on the whole, is cooler than the United States, and of course 2 or 3 weeks on the ocean save just so much of the discomforts of dog days. Switzerland in July and August is to Europe what the White Mountains are to New England, and at the same season Scotland, Norway, Sweden, and Russia are delightful. But the difference in temperature between most of Central Europe and the United States in summer is not enough to make it worthwhile going there at that time for climate reasons alone. Many a wise American who can take his vacation when he will, endures the heat of the city during midsummer, and then ranges the mountains, the seashore, or the woods in early autumn. Others find the most good in seeking the trout brooks when the grass and foliage are freshest, when the drain of a hard winter on the system has made the air of April or May most delightful to a physique exhausted by the fight with our northern winter. So, too, if one is to go abroad simply for physical good, it may be wisest to go not when the climate left at home is at its worst, but when the climate reached on the other side is at its best. As many people, by reasons of the limitations of a business or a profession, must go in June, if at all, and return in August or September, the steamers are then most crowded. Therefore, their owners not improperly charge a higher rate across in the late spring and early summer, a higher rate back in the late summer and early fall. In spite of this, the demand for berths is so great that they must be engaged weeks or even months in advance, unless the tourist can run the risk of getting at the last moment some berth that has been given up, when he may be lucky enough to secure the best of accommodations. From November to April, there is usually plenty of room, and travelers to whom crossing is an old story frequently take no more precautions than they would to secure a berth in a sleeping car for Chicago or St. Louis. In the winter, payment for a single berth usually secures a whole stateroom to yourself, and you have practically the pick of the boat. Sometimes on the smaller boats there will not be half a dozen first-class passengers. From the point of view of both economy and comfort, then it is wiser, if practicable, to travel when the winter rates are in force. The fear of stormy weather doubtless deters many people from doing this, but the fact is that though the chances of severe storms are greater in winter than in summer, they are not enough greater to cut any figure with those who cross repeatedly. This matter of storms is largely one of luck. Crossing in January, I have left New York in a snowstorm, and on no day afterward had the mercury register below 55, only to hear, within a week after reaching the other side, that for days after we left New York, every steamer entered that port ice-clad, and several were seriously delayed. That was the trip when I vowed I never again would take an ulster across, and even in winter the thickest of ulsters is sometimes none too warm in mid-ocean. The icebergs are plentiful in spring, and no doubt it is dangerous to scrape acquaintance with an iceberg. Yet to delay a trip through fear of icebergs would be about as sensible as to refuse to travel on a railroad in a thaw, because the roadbed gets loose more frequently than at other times. It should be said that the steamers which run from New York to Mediterranean ports in winter are as crowded as those that run to Liverpool, Southampton, etc. in summer. The winter rates to Genoa correspond with the summer rates to Hamburg and Bremen, so that in this regard nothing is to be saved by winter travel, but undoubtedly the southern passage is the milder, and with less storms. On the other side, too, winter travel has many advantages over that of summer. The trains are seldom half full, and it is a rarity when a couple cannot get a compartment to themselves, if they want it. The hotels are less crowded, and you average better accommodations for the same money. You see the sights more at your ease. If the society life of London and Paris has attractions, the late spring is the time for you to study it. The London season, as it is called, theoretically begins after Easter and lasts till August 12. It is at its height in June, when come the Ascot races, with their royal processions. But to the stranger without letters of introduction or any way of getting inside the doors of society, perhaps during the season may not be the best time for visiting London. All the hotels are then crowded, and that is a nuisance to the traveler. Good places at the theaters are hard to get. The museums and galleries are thronged. The shopkeepers are rushed. To be sure, the climate is then most propitious. You can see royalty and nobility and gentry at the races and in the parks. Ladies who want to study the styles get plenty of chance. People who like a bustle and a crowd can gratify their tastes. But to one who wants to see London itself, to learn the ways of its people, to study its collections, its buildings, its administration, or any of its serious phases, the season is not the most propitious season. In midwinter the climate is not attractive. Fogs are often a nuisance, and when there is no fog, it is usually bleak, wet, and what the English call nasty. Perhaps, then, the fall and early spring are the best times in which to visit London. In France the conditions are somewhat different. To be sure, Paris too has its season, coming about the same time as the London season and ending earlier. But the wealthy Frenchman makes Paris his home, taking his vacations in the country, and many wealthy Englishmen, perhaps the majority, live in the country, taking their vacations in London, so that Parisian hotels are not so crowded as London hotels in May and June. In those months the climate of Paris is charming. The Bois de Boulogne is at its best. All the parks are delightful. The two salons are open, and the conditions are the most satisfactory for every kind of sightseeing. The spring and fall are undoubtedly the best times for Italy. The winters, to be sure, are nominally mild. Snow is a rarity in Naples, and seldom stays long in Rome, Florence, or Venice, and the thermometer calls few days frigid. But the mercury lies in Italy. When it registers 50, you suffer more than with it at 20 in America. Not in the sun, of course, but on the shady side of the street and indoors. It is the damp, penetrating chill, of a kind to which few Americans are accustomed. The houses are all of stone, designed to be cool in summer rather than warm in winter, and they are wretchedly heated. Steam heat is unknown. The occasional stove is a wretched failure, and most of the fireplaces smoke. Wood is expensive, and always charged for it if burnt in one's own room. Even with a blazing fire in the fireplace, the chamber has a clearly defined torrid, temperate, and frigid zone. There is seldom any attempt to warm the museums and galleries. Do not, however, get the idea that Italy is unendurable in winter. It has charms at every season of the year, and its January is certainly more comfortable than a Boston or New York January. But it is not paradise. The warmest parts of Italy visited by the ordinary tourists are two Rivieras, shores, one commonly called the Riviera, running from Nice to Genoa, where lie Mentone, Monte Carlo, San Remo, etc., The other a still more beautiful coast on the sunny side of the rocky promontory that bounds the Bay of Naples on the south, of which Amalfi is the gem. The Riviera from Nice to Genoa is sheltered from cold north winds by the barrier of the Alps, is full in the face of the sun, and often does not see a snowstorm for years. Semi-tropical plants grow freely, and the temperature is so mild that many victims of lung troubles are sent there to convalesce or die. It has hotels innumerable, which are for the most part well filled during the first 4 months of the year. Queen Victoria usually goes there for some weeks in the early spring, and it abounds with royalty and nobility. Save in such sheltered spots as San Remo or Ventimiglia, the scenery of Italy is naturally at its worst in winter, for then the landscape is brown and bare. It is at its best in April and May, before the sun has begun to burn up things. May is certainly the best month for the Italian lakes, unless one prefers to go in October, when the fruit is ripe and the weather usually delightful. June is a charming month at Venice, though some of its days are uncomfortably warm. Later on, the canals get stale and sour. The summer temperature in Vienna averages about the same as that of Louisville, Kentucky. Indeed, the Italian summer is much like that of Kentucky or Virginia, endurable enough, but less comfortable than the spring. In July and August, the thermometer at Rome averages almost exactly the same register as in Washington. Few of the army of American tourists then go south of Florence, but European travelers, and especially Germans, think nothing of visiting Rome in July or August, and I have met people who declared they suffered no inconvenience at Naples in dog days. Their sense of smell must have been impaired, for the odors of an Italian city in summer are not delightful. The notion that Rome must not be visited in summer on account of the malaria in the Campagna is no longer supported by those in a position to speak with authority. Of course, it is dangerous to promenade after dark in the Campagna, just as it is in a western river bottom or anywhere else that malaria abounds, but tourists do not promenade on the Campagna after dark, nor do they drive across it after dark, as they often did before the time of railroads, when I suspect it was that Rome got its bad name as a summer resort. It does not yet deserve a good name, but it is no worse than our southern states in the summer months, and if a tourist cannot well go south of Florence at any other time, there is little except the dread of perspiration to keep him from going in July and August. Rome is healthy in the autumn, common report to the contrary notwithstanding. Its October is about as warm as that of Georgia. The autumn is a good time for Italy generally, and traveling is much more comfortable than in the spring, as the trains and hotels are less crowded. In October, the vineyards are in their glory. Sicily has an annual temperature averaging close to that of South Carolina. Its climate is somewhat humid. Switzerland, for the passing tourist, is of course to be visited in summer and in August rather than in June or July, if any mountain climbing is to be done, for while the snows are melting in early summer, the heights are the more dangerous. In September the air gets chilly, and the shortening of the days is emphasized by the deep valleys, yet when the weather is fine, the country is never more delightful. The air is often clearer, and the mountain scenery more beautiful than in summer. June is the next best month for the lower levels, but walking or climbing is harder in June than in November. Most of the mountain hotels open June 1st and close September 15th or August 1. Many foreigners pass the winter about Lake Geneva, particularly at its eastern end, and there are a few winter resorts at high altitudes, almost wholly frequented by invalids for whose needs a peculiar climate is desirable. But to the ordinary traveler, Switzerland in winter is dreary. In the city of Geneva itself, throughout the year, the mean temperatures from month to month correspond to those of New York with remarkable closeness. Geneva, Lucerne, and Zurich also are hot in midsummer, as hot as Paris. Germany's climate is much like that of New England and the Middle States, with plenty of snow and with skating a favorite amusement. Yet though cold weather prevails, people who have passed winters in Germany, and also in Italy, say they prefer Germany because the houses are warmly built and well provided with stoves. Munich has an uneven temperature and winters that are severe as winters go in Europe. though not with such extremes of cold as occur in the States. Vienna is slightly warmer than Boston in the winter, slightly cooler in the summer. It has sharp changes in temperature. Holland and Belgium are very cold in winter and see few tourists at that season. In Holland, the flowers are at their best in April and May. The Danish climate in summer is not unlike that of England, and in Scandinavia the summers are delightful. The Orkney Islands are generally bright and sunshiny, with most invigorating air in July and August. The Channel Islands, Jersey, Guernsey, Aldersey, and Sark, have a phenomenally equable and healthful climate, due to the influences of the Gulf Stream. In 1898 they had something more than 2,000 hours of sunshine against less than 1,300 for London and about 1,500 for Oxford. By resorting to them, one can in a few hours and at slight expense flee the rigors of an English or French winter. In England itself, much the same effect is produced by the ocean influences on Cornwall. The mean temperature of Falmouth for December is 44.2, of Penzance 43.0, while that of Nice is 45.4, and Pau only 42.8. Furthermore, Cornwall has the advantage of lacking the mistral, the blighting wind that mars the perfections of the Riviera. All of Spain is very warm in summer, so that the best time for traveling through it is in the spring or fall. Southern Spain is much like southern Italy in winter. Water rarely freezes at Gibraltar. Oranges may be picked from the trees above Cadiz, Jerez, and Seville in February. But Granada, surrounded by mountains, is apt to be chilly, and not long after leaving Cordova on the journey toward the north the mercury begins to drop. At Madrid, snowdrifts in winter are not uncommon, and the climate is like that of a city in our northern states. In Morocco, Algiers, and Tunis, the November weather is like that of an American June. Until April, the days resemble our bright autumn without dampness. April is one of the best months for a visit, as the flowers are then in their glory. May is like our July, and from then through October is rainless and too hot for American tourists. Ice and snow are almost unknown. Cairo is declared to have the best climate in the world for the 3 winter months. Perhaps 8,000 foreigners, half of them Americans, visit Egypt every winter, but not many people go there or stay there after April. Anybody planning to go round the world would better leave Egypt in the early winter so as to reach India and Ceylon by January. China should be reached in the spring, and the Japanese climate will be found agreeable in May. The Holy Land and the Far East are best visited in winter or early spring. Constantinople weather in July and August is exceedingly warm. May is one of the pleasantest months on the Bosporus. Athens has an equable climate, which in time is going to make it one of the most popular winter resorts on the Mediterranean. With the sea south of it, and hills rising to mountains behind, it has a situation midway that of an island and a continent. The spring and autumn there are charming. Snow falls in winter only once or twice in years. Fogs are rare. The summers are long, but the winds coming over the Aegean temper its heats. If, then, the traveler had the time and money to change his climate like the birds, he would attain the maximum of comfort if he passed January and February in northern Africa, March in Palestine and Turkey, April and May in Italy, southern France and Spain, June in Paris and England, July and August in Switzerland or Norway, Sweden and Russia, September in Germany, October in Austria, November in Greece, December in Sicily. Not that these are positively the best months for each country named, but that this might make the best circular route for a year from the climatic point of view. Of course, there are other considerations that may overbalance those of climate. It is, for instance, sometimes desirable to plan a tour so as to bring one to certain points at the time of certain festivals or ceremonials. It is no longer worth while going to Rome for the carnival, because the celebration now hardly warrants crossing the street to see, but it is still a merry affair at Nice, which is about the only place left where it is celebrated with vigor. In all Catholic Europe, the ceremonials of Holy Week are imposing, but they are not always easily accessible. People who have been in Rome in Holy Week have assured me they would not advise it, for any one whose stay there must be brief, as they found many of the museums closed part of the week and were hardly compensated by the religious ceremonies, having no means of getting tickets to such as were not open to everybody. Christmas, everybody knows, is observed with pomp in all Catholic churches. At Rome, from Christmas to January 6, an interesting affair is the presentation of petitions to the Bambino in the church of Auricoli by children. In Rome and Naples on St. Anthony's Day, January 17, occurs the ceremony of blessing the animals. On Whit Sunday in Naples, the pilgrimages made by crowds to the sanctuary of the Madonna di Monte Vergine, and on Whit Monday to the Madonna del Arco, are picturesque spectacles. On Good Friday, the procession after sunset at Grassina, near Florence, makes a weird scene. And on Easter Monday, a very pretty festa in honor of the Blessed Virgin takes place at Signa, a little town easily reached by steam train from Florence. At the Pardon of St. Nicholas des Arcs in Brittany on the first Saturday in August, the cattle of the neighborhood, gaily adorned, are driven to two fountains near the chapel, supposed to possess miraculous virtue. Young cattle are presented to the saint, and afterwards sold at auction, the popular belief being that one of them in a herd brings prosperity. At St. Jean du Doigt, near Morlaix, Brittany, the interesting local pardon takes place on St. John's Eve, the 23rd of June. A quaint old custom still prevails in the beautiful country on both sides of the Danube, 100 miles above Vienna, commonly called the Wachnau. At this summer solstice, fires are lighted on all the more prominent heights of the mountains that give the Wachnau its peculiar charm. The picturesque towns and villages on both shores are beautifully illuminated, and the bridges across the great river are ablaze with myriad lights. This festival is now called Johannisfeer, or St. John's Fete, by a devout population, but the old people call it by its real pagan name, Sonnenwendfeer, solstice fires. The 14th of July is the great national holiday in France, and the 29th of July in Switzerland, both being celebrated much like the 4th of July with us. England has no day of this kind, though Guy Fawkes Day, November 5, is celebrated after a fashion. The French observe New Year's Day with much pomp. It is a great holiday in Scotland, but is not observed at all in England. Orleans, in France, celebrates on the 7th and 8th of May the defeat of the English by Joan of Arc. On Ascension Day, May 19 in 1900, Venice celebrates with a procession of gondolas and general merrymaking the triumph of an old Venetian admiral over pirates. In the United Kingdom, the great recreation days are the bank holidays: Easter Monday, April 11 in 1900, Whit Monday, May 30th in 1900, the first Monday in August, and December 26. Ancient holidays still observed to some extent in one way or another are January 6, Twelfth Day, the night before being Twelfth Night, marked by various social rites. February 2, Candlemas. Festival of the Purification of the Virgin, consecration of the lighted candles to be used in the church during the year. February 14, Old Candlemas, St. Valentine's Day. March 25th, Lady Day, Annunciation of the Virgin. June 24, Midsummer Day, Feast of the Nativity of John the Baptist. July 15, St. Swithin's Day, the old superstition being that if rain fell on this day it would continue 40 days. August 1, Lammas Day, originally in England the festival of the wheat harvest. In the church, the festival of St. Peter's miraculous deliverance from prison. September 29, Michaelmas, the fast of St. Michael, the Archangel. November 1, All Hallowmas, or All Saints' Day, the previous evening being All Halloween, observed by home gatherings and old-time rites. November 2, All Souls' Day, the day of prayer for the souls of the dead. November 11, Martinmas, the feast of St. Martin. December 28, Childermas, Holy Innocents' Day. The quarter days used for calculating rents and tradesmen's accounts are Lady Day, Midsummer Day, Michaelmas, and Christmas in England, Whit Sunday, Martinmas, Candlemas, and Lammas Day in Scotland. Mothering Sunday is Mid-Lent Sunday, on which the old rural custom obtains of visiting one's parents and making them presents. In England, August 12th is the great day for sportsmen, when the grouse shooting begins, the open time ending December 11th. The partridge season runs from September 1 to February 1. Pheasants, October 1 to February 1. The period for deer hunting or stalking varies from about August 12 to October 12 for stags, and from November 10 to the end of March for hinds. There is no statutory close time for fox hunting or rabbit shooting, but there is an unwritten law that the sportsman respects as much as he does the enactments of Parliament. November 1 is the recognized date for the opening of the fox hunting season, which continues till the following April. Hares are in best condition in January, February, and March. The close time for salmon in Scotland is for rods from November 1 to February 10. Racing in England begins in the middle of March and lasts through November, the calendar having about a dozen meetings a month. The most important on the list is Derby Day, the Wednesday of the summer meeting, which takes place at Epsom in Surrey, usually at the end of May, but sometimes early in June. Then London empties itself and goes to the Downs in countless thousands. A week or two later comes the Ascot meeting, also near London, a full-dress picnic graced by the presence of many members of the royal family, and noted for the fashionable attendance. Third in importance are the Goodwood races, usually late in July. The chief steeplechase of the year, the Liverpool Grand National, is run in March. In Paris, the Grand Prix is run on a Sunday early in June. The Oxford-Cambridge boat race is rowed on the Thames near London, usually in March. The Eights week at Oxford comes in the middle of May, the Henley Regatta late in June or July. The cricket match between Oxford and Cambridge is played near the end of June, and between Eton and Harrow, usually in July. The football season is much longer than with us, opening September 1 in England and running to April 30. In Scotland it is longer still, from August 15 to May 15. The great rugby matches come in midwinter. The Oxford-Cambridge match is played in December. Interest in the sport resembles that in baseball with us, an attendance of 40 or 50,000 being not infrequent. Yachting regattas, pigeon shooting contests, and tennis tournaments attract much attention on the Riviera in the early spring. The Spanish bullfighting season begins on Easter Sunday and lasts into summer. Oxford is at its best during Trinity term, from the middle of May to the middle of July, and Commemoration Week, usually the 2nd or 3rd in June, is the gayest. The 4th of June is Gala Day at Eton. The horse fair at Bernay, Normandy, held in the 5th week of Lent, is the most important in France. When there is a Wagnerian festival at Bayreuth, it comes in mid-summer. But if you want to go, you must write for tickets weeks and even months ahead. Even then, you may not get them. A letter addressed to the management at Bayreuth will procure the necessary information. By reason of the Paris Exposition, there will be no festival in 1900. The salons at Paris, there are now 2 of them, open in May and are kept open for some weeks. The Royal Academy in London is open from the first Monday in May to the first Monday in August. The fountains at Versailles generally play between 4 and 5 of the afternoon on the first Sunday of each month from May to October, those of St. Cloud at the same hour on the second Sunday of the month. The spectacle at Versailles costs about $2,000 and is well worth taking much pains to see. The Flower Festival in the Bois de Boulogne at Paris comes about the time of the Grand Prix, early in June. The Paris Exposition will open April 15 and close November 5, 1900. End of section 1. Section 2 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Chapter 2. Where to Go. It is a mooted question whether it is or is not wise to plan all the details of a foreign trip before leaving home. I have heard the advice of one sightseer to the effect that every day should be assigned its work, and no deviation from the program should ever be admitted. His theory is that if you allow yourself to loiter in one place, you must hurry in another, and so return with things undone that you ought to have done. To my mind, that is making travel too much like hard work. Suppose it rains on the day you have assigned to the Bois de Boulogne or Vesuvius. Suppose somebody tells you that some out-of-the-way place you have never heard of, with customs or curiosities or a festival more interesting than anything you will see in Paris or Vienna, a place at which without trouble you can stop off for a day or two. Suppose the voyage takes 2 days longer than you expected, or that cholera breaks out in some town on your program. It is possible to take a Bradshaw, the timetable book, and determine beforehand every train you will use. That may be better than haphazard traveling, with no plan at all, but to my mind the happy mean is better, a rough outline of what you want to do, with details left to circumstances. As a basis for this outline, get the pamphlets issued by the tourist companies and study the excursions they describe. The routes have been arranged by men who, for business purposes, have watched the preference of thousands of tourists and have struck averages. They have sought to learn the pleasantest thing for the largest number, and their conclusions are more likely to suit the majority of cases than the prejudiced verdict of any one traveler. Bad weather or an attack of dyspepsia may give any one man a prejudice against a place that to most men at most seasons will be delightful. Note carefully, however, the proportion between the times allotted to each place and the duration of the whole tour. A flying party can do Florence in 2 days, but an assiduous explorer could not cover all the ground in a week, possibly not in a month. On the other hand, Geneva's sights can be exhausted in a day, and nobody tarries there long, unless it be for rest or study. For sightseeing. As many men, so many minds, and rash is the man who tries to lay down the law as to what places must or must not be seen, as to how much time should be spent here and must be spent there. Yet it is perfectly safe to say that the great majority of foreign tourists find Paris the most interesting city in Europe, and that no trip is complete without it. In the Louvre, it has the finest art collections, in the boulevards the finest streets, in the Bois de Boulogne the handsomest park, in its cafes is the best cooking. Its opera house leads the world. At Versailles, St. Cloud, and Fontainebleau, easily accessible suburbs, are the most magnificent of royal estates, still really royal, though nominally republican. Everybody knows it sets the fashions for all the ladies of the globe, and to most people its historical associations have more vitality than those of any other city. But the general opinion of tourists seems to be that it should not be visited early in an extended tour. After seeing it, many other cities seem dull, stale, or trite by comparison. That visited first would have charmed. Paris, then, may well cap the climax. Everybody goes to Paris. Almost everybody goes to London. Yet my own verdict would be that it is not so materially different from an American city as to make it preferable to many of the quainter places on the continent, if one has not the time for all. But there are few people who would not like to see Westminster Abbey and the Tower, London Bridge, and the British Museum, to say nothing of Madame Tussaud's wax figures. Rural England is more delightful than urban England. It would be a pity to miss a run through the English countryside, with a visit to some of the cathedral towns, Oxford, and perhaps the Lake District. Ireland is not a sine qua non, by which I do not mean to say it is uninteresting, far from that, but it is less interesting to most people than Wales or Scotland. A week or two among the lochs and over moor and mountain should be welcome to anybody who knows his Walter Scott, his William Black, or his Robert Burns. From Scotland or northern England you may, if you like, cross to Norway and Sweden. The trip to the land of the midnight sun is now the proper thing, and a most enjoyable thing. The fjords have some of the grandest scenery on earth, and there are waterfalls prodigious enough to be marvels for anybody who has not seen Canada. The people are charming, and have not yet learned that the end of the 19th century is at hand. Russia is beyond the bounds of an ordinary trip. It may not be true that only the adventurous get as far as St. Petersburg and Moscow, but it is true that the railroad rides such sightseeing requires are long and tiresome, that the expense is not inconsiderable, and that there is little to see except the people themselves, their ways and their manners, which, to be sure, is no small thing. Indeed, it is the most useful of all sightseeing. Yet in the case of Russia, certainly not worth the effort for anyone whose time is limited or whose purse is not weighty. Copenhagen is a pleasant city, but Denmark appears to attract few tourists. Holland is far more popular, and it is well worth while to plan for at least a week there, surely taking in Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and The Hague, with stops at Leiden, Haarlem, and some of the small towns. Amsterdam and The Hague alone will suffice to give an idea of the country, if time presses. Belgium is less attractive. Antwerp has a noted gallery, a famous cathedral, and a picturesque castle. Brussels has Waterloo nearby, but the city itself is a miniature Paris and will hardly detain the wayfarer longer than will be necessary to enjoy its wonderful old square. Everybody goes up or down the Rhine, between Cologne, or better Bonn, and Mainz, or Wiesbaden nearby. The lower Rhine is not worth seeing, and there are Americans loyal enough to assert that the best scenery anywhere along its course is surpassed by that of the Hudson, the St. Lawrence, the Penobscot, and other American rivers. But of course we haven't any castles on our rivers, and our scanty legends have not yet been immortalized in song and story. Nobody misses Cologne's cathedral. At Bonn, not far away, or at Heidelberg, not far from Mainz, it is easy to get a glimpse of German student life, and at Heidelberg, too, is perhaps the most interesting of European castles. The scenery about Heidelberg is almost as charming as that about Baden, still farther up the valley. Strasbourg, just beyond, has a clock that disappoints most Americans, but that they all want to see. The Black Forest, between Baden and Switzerland, is worth traversing, by train if in no more adequate way. Berlin, not very picturesque, is rather too far eastward for the bulk of tourist travel, and can safely be left out if need be, though of course not to be omitted by the man who wants to see the Prussian at home, to view the capital of the most powerful people on the continent, and to visit Potsdam. Leipzig is an old-fashioned Saxon university town and a musical center, an economical place for a rest, and with many advantages for study. Dresden has one of the most satisfying galleries in Europe, and delights about 15,000 visitors a year. Prague is thoroughly quaint, and justifies whatever effort may be made to reach it. Vienna is, in the opinion of many, more delightful than Paris. Its public buildings, its collections, its merry, careless life are attractions that charm all visitors. If time permits, a trip down the Danube, at least as far as Budapest, is likely to be entertaining. South of Austria come Servia, Bulgaria, and other little-known lands that the wiseacres say are going to be favorite touring grounds, though as yet their hotel accommodations are not such as to free their inspection from all discomforts. Returning toward the west, the next stop would naturally be at Munich, unless the traveler made straight for Venice. Munich, too, has its galleries and its beer gardens. Nuremberg, much smaller, pleases me more, and for my part, were I to name the place in all Europe that has given me the most pleasure, Nuremberg would be that place. Switzerland is incomparable. There may be higher peaks elsewhere, more stupendous glaciers, but nowhere else is so much mountain scenery so accessible, so conveniently, safely, and economically accessible. The guidebooks will suggest a score of ways to traverse it, yet I will suggest that if a tourist has but a week or 10 days at his command for Switzerland, he might do much worse than start at Lucerne, go up one side of Rigi and down the other to Flüggen, thence to Göttingen and the Rhone Glacier, next to Meiringen and Interlaken. After the side trip of a day to Lauterbrunnen, etc., on to Bern, south to Lausanne, by Vevey and the castle of Chillon, up the Rhone Valley to Martigny, across to Chamonix, at the foot of Mont Blanc, and then down to Geneva and so out of the country. This combination of diligence, riding, 3 or 4 mountain passes, perhaps the most delightful lakes in the world, and the quaintest of Swiss cities, makes a tour not to be surpassed anywhere for views, variety, novelty, and continuous delight. But it leaves out Zermatt, in the belief of many the best of all Swiss resorts. If possible, ride into Italy, or walk over one of the passes rather than through one of the tunnels. All the passes are worth seeing, but the Simplon, from Brig to Domo d'Ossola, is the best. Next in scenic rank is the Splugen, from Cor to Colico. The Gare St. Bernard is now not much used, and the St. Gothard less still. The railroad journey over the Brenner Pass is charming, and if you can linger in the Tyrol, at Innsbruck, Trent, or any of the resorts, so much the better. The scenery on the rail route from Vienna to Venice is perhaps the best to be seen from the cars. You see little going to Turin by the Mont Cenis route. The only other entrance to Italy commonly used is that along the Riviera, from Nice to Genoa, a delightful ride. In hot weather, a glimpse of Italy can be secured without risk of discomfort by going over the Simplon to Lake Maggiore, thence to Milan, back to Lake Como, across to Lugano, and over the St. Gothard to Lucerne. Tourists who take in only northern Italy wisely spend their energies on Venice, Florence, Genoa, and Milan, with a few hours at Pisa, and possibly a stop at Verona and Padua. There is little to see at Turin. At least a side excursion of a day or two from Milan should be made through the chief Italian lakes, and they are worth a week from those who have leisure. The Lago di Garda, close by the route from the Tyrol to Venice, is not often visited by Americans, but the slight digression from the route it requires will never be regretted. On the way from Florence to Rome, stops should certainly be made at Orvieto and Siena, possibly at Perugia. A month or even more will not exhaust the sights of Rome, with all its ruins, its museums, its galleries excelling even those of Florence, and its 400 churches. Naples will repay a week's stay. 2 weeks will enable the sightseer to climb Vesuvius, explore Pompeii, and make the tour of the Amalfi Sorrento promontory, most charming of Edens, giving a day or two at Capri, with its wonderful blue grotto, and a month about Naples would not be tiresome. Between Naples and Sicily there is little of interest, and not many Americans reach Sicily. Excursions to Corsica and Sardinia are pleasantly remembered by all who take them, barring the almost inevitable seasickness of the passage. Besides Nice, Monaco, Monte Carlo, and Menton, there are few places in southern France familiar to American tourists, save, of course, Marseille. On the road to Paris, Lyon is worth a stay overnight. Between Mont Cenis and Paris, Aix-les-Bains, during the bathing season, from April on, is another pleasant place to break a journey. Southwest of Paris is Touraine and the valley of the Loire, with its charming chateaux and stately cathedrals, a region too much neglected by those in search of the beautiful, but like Normandy explored more and more every year by delighted bicyclists. Brittany allures the artist. North of Paris, every enthusiast on architecture will tell you that you must not miss the cathedrals of Rouen and Amiens, and Rouen has much more than its cathedral, for it is the Nuremberg of France. In Spain, Madrid is the most familiar name, but with your choice between Madrid and 2 weeks in southern Spain, take the land of the Moor, see the Alhambra at Granada, the mosque at Cordoba, the Alcazar at Seville. Glance at Cadiz, sip sherry in the bodegas at Jerez, bask in the frown of the gigantic rock of Gibraltar, and run across for a day or two in Tangier, barbarous outpost of barbarism, where you may yet see genuine slaves, find in the thoroughly Moorish marketplace a fanatic with a sword stuck through his leg, and sleep in the land of one of the few perfectly absolute monarchs yet remaining on the globe, in an English hotel with all the comforts of civilization, including perhaps the only finger bowls you will find in a whole European tour. Algiers is now half civilized, with streets as Frenchy as if they were in Paris, next Moorish lanes, with mosques and minarets, and all the ways of the Oriental. From there, you may go by trains to the edge of the desert, or into mountain scenery grand and savage. At Tunis again you may find almost complete barbarism, and at Cairo, lately become a favorite goal of the traveler, there are the same novelties of another civilization. The tour of the Holy Land is now made with the minimum of discomfort and the maximum of safety. When the unspeakable Turk isn't embroiled with European powers, Constantinople is visited with impunity and delight. Asia Minor, however, is seldom penetrated. Of Greece more than a word should be said. Within a generation it has taken great strides in catching up with the rest of the world, and Athens today is nearly as modern as any other European capital. Its hotels, streets, customs are all more than endurable, and its ruins are of course of the greatest interest to the student. But off the beaten tracks foreigners suffer more or less hardship, and women would better not venture, unless they are willing to put up with privations. The same thing is true of Spain, where many people go. You find cleanliness, good cooking, comfort. But go into the villages of Spain or any country away from the heart of Europe, and the habits of life are too primitive for the enjoyment of many tourists. Of course, this brief sketch does not suggest all the delightful spots of Europe. Let it be taken as a rough enumeration of those which most travelers will prefer to see or take the time to see. In search of health. To discuss the matter of health resorts, let me introduce my friend Bean. He shall be the Solon, the Solomon, the Nestor of this treatise, and at the same time its scapegoat. I suspect he stole much of the wisdom I may attribute to him, but it will be convenient to assume that he knows what he is talking about. If he makes any errors, don't blame me. As he has the pernicious habit of writing anonymously and voluminously for the newspapers, there is a chance that he may really be responsible for some of the things he must father willy-nilly. If it wasn't Bean, who was it that wrote the following? Quote, France is particularly well endowed with winter resorts suitable for persons with chest disorders. Not to speak of Algeria, which is an exceptionally favorable resort for this class of patient, there is along the shore of the Mediterranean, from the Caen to Menton, following the magnificent Cornish road, a narrow strip of land, a true paradise on earth, where during the worst seasons the temperature remains between 55 and 60 degrees, and between October and May there are more than 100 clear cloudless days. In this succession of towns, of which there are a dozen at least, the effect of the wonderful climate is heightened by the fact that the patients are surrounded by all the luxury and comforts of modern life. In the southwest of France there is another group of winter resorts, equally famous, but answering to rather special indications. Thus, in sight of the Pyrenees we have Amélie-des-Bains, Pau, with its marvelously even climate and dry sedative atmosphere, and Biarritz, with its bracing sea breezes, while Arcachon, near Bordeaux, is renowned for its lovely pine forests. No better counsel can be given to persons with heart disease than to pass the winter months in a soft and bracing climate, such as they will find at Belleau, Menton, Hyères, or Algiers, especially as the sea air is usually beneficial to them. They should use every effort to avoid sudden changes of temperature and an atmosphere too highly charged with moisture. In choosing an abode, they should look for one that has an open situation, while at the same time not exposed to the winds. For this reason, they will find it best to live in valleys rather than on hills. Exposure to cold is the most important of all the causes that may bring on an attack of uremia in the course of a case of chronic nephritis, or inflammation of the kidneys, which may have remained latent up to that time. By causing a congestive condition of the kidneys, exposure to the action of a low temperature reduces the function of those organs to a minimum, whence the conclusion from a therapeutical point of view that a patient suffering from nephritis should avoid with the utmost pains sudden variations in temperature, and life in cold and damp climates. When the renal disorder is acute, the steady and regular heat of the bed is the condition sine qua non of a rational treatment. But with a chronic lesion, that is to say with real Bright's disease, the patient should wear flannel or woolen garments, and if living in a bad climate, emigrate to a spot with warm and regular temperature, such as Hyères, Monte Carlo, Menton, San Remo, Malaga, Ajaccio, Palermo, Corfu, Algiers, or Biskra. The action of cold is unfavorable to all neuropathic persons, and such sufferers should lose no time at the approach of winter in taking themselves off to regions that are inaccessible to frost. Hyères, Arcachon, Mentone, Monaco, and Algeria, and a number of resorts in Italy where the temperature remains in the neighborhood of 50 to 55 Fahrenheit, can be cited as examples of suitable winter stations for such patients. Climates like theirs keep patients alive indefinitely, and have a remarkable sedative action, the highest and most constant expression of which is the fact that persons who have lost the habit of sleeping almost entirely regain it at these resorts. Nice is perhaps the cheapest of all the French southern coast towns of today for the visitors. Its hotels and pensions outnumber those of Cannes and Monte Carlo together, and you can live modestly at 7 francs or $1.50 a day, and up to 25 francs or $5 in luxury, and add as much more as you like for wine and special rooms. Lady Murray has opened a home at Antibes near Nice for invalid journalists and writers of all nationalities at the very modest charge of £1 a week. The house is called Château de l'Espérance and stands in its own extensive gardens. Application for admission should be made to the Honorable Lady Murray. Isla Victoria, Cannes. The home is closed every year from May to November. Cannes has been for a century the most aristocratic of all the Riviera resorts. It is useless for the stranger to go there with an idea of taking part in its social life unless he has the good letters of introduction to prominent residents. For living expenses, you may begin at 8 francs in a pension and run up to 30 francs a day at a hotel, and as much more as you like for wine and private apartments. Nearly all the wealthy visitors live in villas. Doctors commend Sestri for the humidity of the atmosphere, which is greater than on the western Riviera. Sestri also has a smaller rainfall, which is not inconsistent with the softer, damper air, although it may appear to be so. Excessive dryness is what makes many parts of the Mediterranean coast so trying to nervous persons. The more humid air of Sestri is subject to much less violent variations of temperature in the course of the 24 hours than are the greater number of southern winter stations. It is breezy, that is, the air is not stagnant, is often renewed, and to this fact the local wiseacres attribute Sestri's immunity from epidemics. The volcanic region of Auvergne is in the very center of France and served by 2 direct lines of rail from Paris. The true Auvergne spas are Royat, the most fashionable, with its iron effervescent waters, at which gathers sufferers from lymphatic affections, anemia, chlorosis, catarrhal troubles, arthritic, and certain other phases of gout. La Bourboule, with arsenical waters, frequented by somewhat the same class of patient as the former, plus more suffering from rheumatism, intermittent fevers, and malarial effects. Mont d'Or, where the special treatment by inhalations of affections of the respiratory organs is the foremost specialty, and where gather singers, actors, clergymen, and public speakers, who remain in a room filled with vapor and spray for half an hour at a time. Saint Nectaire, Saint Marguerite, Mandagou, Château Guyon, and Châteauneuf complete the group of Auvergne spas, but are of small importance as compared to the 3 described above. Americans resident in France are found in considerable numbers at Royat, and a few at Mont d'Or, and it is often remarked that having been once, they return again. The country is lovely in June, and again in September. Intervening months are very hot, although tempered by frequent thunderstorms. Aix-les-Bains, in southeastern France, on the line from Paris to the Mont-Cenis Tunnel and Turin, is perhaps the most delightful spa for early visitors. Gout and rheumatism are treated there with remarkable success. The season opens in April. Hamburg, in the Taunus Mountains of Germany, not far from Frankfurt, is the most fashionable spa in Europe. More English and Americans go there than to any other. The Prince of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge, and all the distinguished people who are found at Cannes in the winter are grouped at Hamburg in the months of July and August. Then the season is at its height, but it opens April 15th and lasts until August 1st. Pension rates are very moderate in April, May, June, and September. The usual course of water drinking is 21 days, but without medical advice no one should use the waters for any length of time. They are salutary in chronic diseases of the stomach, bowels, and liver, habitual constipation, chronic diarrhea, jaundice, gout, for excessive corpulency, anemia, and various nervous affections. Nauheim, not far from Hamburg, has sprung into favor within a decade, and bids fair to be the first curative spa in Germany. The Engadine, in southeastern Switzerland, is the most noted resort for tuberculosis patients. Its great altitude gives its effects similar to those of the American Colorado. The hotels are chiefly inhabited by invalids, summer and winter alike. On the Adriatic is Abbazia, a winter resort that has crept into favor of recent years. The situation is charming, the wooded coastline giving protection against all inclement blasts, and producing an evenness of temperature not known in the most sheltered bays of the French Riviera. Moreover, in summer it is not so hot as the Riviera resorts. Frost and snow are practically unknown, and tropical vegetation is abundant and luxurious. Close quote. There are many other health resorts in Europe. To describe the various advantages claimed for all of them would be a long task, and one of really little avail, for the invalid should resort to them only on the advice of some physician acquainted with their merits and demerits. Any American who can afford to go to Europe to get cured can afford to pay for the advice of a physician competent to speak with authority on this point. Likewise, to know where to go for some difficult surgical operation, consult a specialist before leaving home. Dr. Lynn, in his Guide to the Health Resorts of Europe, not only urges preliminary consultation with a physician and deprecates acting on the advice of friends not in the medical profession, but also counsels a course of preparatory treatment before visiting a health resort. Dr. Lynn says that many of the mineral water cures have fixed the duration of treatment quite arbitrarily at 3 weeks, but that in reality every one requires a longer or shorter time, depending on many conditions for which the doctors at the stations are in the habit of watching. It may, however, be remarked that at many strong mineral springs most people become saturated with the mineral elements, as it were, in from 3 to 4 weeks, and then it is wiser to rest for a longer or shorter time before taking a new course of baths or waters. The results of mineral water cures very often do not show themselves for some time after the cure has been made, as the mineral elements continue to work in the system for a long time after taking them into the body. It must be understood that it is very often necessary to take more than one summer's treatment at many of the health resorts. Indeed, it is not reasonable to expect a complete cure of a chronic malady in one season, although it often happens. This is even more true of climatic cures. No fallacy is more widely spread, and none is less based on reason and experience, than the expectation of immediate or rapid cure from change in climate. Competent physicians abroad as a rule charge 20 francs, 16 shillings, $4, for first consultations and visits. The specialists, 40 to 60 francs, $8 to $12. For instance, Professor Charlicot and such men expect 60 francs at the office and about 100 for a visit. In England, 2 guineas, about $10.20, is the usual fee for consultations. General practitioners take less for continuous attendance. Head baths, it is usual to charge a certain sum for the season. End of chapter 2.
Section 3 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. How to go. As a rule, where there is competition, you have to pay for a thing about what it is worth. The bearings of this observation lays in the application on it. Applied to ocean steamers, it means that the variation in rates of passage corresponds closely to the relative estimates put by the majority of the traveling public on the accommodations offered. For example, it costs a good deal more money to drive a boat across the ocean in 6 days than in 10 days. If enough people were not ready to meet this extra cost, 6-day boats would not be run. And likewise, if there were not enough people to fill the cabins of the 10-day boats, they would be given over to steerage passengers and freight. If, then, you feel that what suits the majority will suit you, it might also suffice to determine how much money you can afford for the passage, and take the first thing you can get at that figure. But this simple solution of the problem is vitiated by the fact that the tastes and needs of travelers differ greatly, and what may seem valuable to one man may seem worthless to his neighbor. The fast and slow trip. If only the element of time were to be taken into account, everybody who did not look on the sea voyage as a vacation, a recreation, a delightful and justifiable rest, would go on the fastest boat, assuming that he could afford it. But there are very few travelers, once past the distressing period of seasickness, to whom life on an ocean steamer is not enjoyable. The feeling that you are completely cut off and shut off from the life of the land, which makes the heart sink when the shore fades from view, turns into a positive relief after the mind and body have adapted themselves to the new conditions. You are glad that you cannot see a paper, get a letter, be startled by a telegram, bored by an agent, harassed by the cares of the office, the shop, or the home. In a vacation on land, to be sure, you run away from these things, but you are always haunted by the fear that they may chase you. A fire, a death, any one of the calamities of life may summon you back to duty at any minute. But on shipboard, even duty is balked. It is the one place on earth, though it isn't on earth at all, where you can be supremely selfish without giving your conscience a chance to be bothersome. There is little chance to work. Almost everybody plans to do more or less of heavy reading, but few do it. Writing is out of the question for anybody requiring isolation or quiet, and rare is the writer who can accomplish anything worth reading without these aids. Even the novel is slighted. You become perfectly content to kill the time between the meals with shuffleboard, ring toss, cards, chess, storytelling, or plain, straight loafing, accomplished with the utmost satisfaction when one is stretched out on a steamer chair, warmly wrapped and basking in the sun, on the leeward side of a promenade deck. If it be true that you should count that day lost, whose low descending sun views from thy hand no worthy action done, then the transatlantic traveler may count just as many lost days as there are between Sandy Hook and Liverpool, or whatever may be his goal. It is, I presume, useless to hold up these pleasures before the many novices from whom the apprehension of seasickness and the landsman's dread of the sea take away all expectation of comfort during the voyage, much less happiness. And yet it is the fact that at any rate in the summer, not one person in 50 is kept below by seasickness more than a day or two, or fails to get some enjoyment out of the trip before it is half done. If, then, the voyage is to be a pleasure, as to most people it's sure to be, the longer trip may be preferable to the shorter trip. But, of course, there may be stormy weather, the foghorn may make life a burden, the time available for your excursion may be limited, the demands of business, society, or the family may make hours precious. So, if you are in a hurry to get across, it might be penny wise, pound foolish not to take the faster boat. If the choice were to be made solely on the score of comfort, most people would vote for the slower boats. To be sure, the faster boats are bigger, and so have longer promenade decks, and that is no trifling matter. Their dining saloons, smoking rooms, ladies' cabins, etc., are more commodious, an advantage even though there are more people to occupy them. On the large boats there are a few large staterooms at large prices, but the ordinary staterooms, those used by the majority of travelers, differ little in size on any of the boats. The berths are just as comfortable or uncomfortable no matter what price you pay, and the number of tons burden makes no difference in the space allotted for your steamer chair, in which you are likely to pass most of your time when you are not at table or sleeping. The chief compensation that the slow, small boats have for their lack of room is the lesser vibration given by the screw. No propeller can be driven faster without jarring the boat more. The quiver of a swift steamer is very annoying to some people, though others do not mind it. In the matter of pitch and roll, there seems to be no difference caused by the mere fact that a boat travels 10 or 20 miles an hour. It appears to be a question of model and load, not one of size and speed. Some of the cheapest lines get much of their revenue from carrying cattle to England. The boats do not accommodate many passengers, but in some respects are, in fact, more comfortable than the boats making a specialty of passenger traffic. Usually their staterooms are well above the water line, so that portholes can be kept open, except in the roughest weather, and outside rooms are the rule. With no second cabin or steerage passengers, those of the first cabin feel greater liberty to utilize all the deck room for sport or comfort. The odor of the cattle is not obnoxious. On the way back no livestock is carried. These boats have been modeled with an eye to being as steady as possible in order that the livestock may be transported safely. All are broad of beam, and many of them have bilge keels, in the nature of flanges at right angles to the side of the ship, which catch the water and check the roll. Usually they are heavily loaded, so that they are well down in the water, and this, too, steadies them. In 2 voyages on a boat of this class, I can recall but one day when the steamer chairs had to be lashed, and any one who has crossed on the "Ocean Greyhounds" knows what that signifies. But do not infer that all freight boats are steady. On the contrary, among the worst of rollers are some of the old small liners that have been relegated to the poorer class of business. It is the big new freighters that are to be commended for comfort. In the matter of safety, the fast boats have the advantage of lessening the days of exposure to the dangers of the sea, the disadvantage of being driven through fog at high speed. As to food on steamships, the chances are that the higher the rates, the better the table. Very few, however, are the stewards who set what can justly be called a poor table. Life on shipboard. Sociability is an important feature of life on shipboard. Up to within a few years on every transatlantic steamer, the distinctions of class and rank, wealth and birth, were for the while laid aside. But of late, on the larger boats, the snob now and then sets the pace. This was inevitable when steamers became so large that their passengers were not thrown in close contact with each other. It is significant that there is much less exclusiveness on the return trip, perhaps because a few months of travel will make socially timid people learn their own worth. Perhaps because the larger part of our well-to-do folk are at heart sensible people, quick to observe, who take a lesson from genuine aristocracy as maintained across the water, and find out that gradations of wealth are not the most accurate tests of merit. Paradoxical as it may seem, the foreign aristocrats are often the most democratic of men. But whether you choose one of the larger or one of the smaller boats, be sure you will find many delightful friendships. Anybody who goes to Europe for the ordinary reasons is pretty sure to have in his or her makeup something worth your respect and goodwill. The mere fact that the desire to learn is the most common of all the causes that lead to foreign travel, of itself ensures you companions of an intellectually desirable character. As a rule, they are brainy people, and if you enjoy contact with cultured intellects, nowhere can you gratify that most laudable of tastes better than on shipboard. Not that they are all Solomons, and I doubt if even Sappho was enchanting when she was seasick, but the average of learning and geniality and sensibility is higher than elsewhere. Games are the chief recreation, and if you would be popular on shipboard, furbish up your game knowledge. About the 5th day you will find the most staid and dignified of people eager to be entertained by amusements that on shore would be childish. Ennui fosters one diversion, however, that is a little more than infantile, that of betting, on the number of miles in a day's run, on the number of the pilot boat first seen, on all sorts of things. Without the least desire to pose as a moralist, I may be pardoned for suggesting to the inexperienced that there are many ways to use money to advantage after you land, and that if you decline to risk it in pools and wagers on the steamer, nobody will think the less of you. To say "no" to the inevitable appeal for a charitable contribution, usually made under the guise of selling tickets to a concert for the benefit of sailors or lifeguards or somebody else's widows and orphans, is a harder thing, and few have the courage to do it. Yet the scheme is an imposition and an outrage that steamboat companies would do well to prohibit. In every ship's company there are some people who cannot afford such gifts, and who are grievously wounded by the necessity of appearing mean and stingy. If money is to be made at the concerts at all, it should be by passing a hat, and not by selling tickets. Blackmail is none the less blackmail when it is levied under the guise of charity. A little thing, you say, to make so much fuss over, but the little things sometimes make or mar the pleasure of an ocean voyage. Choosing a cabin. To take a first cabin passage means that you pay for one berth in some stateroom in the center of the boat, dine in the chief dining saloon, and can go anywhere on the boat. A second cabin ticket entitles you to a berth in a stateroom aft, dining in the same part of the vessel and being forbidden to go forward of a certain line. Steerage passengers in the older boats are stacked in tiers of berths forward, and have no dining saloon, being served from the pantry and eating as best they can. On some of the new boats a whole deck is assigned to them, single men going forward, single women aft, and the center being reserved for families. Some family rooms have but 2 berths, others 3 or 4, giving a privacy formerly unknown in steerage travel. Clean blankets are furnished on each voyage, and dishes are supplied, but the passenger must wash his own. He furnishes sheets if he wants them, also towels and soap. Food, plain but plentiful, is given, and any extras can be bought at a fair price from the stewards, 25 cents getting a good single meal from the saloon table, and $5 ensuring service therefrom 3 times a day during the voyage. It is possible without hardship to cross at steerage rates on one of these new boats, but not on the older boats, where the deck room is cramped, because no one going across a certain line is permitted. The berths are all in the bow, making seasickness almost inevitable under the most distressing conditions, and the passengers are herded like cattle, with a promiscuity sure to revolt anyone of refined instincts. To any man or woman brought up in a decent American home, the filth of the European-born poor met in the steerage is intolerable. Second cabin accommodations are clean, the food is good, and the company is by no means unendurable. Indeed, there is usually more jollity and good nature in the second cabins than in the first, but there is more motion to the stern of a vessel than to its waist, and the noise of the screw is more plainly heard, so that poor sailors are worse off there. The most objectionable thing about it, though, is that you are debarred from the privileges that people right within your sight are enjoying: the long promenade deck, the better dining room, the more elegant cabins and smoking room. But if you can swallow your pride, undoubtedly you will get more for your money in the second cabin than in the first. For a much smaller price you get the same transportation, berths just as comfortable, save for the pitching and the screw, just as much food, though perhaps not in such variety. On some of the steamers that ply between New York and Mediterranean ports in winter, there is no distinction of first and second cabins, so far as privileges go. But, of course, the noise of the screw and the pitching are matters of necessity, not of privilege, and a poor sailor will find it worth while to pay the extra price for a berth amidships. Berths in outer rooms naturally command a higher price than those in inner rooms, but most people who have crossed many times will tell you that they are not worth the difference. Their only advantage comes from having the porthole for more light and air. As you never use the stateroom save for dressing and sleeping, or trying to sleep, and as the inner rooms have plenty of artificial light, the porthole counts for very little in this regard. In summer, in calm weather, its fresh air is agreeable, but most of the time it can't be left open with safety. When the sea is not high, the portholes in the gangways are opened as easily and frequently as those in the outer staterooms, and they give the draught to the inner rooms in quantity enough to suffice almost anybody. At night, doors are hooked so as to be open a few inches, or only the portieres are drawn, and at the top of the partition there are holes, so that when the sea permits ventilation, there is usually enough of it. The very largest boats have forced draught ventilation. The rooms nearest the stairs are likely to get the most air. In selecting a stateroom, if possible, keep away from the pantries, or at any rate in front of them, away from the machinery and away from the toilet rooms, though in the newer boats the plumbing is so good that it matters little if you are next to a toilet room. The rattle of the machinery, however, cannot be wholly deadened, and the smell of food is nauseating to almost everybody, whether it comes from the pantry of a floating palace or the galley of a fishing shack. A ticket on an ocean steamer entitles the bearer to one berth, not to a stateroom, and unless you pay extra or the boat is not full, you will have to share your room with at least one other person, frequently with two others, for three-berth cabins are common. Let only the most imperative necessity compel you to go four in a room. On some plans numbers are placed to designate berths, which are really couches, not ordinarily used unless a child is traveling with its parents. On this point it will be well to get information from the agent of whom you secure cabin plans. Of course, nobody else would be put in the same room with a husband and wife. In case no two-berth cabins were left, the couple would be separated, the husband being placed with other men and the wife with other women, but this would very rarely happen. There is no room for a full-size trunk in a stateroom. A steamer trunk is almost a necessity for anybody but the hardy traveler of the male persuasion, who can suffice his wants with the contents of a gripsack. The large trunks are ordinarily stowed where they can be reached at certain hours in the day, but it is much better to arrange things so that you will not have to go to them. Seasickness. The great bane of the ocean voyage is seasickness. The infallible remedy for it is yet to be found. Its mysteries defy the doctors and delight the cranks. Let your friends know you are going abroad, and you will be told of enough medicines to stock a hospital. The most opposite methods of diet will be advised, one man telling you to eat all you can, the next advising temporary starvation. A breastplate of wrapping paper is a favorite absurdity. Only on one thing does everybody agree: fresh air. Stay on the deck as long as you can. After you have succumbed, force yourself to get out of your berth and on deck at the earliest moment your strength will permit. When you are nauseated, don't resist nature's attempt to relieve you. Walk, 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 and talk, talk, talk. Forget yourself if you can. The snobs who are exclusive on shipboard suffer the most from seasickness. Before you start, fortify yourself with the fact that perhaps a quarter of mankind and an eighth of womankind are mercifully preserved from being sick at sea at all. Not one person in 10 days sick more than a day or two, and not 1 in 50 suffers through the whole voyage. Suffers seriously, I mean, for there are not a few who never really get their sea legs. The notion that seasickness is of itself a benefit is on the face of the thing absurd. No sort of sickness can be beneficial, so avoid it if you can, and get over it as soon as you can. Let the diet be simple and ordinary for a few days before going aboard, and reduce the hard work sure to be piled into the days before sailing, so that your system may be in better condition. As the disease is doubtless largely, if not wholly, nervous in its nature, a strong exercise of willpower can lessen its tortures, if not save you from them. That is probably the secret of the success of various remedies with various people. They get faith, believe they will not be sick, and so keep themselves from being sick. If you go aboard with the certainty that you will be sick, begin to coddle yourself as soon as the boat leaves the dock, study your symptoms minutely, and go below the moment the vessel begins to rock, you can make yourself sick as easily as you can faint away if you have a tendency in that direction and try hard. For the person who is sick willy-nilly, it may be suggested that the starved system cannot rally quickly, and that some nourishment of the simplest kind should be taken. Anything that aids and quiets the stomach, like tea, may prove helpful, taken sparingly, but avoid the dishes called slops in common parlance. Eschew soups for the first 24 hours. Content yourself with dry meat and hard biscuit. Champagne has alleviated the misery of many a woebegone passenger, but the skeptics declare the cracked ice the real cause. Eno's fruit salts are said to be good. Jamaica ginger has been efficacious, and credit is also given to a few drops of camphor in water. A cold saltwater bath sometimes expedites recovery. Every vessel has a physician, whose aid is at the service of all passengers requiring it, without charge. But, as in public hospitals on shore, patients are expected to pay if they can afford it. If you give what your family physician would have charged for like services, you will not get far out of the way. Fees, meals, etc. At the end of a trip, every passenger on a transatlantic steamer is supposed to give fees. It is an unwritten law, but as binding as the English Constitution. The amount to be given always worries the novice, who dreads giving too little and usually begrudges giving too much. If you give $2.50 to the man who waits on you at table, and a like amount to the man or woman who takes care of your stateroom, he or she will be perfectly satisfied. That much and no more is expected. If more is given, you are thought generous, but no benefit accrues to you, and often but slight benefit to the recipient, for frequently the receipts of all the stewards are pooled at the end of the trip and then divided equitably. So, in making a large gift, you but present so much money to the whole body of stewards. For one, I see no reason why a head steward should be feed. It is virtually a duty to fee the under stewards, because their wages are small, in the expectation that they will receive enough from passengers to make their earnings reasonable. This is not the case with the head steward or anybody else on the ship. The men who frequent the smoking room usually make up a purse for the smoking room steward, but that is wholly a matter of generosity. The deck steward usually receives a small fee from those who have frequently called upon him for services, and the passenger who is seasick usually calls upon him a great deal. When there is a band, it is customary to take up a collection for its benefit, to which doubtless many contribute who would rather have paid to keep it quiet. All in all, probably the majority of passengers give between $5 and $10. Married couples give between them little more than single passengers, and more is given on the outward than on the homeward trip, after novices find that feeing is for all but the American a matter of business and not of kindness. Steward's fees are included in the passage money on a few boats, but your steward would probably feel unhappy if he didn't get at least $1 extra. Seats at table are allotted by the head steward immediately after the boat leaves the dock, and if you have any choice, you should interview him as soon as you get on board. If you have acquaintances on the passenger list, see the steward before the boat starts, and give him in writing the names of the people who are friends. If you feel sure you will be seasick, induce him, if you can, to allot you a seat amidships. Near the door is desirable, if that is not also near the pantry, and it is well to be on the same side of the boat as your room, and as near it as possible. On some of the smaller boats, when all berths are taken, it is necessary to have first table and second table at noon and night. Usually you can have your choice. There is little reason for exercising it. Perhaps the first table people are hurried somewhat, and the second table people are likely to find the linen less fresh. Food and service are the same, of course. Full dress is not expected, and indeed would be thought ridiculous by most people. As a rule, passengers wear the same outer garments from one end of the trip to the other, morning, afternoon, and evening. Negligee shirts are the rule with men. Wines are to be had at prices reasonable to one going from America, and dear to one returning from Europe. Payment is made before landing. You need not be afraid that the purser will forget to present his bill, accompanied by the slips you have signed every time you have ordered anything from the wine card. Time on shipboard is marked by the ship's bell. One stroke of the tongue means that it is 12:30, 4:30, or 8:30. Two strokes, 1, 5, or 9. 3, 1:30, 5:30, or 9:30, and so on, up to 8 bells, as it is called, which may be 4, 8, or 12 o'clock. The ship's time is changed daily, and if you rely on your watch without changing each day, you may find yourself earlier or later at breakfast than you think for. The distance traveled each day is computed at noon and posted conspicuously. The use of the bathrooms is free, but the steward expects to be feed, like about everybody else who does anything for you, from the time you leave home till you get back. The barber charges for his services as on shore. Deck chairs are not provided by the steamboat companies. If you care to take your own steamer chair, you are at liberty so to do, but there is much less bother in hiring a chair from the company that makes a business of letting them. The price for the trip is usually $1, sometimes 50 cents. If you pay it when you get your ticket, you will find the chair suitably labeled and waiting for you when the boat starts. Usually there are enough extra ones aboard to make it possible for you to hire one from the deck steward, but it will be safer to make sure of that in advance. It would be very poor economy to try to get along without one. On some boats, the position assigned to the chairs on the first day is kept through the trip, and on such boats it is desirable to secure your location as soon as you get on board, the matter being arranged with the deck steward. On others, the chairs remain where they are placed each morning, whether occupied or not, for it is not good form to move a chair not your own. At night the chairs are folded and stacked, and the early risers have their pick of positions. The crafty passenger will put his chair as near the middle of the boat as he can get it, away from the draft of a gangway, from the pantry ventilators, and from the smoking room door, if that opens on the promenade deck. And may he be forever seasick who defies the rule and puts his chair next to the rail where people want to walk. First cabin passengers ordinarily are allowed free 20 cubic feet of space in the hold for baggage, something more than enough for 2 trunks of average size, paying 25 cents a cubic foot for extra space. Second cabin passengers get 15 feet, steerage passengers 10 feet. Once late in the voyage, the baggage room is open and passengers can reach their trunks if they wish. On the freight boats, the trunks are sometimes left in the passageway where they can always be reached. One passenger found this a great convenience when her steamer trunk proved half an inch too high to go under the berth. Before the boat leaves the dock, keep your eye on your hand luggage. In the throng of visitors who come to say goodbye, thieves can mingle without arousing suspicion, and after the boat has started, losses are discovered too late to do anything about it. Friends are more kind than considerate when they send flowers to departing tourists. For a few hours the gift is delightful, but when the qualms of seasickness begin, the flowers must leave the stateroom, and by the time one can enjoy them again, they are usually past enjoyment. Of course, the woman who is not seasick can get as much pleasure out of a bouquet on ship as she can get anywhere else. Very likely it is more pleasurable there. But most women, alas, will detest a rose on the first morning out. So one who dares look a gift horse in the mouth would better suggest that parting tokens of goodwill might better take the form of candy or cakes or olives, or best of all, fruit. Indeed, a basket of fruit is as solacing a thing as can be carried on an ocean trip. If you have had the forethought to bring along a stamped envelope or a postal card, and care to send anybody a line at the last minute, you can send it back by the tugboat that goes down the harbor with the steamer, or by the pilot. This hint may be particularly useful to anybody starting from Montreal. On the return voyage, the St. Lawrence boats pick up the pilot at the mouth of the river, and letters addressed as the officials of the line may advise will probably reach passengers there. Thus your friends can get early news to you if you have so directed, and you may be sure that letters will never be more welcome. By the way, speaking of the St. Lawrence suggests that it should not be overlooked in considering the port from which to sail. The St. Lawrence boats must go down or up the river between Montreal and Quebec in the daytime. So they leave Montreal in the early morning and touch at Quebec in the afternoon for such passengers as may want to take them there. And on returning, if they reach Quebec too late to go up to Montreal that day, they lie over, thus on most trips giving passengers a chance to see the city. The St. Lawrence lines have the advantage of a shorter ocean passage than any others, there being 3 days of the trip on the river or gulf, and as their course lies so far north, in summer it is reasonably sure to be cool, while more southerly lines often have unpleasantly warm days at that season. On the other hand, the farther north the route, the more fogs and icebergs, and the more chance of meeting their annoyances or dangers. Coming back to the subject of letters, I may say that the provident passenger who desires to mail letters as soon as he lands will have provided himself in advance with postage stamps of the country in which he is to disembark. They can usually be bought without trouble in a money changer's office before going on board. The purser may have a few, but usually not enough to supply the demand. As one may land in Liverpool or elsewhere with hardly time to catch the outgoing mails, or may want to send letters ashore at Queenstown or Gibraltar, the precaution may be worth while. The prudent man or woman who expects to be seasick will arrange his or her effects in the stateroom before the boat gets out of the harbor. Distances at sea are measured in nautical miles of 6,080 feet, which correspond with the length of 1/60th of a degree of a great circle of the earth in latitude 48 degrees. Thus the nautical mile is about 800 feet longer than the statute or land mile. The speed of a ship at sea is measured in knots, which are not themselves distances, but are measures of speed, and therefore, though a knot is in length the same as a nautical mile, the term should not be used as synonymous with mile. You may say that a boat has a speed of 20 knots an hour, but don't say that the distance across the ocean is 3,000 knots. It may be convenient to remember that the fast boats average about 500 miles a day in good weather, the slow boats about 300 miles. When the boat travels with the sun, of course it scores more miles a day than when is bound eastward. A fathom is 6 feet. Steamship companies seldom, if ever, advertise the expected sailing time from dock to dock. Commonly the announced records are made from lighthouse to lighthouse, and this may be a very different thing from the time actually taken in getting across, for there are many delays in crossing bars and in getting up or down the harbor. Furthermore, advertised passage times are good weather runs with all conditions favorable. Therefore, it is rash to make appointments or lay plans in the expectation that a 6-day boat or a 9-day boat will put you ashore just 6 or 9 days after you started. It may, and then again it may not. At least 24 hours is none too small a margin of safety in calculations. A cheap chart of the North Atlantic will be found an entertaining study on the way over, for the latitude and longitude are posted every noon, enabling one to trace the ship's course from day to day, if he cares to keep a record by himself. People who are amicably inclined and know when to stop will do their fellow passengers a service by putting some music in their luggage where it can be easily reached. But the pianist who strums within sound of seasick people will not get their blessings. All the large boats have libraries that are put at the service of passengers, but like most small libraries they abound in things you ought to read but won't. A steward usually is put in charge of giving out the books. Speaking of books suggests to me the subject of dogs, in view of the fact that in Massachusetts and perhaps in some other states the public libraries get the dog tax. Whether ship libraries are so sustained I don't know, but perhaps they are, for dogs must pay their passage. It may cost from $10 to $25 according to the size and value of the dog. The rule is that dogs, cats, and monkeys must travel in cages, but I doubt if all dogs are so treated, for there are dogs and dogs. Working a passage. Young men with more health and strength than money, more grit than fastidiousness, can most economically make the European trip by crossing as stock tenders. Boats carrying livestock leave all our larger ports from Montreal to Galveston. Passage over and back is given to the cattlemen. Formerly they were paid from $10 to $40 for the trip, but now, except in the winter season, men are plenty who are glad to go with only passage and food as the equivalent. The men are shipped either at the cattle yards or at some seaman's employment office. Sometimes one may get passage on a horse boat, and then he will be with a little better class of men and have less work, but he must pay for his return passage, $12.50 being the usual charge, to be arranged with the manager of the horse department of the transportation company before starting. Cattlemen who do not want to come back on the return voyage of the boat in which they cross must make a special arrangement to that effect with the officials of the company. On the outward voyage the youth who goes on a cattle boat pays his way with interest. He rises at 4 in the morning and works hard at feeding and watering the cattle till 8, when he gets his breakfast of scouse, a sort of diluted hash with what passes for coffee. More work in the forenoon and then dinner of salt horse and potatoes. Then lugging more hay and water to the cattle, and then supper of thin bitter oatmeal and tea or coffee, as you may elect to call it, to use the words of one college student who described his experience to me. Most of the fellows are then tired enough to climb into their bunks, but some go up on the spar deck if the weather is fine. A few are told off to watch the cattle, for the steers are not to be allowed to lie down during the entire voyage. In rough weather, with hatches battened and the iron decks made slippery by the water spilled in carrying it to the cattle, the weak and sick cattlemen cursed, and driven to their tasks, wished they never had been born. Taken altogether, it is an experience that few lads care to repeat, but young men of the college age long for experiences, and this is not one of the sort that brings any permanent ill effects. A stout, rugged youth who knows from work on the farm or in the factory what manual labor means, or who has gone through the training for a college team, and who is not dainty in his tastes, can do the thing without more than a brief spell of misery, tempered by the satisfaction of achieving a journey that might otherwise be impossible. The surroundings are not altogether painful. Except on passenger boats, the cattlemen have practically the freedom of the ship in their off hours, being allowed to go anywhere except to the galleys, although the extreme forward and aft spar decks are conventionally allotted to them. They sleep in single bunks with straw mattresses that are said to be filled with fresh straw each trip, the bags holding the straw being steamed. My informant avers that the steam ought to be very hot to do its perfect work. On the return trip there is no work to be done, and the cattlemen loaf to their heart's content. To eke out the ship's victuals, they carry on board such delicacies as their purses may permit, and if it is a passenger boat, the steward will not be averse to turning a penny by furnishing food from the saloon pantry. On the horse boats the men are called upon to work scarcely more than 3 hours a day. Western lads who contemplate a trip under these conditions may be glad to know that they can reach the seaboard very cheaply by traveling on stock trains. It is the custom of the railroads to allow a pass for one man with each car of stock, and it is not hard to get hold of a pass from a Western state to Chicago for $1. A similar pass from Chicago to New York may cost $6, for which one can get transportation in a passenger car attached to the fast stock express. No service is required of persons thus shipped with stock, the trainmen doing the work. A party of college men whom I saw make the trip rode their bicycles to the boat and had them put in the hold uncrated. Mounting their wheels at the Liverpool dock as soon as the boat landed, they started on a tour that need not have cost them, all told, $50 for a 2 months' absence from the States, during which time they could see all the things in Great Britain and on the continent that excursion tourists see, with a great deal of the most interesting part that the usual excursionist never sees. End of section 3. Section 4 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. How to Travel Abroad, Part 1. Railway cars abroad are divided by partitions parallel with the end of the car into compartments. Ordinarily, these are entered by doors in the sides of the car, though now and then, as in some parts of Switzerland, you find a car entered from the end and with an aisle passing through the partitions by means of doors. On a few through trains you may find cars with an aisle running the length of the car along one side from which you step through doors into the compartments. In England, they are slowly making some approach to our American cars. Every train has doors labeled 1, which denotes a first-class compartment. Save in England there are always other doors labeled 2, which denotes second class, and save on some of the express trains of the continent there are still others labeled 3 for third class. In Prussia there are also fourth-class compartments. Some of the English roads have done away with second class. Others have reduced their second-class fares nearly to the third-class level. Furthermore, the third-class accommodations in England vary very much. It is therefore hard to generalize on the topic in its relations to travel in Great Britain, but with some reservations it may be assumed that my remarks on second-class compartments apply also to the third-class compartments of the through trains, not the local trains, of English roads that have no second class. The only important difference between a first and second-class compartment is that the first class has ordinarily 8 seats to a compartment, 4 looking front and 4 back. The second class has ordinarily 10, one more on each side. When all the seats are taken, this is a slight disadvantage against the second class, but that very rarely happens, not once in 50 rides. Indeed, there are seldom more than 4 people in a first or second class compartment, or perhaps I would better say it is generally possible to find a compartment, if you wish, that has not more than 2 or 3 occupants. In several months journeying on the continent, 2 of us had second class compartments to ourselves more than 2/3 of the time, and never tipped the guard. That, however, might not be the case on the main lines of travel in July and August. As far as train motion goes, there is not the slightest difference between the compartments. Often the same car will have compartments of all 3 classes, and of course each gets the jar and jolt alike. Our Pullmans ride more easily than what we call day coaches, but that is not the case abroad. In cleanliness, some travelers declare that first class compartments superior to the second class, but there is really no difference in Germany, little in England and France, usually little in Italy. One Englishman told me jocosely that after much traveling in Germany, the only difference he could find between first and second class was that one was upholstered in green and the other in red. In cost, the proportions, averaged from fares in many countries, are, except for the English lines that have lowered their second class fares, first class $1, second class 73 cents, third class 52 cents. In other words, speaking in round numbers, first class costs a third more than second, third class a third less than second, and half as much as first. Why then have the English any justification for their proverb that only Americans and fools travel first class? Or as they sometimes put it more brutally, only dogs and Americans, with the dogs first, mind you. Simply because there is more false pride in democratic America than in aristocratic Europe. The head of the Cambrian Railroad, a line where the third class corresponds to second class on the continent, stated not long ago that 10 years back the number of passengers carried in the first and second class carriages amounted to about 10% of the entire transportation of his railway system, but that there had been a steady falling off, and in the previous year the number of first and second class passengers was about 2% of the whole. That shows what Englishmen think of the accommodations mainly chosen by Americans and fools. In England, remember, third class corresponds to second class on the continent and is equivalent to our day coach accommodations. If first class meant the comfort and luxury of our Pullman cars, the circumstances would be far different, but that is not so. A few through trains have various brands of what in their ignorance they deem luxury, but an American sniffs at their quality and is outraged by their enormous cost. Only the very wealthy ever think of paying for them. There are indeed but 2 logical reasons why an American should travel first rather than second. One is that the second class compartments are the more likely to be crowded. Yet I have been in crowded compartments of both classes, and as I said above, have easily found solitude the greater part of the time when traveling second class. The other reason is akin to the first, that in a first class compartment you are sure of the best of company if you have any, while in the second class compartment you may have to pass hours with unpleasant people. But as the peasants always go third class, and as the smoking compartments naturally take the men traveling alone, this reason seldom has force. You have to run the risk of riding with children possessed of lungs, but even members of the nobility have been known to have children, and have been known to journey with them. Englishmen traveling on the continent almost invariably go second class, and what is good enough for an English squire or an English clergyman and his family ought to be good enough for most Americans. Nearly all Americans who buy their railroad tickets in advance, who arrange for circular tours or go with personally conducted parties, buy first-class rail tickets. As they get no experience of second-class travel, mistrust their advice. The wisest thing you can do is to wait till you get there and have seen and tried it, or else to do what you will be told to do by 9 out of 10 Americans who have made any stay abroad: travel second class. In Great Britain, on what the Englishman deems a long journey, the third-class compartments of express trains are likely to be found satisfactory, for such trains are little used by people who would be objectionable traveling companions. Indeed, one may like his company in the third class better than in the second, since it is not uncommon for the very rich to have their valets and maids travel second. A guard at Liverpool advised me to go to London third rather than second. It should be remembered, however, that the third-class compartments of through trains starting from Liverpool or any other port right after the arrival of a big steamer carrying many steerage passengers are very likely to be crowded with them. On local trains in Great Britain, the bulk of the third-class travel is of the mixed variety, with bores and bores numerous. So for any short journey, I should advise the well-to-do tourist to take second class where it exists, or otherwise first class. And I would counsel any tourist who can afford it to shun the miserable, dirty third-class compartments of the lines running south from London. Third-class compartments are often not found on Continental Express trains, and where they are offered, an extra charge for the fast travel is customary. The peasants, who must of course travel as cheaply as possible, generally use the accommodation trains, so that tourists who need to economize can, without much risk of annoyance, go third class on the fast trains. In Germany and Switzerland, the third-class accommodations are exceptionally good, and on the government lines in France they are very fair, but on most of the French lines, and generally elsewhere on the continent, the third-class compartments are dirty, with wooden benches, uncushioned, and used almost wholly by the peasantry and working people. Many an American who must husband his resources uses them all together and comes home none the worse for it. But a woman traveling alone should have strong reasons to induce her to risk their discomforts. Small parties can resort to them better than persons journeying singly, for a group of people, by tipping the guard, can usually keep a compartment to themselves where it would be hard for one or two to accomplish it. The solitary traveler, by the use of the tip, can usually secure that none but respectable people shall be admitted into the compartment. Only under most unusual circumstances will anyone be obliged to stand, for the holder of a ticket is entitled to a seat, and if there are more passengers than seats, extra cars are added. If all the seats are occupied in a compartment of the class for which you have bought your ticket, you are entitled to a seat in a compartment of the next higher grade if it has a seat empty. So if you have a second-class ticket and can find no vacant second-class seat, don't get into a third-class compartment, but take first class without compunction. An exception to the rule about standing is the Prussian fourth-class compartment, which no tourist should use except as a last resort. As the peasants travel fourth class in Prussia, third class is likely to be less objectionable there than elsewhere so far as companionship goes, and is frequently used by the upper classes for even short journeys. Entire compartments can be reserved in advance, but on some roads the privilege is restricted to those of the first class. The regulations vary, but as a rule tickets must be bought to the number of 2 less than there are seats in the compartment. For example, to reserve a 10-seat compartment of the second class on a government line in France, 8 tickets must be bought. To reserve a first-class compartment on a main line express train of the London and Northwestern, 4 tickets must be taken, and the station master at point of departure must be notified in writing 2 hours in advance at a terminal station, a day in advance at an intermediate station. Most travelers will take their chances on securing the desired result by tipping the guard. There are always compartments reserved for women into which no man may penetrate. Even if such a compartment be empty, the guard will eject the man who takes a seat there. Sleeping, dining, and smoking. Sleeping cars are now found on almost all the through lines of Great Britain and the Continent. In Great Britain not many journeys are long enough to give occasion for their use. The charge there is not much higher than with us, a specimen price being $1.25 from London to Glasgow, in addition to the ordinary first class fare. On many of the continental routes the charge is exorbitant. For instance, the price from Paris to Marseille, a 13-hour run, is $9 in addition to the first class fare, and that is typical of the French rates. German rates are not so bad. The first class charge from Cologne to Berlin, for example, about 9 hours, is $2.50. German roads have both first and second class sleeping compartments with little or no difference except in price, the second class rate averaging a quarter less than first class. The berths in European sleeping cars are even more uncomfortable than ours, and their cost makes it safe for the well person not pressed for time to lay down the rule never to travel by night if he can possibly help it. Yet Dr. Lynn says that for invalids he prefers night travel. He says that it is better for a person in ill health to get over a journey than to ride all day, perhaps on the sunny side of a carriage, and arrive tired at night to stop over in a strange hotel. His experience is that one is more tired out by stopping over one night on the road than by going through. The best way of all for invalids is to take a short day journey and stay from 3 days to a week at each place. Distances are seldom so long that night travel cannot be avoided, though here and there comes a stretch, as between Paris and Switzerland, where there is no place at which it is worth while to stop over for sightseeing, and the day trains do not run conveniently, so that a night journey is almost a necessity. Under such conditions most Europeans get a corner in an ordinary compartment, wrap themselves in a traveling rug, and doze as best they can. Pillows and rugs can be hired at many of the large stations for 10 cents or so apiece. Dining cars have come into use abroad much more slowly than with us, because journeys there average so much shorter than ours. In England the system has of late years been greatly improved, and the trunk lines now make a point of their dining facilities in their advertising. Dining cars are run for each class of passengers. The prices on the London and Northwestern may serve as examples. Table d'hote breakfast in a first class car 75 cents, second and third 62 cents. Luncheon first class 62 cents, second and third 50 cents. Table d'hote dinner first class 87 cents, second and third 62 cents. Refreshments are also served a la carte at buffet charges as by daily bill of fare. Restaurant and dining cars are also now run on many of the principal day express trains of the continent. Through trains on long journeys usually make stops long enough for meals, and the station restaurants have somewhat better food and service than most of ours. But there are very few attractive railroad restaurants anywhere in the world, and many a wise traveler prefers to take something with him in the car. Europeans recognize the body and all its functions more frankly than do Americans, and to eat away from a table is not held to be in such bad taste there as many of our people seem to think it. A hamper goes to the races with every party, and every excursion becomes a picnic. As good water is not always to be had quickly, those who are not averse to wine will see that a bottle of it is provided in advance. In Germany beer is offered at the car windows at nearly every stopping place, sometimes milk. Sandwiches are usually to be procured. For those to whom economy is an object, it may not be useless to suggest that when a hotel keeper puts up a luncheon, it is commonly poor in quality and rich in price. Half the money if spent at bake shops and fruit stands will give much more palatable results. The English roads have made a notable advance over ours in developing a basket luncheon system. They inform their patrons that a basket luncheon will be put on board at any one of several stations. The price is 75 cents for a basket properly fitted and containing half a chicken, with ham or tongue or a portion of cold beef, salad, ice, bread, cheese, butter, etc., with either half a bottle of claret, burgundy, or hock, 2 glasses of sherry, or a bottle of ale or stout. Price without beer or wine, 62 cents. If a hot luncheon is desired at the same price, it can be secured by notifying the guard at a preceding stopping place. All trains have compartments for smokers, and a woman has no business to enter them unless smoking is not objectionable to her. Whether, if a woman does enter, the occupant should cease smoking is a question of ethics every man must answer for himself. Most Europeans would not think of stopping. Some Americans will stop anyway, and few will keep on with unmixed pleasure, even though the woman says she does not object. Other first and second class compartments have notices to the effect that smoking is forbidden, but the prohibition is a dead letter unless a woman is in the compartment or unless some man objects. In Spain, where smoking is universal, a woman who dislikes it would better travel first class always. Once in a second class compartment there, before daylight, 6 Spanish traveling companions were smoking cigarettes, and not a window open, yet the solitary Spanish woman in the car seemed not to mind it an atom. On another occasion, in a first-class compartment, a stylishly dressed Spaniard entered, smoking a cigarette, and finding an American woman there, asked in the most courteous of Castilian manners if she objected to his continuing it. She could not speak Spanish, but as smoking was not objectionable to her, tried to assent by gestures. When she put her fingers to her lips, he misinterpreted her meaning, and, taking out his cigarette case, offered her a cigarette, and seemed surprised that she did not accept. Rail detail. Railroad is the commoner term in America, railway in England. The English guard performs the duties of our conductor and brakeman, the English driver those of our engineer, the English pointsman those of our switch tender. We speak of the cars, they of the train. A depot in England is a freight depot. The building for passengers is a station, or if at the end of the line it may be referred to as the terminus. Our baggage car is their van, our freight train their goods train, our accommodation train their parliamentary train. They refer to what we call a round-trip ticket as a return, and they call a ticket office a booking office. The rails are to us a track, to them a line. They talk of box and bag, where we talk of trunk and valise. Bradshaw is the English synonym for timetable, just as Baedeker or Murray is for guidebook. The Continental Bradshaw contains detailed timetables that may be relied upon, besides a good deal of useful information, and it is well worth trying to find room for it in your bag. As with us, local timetables in pamphlet form are sold for a pittance and are sometimes very handy. It is not wise to trust the hotel porters too implicitly in the matter of trains. They are familiar with the times of the through trains most commonly used, but for local trains and all unusual trips, it is safer to hunt up the facts in the timetables. The cars have no stoves, and the European has not yet dreamed of heating his cars by steam from the locomotive. In winter, flattened cylinders of tin or copper filled with hot water or some chemical compound that retains heat are laid on the floors of the compartments and mitigate the cold without really warming the car. A rug is an inevitable feature of every Englishman's traveling outfit. An American may well take along with him the rug he has used on the steamer, employing it as a bundle covering when not needed for warmth, but from June to October he can safely dispense with it. At any time of year, however, a rug or shawl may prove a convenience for night travel. A clever way of arranging it is to fasten one corner to the rack above, sit on the opposite corner, and fold the other 2 corners around the body. This makes a sort of upright hammock that supports the back, lessens the vibration, and prevents the head of a dozing traveler from dropping on a neighbor's shoulder. A few cars have toilet conveniences, but they are often accessible only from the outside of the car, and so cannot be entered when the train is in motion. The stops at important stations, however, are usually long enough to serve. In this matter, European cities are far ahead of those of America, but European railroads are far behind. The average speed, on the continent at least, is less than in the States, but in England a few trains have speeds excelling the fastest on most of our roads. Usually tickets for the through trains are 10% higher than those for accommodation trains, but the time saved is worth 10 times the extra cost. What we should call the limited train from Rome to Naples takes 5½ hours, the express 6¼ and the accommodation 11 hours, distance 162 miles. Trains are more nearly on time than with us. Once in Germany I took an all-day ride with 7 changes of cars, for it was cross country, and the connections were so close that nowhere was there time enough for a luncheon, and yet not a train was late in arriving or starting. Trains in Great Britain, Belgium, and Holland run on Greenwich, West Europe time. In Switzerland, Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, Austria, and Serbia on mid-European time, 1 hour faster than Greenwich. In Romania, Bulgaria, and part of Turkey on East European time, 2 hours faster than Greenwich. In France, the outside station clocks show Paris time, but the inside clocks by which the trains are worked are 5 minutes slower. Catching a train is a habit almost unknown abroad. Even the American seldom indulges in it. Without a protest, you get in the way of reaching the station from 15 minutes to half an hour ahead of time, and there are good reasons for it. The earlier you get there, the better seat you may find, and your ignorance of the language makes it desirable to allow for possible delays in getting your ticket and attending to your baggage. On the continent, you will frequently see notices that luggage will not be received within 15 or 10 minutes before the train starts, but the rule is not rigidly observed. Unless by special permission, nobody is allowed on the platform without a ticket. An official stands at the door of the waiting room to see that you have it. This door is closed before the train starts. If by hook or crook you got through after the wheels began to revolve and jumped on the train while it was in motion, at the next station you would, in Germany at least, be ordered off, taken before a magistrate, and fined. Trains pass each other on the left, so that when there are 2 tracks, as is ordinarily the case, the passenger should seek the platform that will bring his destination to the left as he faces the track. At the large stations there is a bridge over the tracks or a subway under them, and it is strenuously prohibited to walk across the roadbed. Trunks and luggage. On British railways there is no checking system corresponding to ours. A porter takes the trunk, pastes a label on it, and in due time deposits it in the van. If the passenger does not see that the luggage is properly labeled and put in the right van, the railways are said not to be responsible if it goes astray. On arriving at his destination, the passenger goes to the van, picks out his luggage, and disposes of it as he pleases. The American thinks this is a shiftless, dangerous way of doing business, but as a matter of fact, things are rarely lost, and one can get his luggage on a cab and start away from the station in a third of the time it takes at any of the big city stations of America. On the continent, what is virtually a checking system is in use, though one gets a slip of paper instead of a brass or card tag, and the process is referred to as registering instead of checking. The leading English roads have recently adopted a sort of registration system, whereby for a fee of 12 cents a package, they undertake to collect luggage at the residence and deliver it at any point within the usual cartage distance from the station of destination. The passenger ticket must be bought before the luggage is collected, and the luggage should be given into custody a day before the passenger intends to journey, if he desires to make sure that it will arrive as soon as he will. The luggage can be sent till called for, in which case it will be held at the cloakroom of the station of destination, with a left luggage charge of 2 cents a day, if not removed within 3 days. By the way, it may be useful to bear in mind that nearly all the stations abroad have parcel or cloakrooms where hand luggage may be left while one sees the town. If not, a porter will be glad to take it in charge for a trivial fee. Luggage can be registered through from America to almost any point in Europe, from London to most of the cities on the continent, but passengers for Italy can register it only to the frontier, where it must be again registered. There is usually a free allowance of £56 on luggage registered from London, whatever the customary allowance on the lines over which it is to pass. Every railway station in Europe is provided with porters, whose business it is to carry luggage to and from the trains. One can go through Europe without ever touching his luggage, except to pack and unpack it. When the porter opens the car door, you are of course at liberty to accept his services or not. He is usually importunate, but if you shake your head positively and keep a grip on your things, he will hurry off to find some more willing victim. If you let him take your things, he expects a fee of what would be 4 cents in our money. As in the case of all fees, there is not the slightest reason why you should give more than the usual thing. The English roads print an announcement that their servants are strictly prohibited from receiving gratuities, and passengers are urgently requested to abstain from giving them money, and any servant of the company detected accepting a gratuity will be liable to fine or dismissal. Nobody ever heard of the rules being enforced, and everybody gives just the same, but the British traveler complains bitterly of the American folly of giving 6 pence or shillings instead of 2 pence. For taking a trunk or box from the cab or bus to the weighing room, there is on the continent usually a schedule price of 5 cents that goes to the head porter. If you care to give something extra to the man who carries it, that is your own lookout. You do not have to pay anybody for putting your trunk on or off the cars, but you may be very sure that if the baggage smasher knew to whom the trunk belonged, he too would expect a fee. You are allowed to take with you free as much luggage as you can get into the compartment. There is a weight limit on hand luggage, but I never knew it enforced. As to trunks, the custom in England is much the same as with us. No questions asked unless your trunks are heavy and many. In the rare cases when the rule is enforced, it permits 112 pounds free to first class passengers, 80 to second class, and 60 to third class. On the continent, perhaps 3/4 of the roads carry no trunks free. In France, one is allowed 66 pounds on each ticket, only 55 pounds when going to another country, so that 2 persons traveling with one trunk get along without much extra cost. The excess costs about 2/3 of a cent a mile for each 100 pounds. Spanish roads make the same allowance. In Italy, with no weight free, the cost is about 7/10 of a cent a mile for each 100 pounds, so that a very heavy trunk or 2 light trunks may cost as much as a third-class passenger ticket. In Germany, the custom varies, Prussian roads allowing 66 pounds, South German roads charging for all. On the Swiss, Belgian, Dutch, and Alsatian lines, one must pay for every pound of luggage put on the van. In Austria and Denmark, there is an allowance of 55 pounds, in Russia of 36 pounds. If you are averse to having railway labels or the advertising labels of hotels pasted on your luggage, provide a tag and tell the railway or hotel porter, as the case may be, that the label is to be put on it. In most countries of Europe, trunks are safe enough when out of your sight, but that is not the case in Italy. The trainmen there seem to have got into the unpleasant habit of spending their time between stations in exploring the baggage. The last trunk robbery is a staple subject of conversation at Italian hotel tables. Even the Queen had 2 valuable dresses stolen while going from Venice to Monza. One lady lost a precious bracelet set with large Indian diamonds, and when the authorities were informed of it, they only expressed polite regret that anybody should have had so little delicacy as to steal her jewels. The only protection is in cording the trunk, besides locking it, for they do not hesitate to break locks, and in sealing the knots in the cords, a leaden seal is preferable. But if this is not easily procured, sealing wax may suffice. Usually the porter at the hotel will attend to the sealing when asked. Instances are known, however, where seals have been broken and replaced, the trunks rifled, and no satisfaction obtained from the authorities, so that the safest course is to carry jewels on your person, so securely stowed away that pickpockets cannot get at them. These gentlemen are plentiful in Italy and elsewhere in Europe. Augustus J. Hare, the guidebook writer, while entering a railway carriage in Florence not long ago, lost, by their dexterity, a pocketbook containing nearly $500, and at last accounts, though the men had been arrested, he had not recovered his money. End of section 4. Section 5 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. How to Travel Abroad, Part 2. Fares and Tickets. The cost of railway tickets on the continent is somewhat greater than in our eastern states, but smaller than in our west and south. On one journey, I kept a record of every ticket bought while traveling 2,700 miles second class by short stages through 8 countries, and I found I had averaged to pay .0266 a mile. On the same journey, first class fares would have averaged .0364 a mile, third class .189. On any one road, the price per mile is the same whether you travel 5 miles, 50, or 500, except in the few regions where the zone system of rates prevails, and the ordinary travel does not find those. So there is no economy of money in buying through tickets, unless you are sure that you will take at a stretch the whole of any given journey. Buy your ticket only to the place where you may want to stop off. Fares in Great Britain are on the whole somewhat higher than those of the continent. The average of a dozen trips aggregating 787 miles figures out very close to 4 cents for first class, 2.5 for second, 2 cents for third. Price of tickets is printed on the timetables hung up in the stations, and in the timetable books that are issued for each road or region and sold at a small price on all the railway newsstands. They are handy things to have. These books also print the lists of excursion tickets offered by the various roads for what are called circular tours. They are numerous, attractive, and cheap, saving the traveler from 10 to 50% if he can match his plans to them. These tickets are what Cook and Son sell. They have their advantages and their disadvantages. The agent does not sell you the ticket any cheaper than you can buy it from the railroad, but he talks English and can explain and discuss routes with you. The tourists' agencies now operating in Europe are honorably conducted and are a great help to a large part of the traveling public. Their representatives are almost invariably courteous gentlemen, glad to be of service to any English-speaking person, whether a patron or not. As it is for their interest that all the inconveniences and uncertainties of travel shall be lessened as far as possible, I am sure they will have no criticism to make on a frank and clear statement of what they can and cannot do in this matter of railway tickets, as in whatever other matters may come up. It may be further said, then, that an excursion ticket is of advantage to anyone with definite plan not likely to be altered. It is desirable for anyone who knows little or nothing of the language of the country through which he is to travel. It avoids the chance of loss through the mistakes, sometimes intentional, of railway station ticket sellers. It lessens the amount of money to be carried and the loss in changing money from one currency to another. In some cases, it secures the services of honest interpreters at railway stations. On the other hand, it restricts you to a route chosen in advance, leaving no chance to act on the advice of tourists you may meet on the road. Where you might have had your choice of rail or boat if buying tickets as you went along, it compels a mode of travel that the weather may not suit. Once started, it may or may not permit option between first, second, and third class. If it takes you from one country into another, it is sold at the face value of the currency of the country into which you are going, and not at its depreciated value. For instance, a circular tour ticket bought at Paris to cover part of Italy, or a through ticket from Paris to Rome, will be sold on the assumption that the Italian unit, the lira, is worth the same as the French unit, the franc, but the lira is of paper and of depreciated value, so that 10% or so is lost in paying for it on the franc basis. Likewise, the Spanish peseta is depreciated, and a circular tour ticket for southern Spain, bought in Gibraltar and paid for on the basis of the pound sterling, costs much more than the same fares paid for at the Spanish ticket offices, by reason of what can be made in exchanging English pounds for Spanish pesetas. The conditions attached to the use of circular tour tickets must be thoroughly understood and literally followed. The ticket must be stamped at every place where you stop off. If you forget this, or deviate at all from the route, or try to reverse the direction, or omit part of the route without proper stamping, you will get into trouble. Two classes of tickets are offered, one for routes arranged by the railway company, the other arranged to suit the wants of the individual traveler, ready-made and custom-made as it were. The ready-made variety can be had at little or no notice, but it may take 2 days to put the custom-made together. The ready-made are usually the less hampered by conditions and restrictions, but are seldom issued to third-class passengers. The custom-made are usually issued for all 3 classes. A time limit is attached, and sometimes the tickets allow only hand luggage. Round-trip or return tickets at a reduced price are the common thing abroad, so the tourist in making trips out and back would better always inquire the price of both the single and return tickets. Switzerland, where the railways are under government control, has introduced a novel form of excursion ticket, something after the style of the annual pass that too many Americans carry. The Swiss plan is to sell a ticket good for a specified number of days on any line in the country, except the inclined railways that run up the mountain sides. The buyer's photograph must be attached to the ticket. It means a considerable saving to anyone who plans to go about the country much in a limited time. Italy has imposed a tax on all railway tickets that increases the published price by about 10%. As this is not printed on the ticket, the uninformed traveler may think that the ticket seller has given him the wrong change. The ticket seller is supposed to write the correct price on the back of the ticket, but this is not always done. The tax may not be permanent, and perhaps it will have been removed before this is read. Children travel free up to the age of 3 years throughout the greater part of the continent. In Austria and Switzerland, up to 2 years. In Norway and Sweden, half price is charged between 3 and 12. In Austria and Switzerland, between 2 and 10. In Germany, 2 children under 10 travel on 1 ticket. A single child pays third-class fare to travel second, second class to travel first. In Belgium, 3/4 fare is charged for children from 3 to 8. In France, half fare from 3 to 7. In Great Britain, it is half fare from 3 to 12 inclusive. When you are buying a ticket for a child, it is always advisable to let the ticket seller see the child. In Scandinavia, the odd custom prevails of letting a man and his wife, father and son, or teacher and pupil travel for a fare and a half. By boat. American travelers making the customary tours are seldom brought in contact with the fact that regular lines of coasting steamers are exceedingly numerous abroad. Yet occasionally it may be desirable to utilize them, either for the sake of economy or from motives of comfort if sea travel is agreeable. For instance, one who has gone north from London may want to reach Holland or Belgium or France more cheaply than by traversing England again in the cars, or as easily as a steamboat permits. Lists of all these coastlines may be found in Cook's Continental Timetable, sold for $1 at any of Cook's offices. The boat service on the west coast of Scotland is particularly excellent. Steamers reach the Isle of Man from every direction. Excursions are advertised all through the summer from Liverpool down the Welsh coast, and others may be found all along the Channel and from the resorts on the east coast. American tourists ordinarily reach Scandinavian ports by crossing the North Sea from England. A steamer leaves Hull every Thursday about noon for Bergen, Aalesund, Kristiansand, Trondheim, and Stavanger. Every Friday for Christiania and Copenhagen. Every Saturday for Copenhagen, Gothenburg, Hango, Stockholm, and St. Petersburg. From Newcastle, a steamer leaves for Bergen every Thursday at 6 p.m., calling at Stavanger. For Trondheim, a steamer leaves every Tuesday at 6 p.m., calling at Bergen, Alesund, Kristiansand, etc. These boats from Newcastle also run in connection with Scandinavian coast steamship lines, which latter touch at the principal points on the Norwegian coast. From Grimsby, a steamer leaves every Wednesday midnight for Gothenburg, 40 hours, and every Tuesday evening for Malmo and Helsingborg, 60 hours. Also every Monday and Thursday evening for Esbjerg, 30 hours. From Harwich, a steamer leaves for Esbjerg every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday in connection with the 7:15 p.m. Great Eastern Railway train from London. There is also a sailing every Friday and Saturday from Granton, Scotland, to Scandinavian ports, and from Grangemouth, Scotland, every Wednesday for Norwegian ports. And from Leith, Scotland, there is a sailing every Thursday to Scandinavian ports and to continental ports every Wednesday and Saturday. First-class tickets come much nearer being necessary on European steamboats than on European railways. As a rule, the best accommodations on the boats are none too good. The best known boats, those crossing the English Channel, would not be tolerated on lines of equal importance in America. They draw only 6 or 7 feet of water, which is one reason why they are so sure to make passengers seasick when the water is the least bit rough. But don't think that inevitable. I have crossed the Channel when, from one side to the other, we could not see anything that properly could be called a wave. Then again, on a bright afternoon, with the wind far from a gale, I have seen waves drench passengers on the upper deck. The woman whose gown may be spoiled by spray should wear a waterproof, or else get a seat in one of the deck shelters if she does not care to go below and the water is rough. I noticed that the English tourist experienced in crossing the Channel took pains, as soon as he got on board, to preempt one of those shelter seats by putting his hand luggage in it. Many apprehensive women lie down as soon as they board a Channel steamer. So much is the Channel crossing dreaded that the quickest passage from Dover to Calais has always been preferred, and the fares from London to Paris are half as much again as by the New Haven Dieppe route, which has about 3 times as much water to cross. In pleasant summer weather, however, the traveler not uncommonly susceptible to seasickness may well save his money by taking the longer route, particularly if he enjoys boat travel. It may be indeed that he will run less risk of nausea, for the tides run swiftest and the Channel is most choppy where it is most narrow. We found the day crossing from Southampton to the Channel Islands as pleasant as any boat trip abroad, but we were fortunate in weather, there being less motion than one frequently finds between Boston and Provincetown and Portland in midsummer. I wonder that more of the leisurely tourists do not reach Paris by this route, which is but a trifle more expensive in the matter of fares and touches many points superior in interest to those on the routes more patronized. First there is the Isle of Wight, reached from Southampton in an hour, an epitome of rural England, with charming drives and attractive shores. Then there are the Isles of Guernsey and Jersey, which the hasty traveler can do in a day each, with another day for the still more enjoyable island of Sark, if he has time for it. From Jersey he may reach the mainland at Granville, a typical bathing resort, and thence go to Avranches, perched on a gigantic hill, or he may reach the continent at St. Malo, a city crowded on a fortified rock, hemmed in by lofty ramparts, quaint and medieval. A few miles away is Cancale, where one thinks the fishermen and the fisherwomen have just stepped out of their frames in a gallery of modern art. Midway Cancale and Avranches is Mont Saint Michel, to my mind the most picturesque spot in Europe. Direct it is but a little farther from Paris than is Calais, and a slight detour will let one reach the capital by way of Vitre, which I would rank next to Nuremberg in the list of curious continental towns of my acquaintance. Bending the route still farther south may easily bring in the valley of the Loire, the garden of France, with its famous chateau. But my enthusiasm for Brittany and Touraine makes me wander from the topic. To return to the more prosaic details of boat travel, Let me suggest that when buying tickets from London to any place on the Continent, you can combine second-class rail tickets with first-class boat tickets, and it is wise to do so. In crossing to Holland or Belgium by night, the fare entitles you to a berth without extra charge, but staterooms are not sold as with us. If you ask for one in time, it will be reserved for you without charge, and I remember the London agent surprised me by telegraphing for it at the expense of the company, not mine. On river and lake boats, before you get your ticket, wait to see what parts of the boat are allotted to first and second class passengers respectively. For an all-day ride, such as that on the Rhine, the freedom of the whole boat given by a first-class ticket is in any event desirable. On the Lake of Thun, the second-class accommodations are for sightseeing and pleasure much superior to those allotted the first-class passengers, who usually crowd forward into the second-class seats in spite of their tickets. But on the Lake of Brienz, only a mile or so away, the second-class accommodations are miserable. On Lake Geneva, it costs $1.50 to go from end to end of the lake first class, 60 cents second class, and in pleasant weather, the second class seats are better, being ahead of the smokestack and giving the finer views. Imagine an American steamboat company charging 2.5 times as much to sit behind the smokestack as in front of it. Yet there are Americans, and plenty of them, who when abroad will pay the extra money for the worst places, simply because of the label. Where there are both rail and boat routes as on the Rhine and Lake Geneva, if time is limited, it is usually unwise to buy tickets in advance, as a wet day may make the cars more desirable, or a hot day may make the boat the more comfortable. Or you may want to accompany friends who have arranged to go by the route other than that by which your ticket would take you. Often tickets are issued that are good by either cars or boat, but boat fares are cheaper, and it is just as well to wait till you get there. The meals served on European boats are usually tolerable and not excessive in cost. On the long North Cape trip, some delicacies may well be carried along to give variety to the bill of fare. A boat excursion on the Thames is coming to be a popular feature of an American outing in England. After a taste of it, I cannot praise it too warmly. To have taken the whole trip from Oxford down to Hampton would have been preferable, but 2 days sufficed to give us the best part of it. 2 of us hired a boat at Windsor for 2 days for $2.50, after some haggling. The prices are flexible. We rowed up past Maidenhead to Cookham and back. Had we come out from London by train, Maidenhead would have been the best place to get the boat. We went through several locks, crowded with a variety of pleasure craft, and we saw houseboats innumerable, and some of the most beautiful estates in England. Nowhere can the outsider get a better idea or a nearer view of that interesting genus, the English aristocrat. After taking it, he will conclude that there are prettier girls, tastier gowns, and jollier people than he had supposed dwelt in the land of the Britons. Boats to make the trip to London can be hired at Oxford for from $7.30 for a canoe or whiff, plenty large enough for 2 people, up to $30 for a large 4-oared shallop. This covers the use of the boat for a week and the taking it back from London. Steam or electric launches can be hired almost anywhere along the river for from $10 a day up. A small passenger steamer makes the trip from Oxford to Kingston, 92 miles, in 2 days, staying for the night at Henley. Also, there are regular boats from Richmond to Chertsey and back, and frequent excursion steamers. Punting is the favorable thing with the people who tarry along the river. The punt is a flat-bottomed boat, propelled by poles, for the river is shallow enough for this. Anyone familiar with canoeing on the streams of American forests could at once take to punting, but most tourists are likely to find oars good enough. They will certainly suffice to put a blister or 2 on hands out of practice. Villages abound along the river, with excellent hotels on the bank, and others that are comfortable enough and less expensive somewhat back from the shore. The tourist may send his trunks on from Oxford to London, and with his hand luggage and traveling garb find himself sufficiently equipped for this river trip, though of course he will be more comfortable in boating flannels. Women will feel less conspicuous if they can wear something more dainty than the traveling gown, for they will find their English sisters stylishly dressed when on the river. The tourist need row no farther down the river than he chooses, sending the boat back from any village. If he tires of rowing, boys in plenty can be hired to pull a tow line. The canoeing enthusiast can find on the continent longer and more adventurous trips than on the Thames. Let him take steamer to Antwerp, Rotterdam, Hamburg, or Bremen. Send his canoe by fast freight to the railway station nearest the headwaters of the stream he selects, and then launch his craft toward the Black Sea, the Baltic, the Adriatic, or the Mediterranean, as his taste may lie. He need take with him outside his personal equipment nothing save what appertains to his canoe, for he can get on the spot cooking utensils and all food supplies. I have heard a canoe trip down the Rhine particularly commended. By vehicle. Steam has driven the coach and the diligence off nearly all the main routes of travel, but in Norway, Scotland, and Switzerland, several of the most delightful and almost indispensable trips are still to be made behind horses. The roads of Norway are justly famous. They are built by the national government and are the chief means of communication, as the country is too mountainous for many railroads. The posting rates are fixed by the government, and one need have no fear of overcharging on the part of the drivers. The inns are fairly comfortable and the charges are low, so that while the tourist agency tickets may be a convenience, they are by no means a necessity. The tourist agency people are allowed to charge no more than the government prices for carriages, and when they get their profits by taking a percentage from the payments to the drivers on the presentation of the carriage tickets, the drivers are not happy. Therefore, the man who pays as he goes may get the more cheerful treatment. But as usual, the tickets are more satisfactory to the man who prefers to put his reliance on a powerful tourist organization rather than to invite individual responsibilities. In the Scotch Highlands, there is keen competition for places on the box seats of the coaches, so that on reaching a place where the journey is to be continued by coach, one of the party should hurry to secure the coveted places. Remember that the first coach has the least dust. The driver expects a gratuity of from 12 to 36 cents, according to the length of the drive. The Swiss coaching system is under government control and well managed. Each diligence contains a coupe or first-class compartment just behind the driver, with seats for 3 persons. The interior or second-class compartment, with from 4 to 6 seats in the body of the vehicle, and the banquette, an elevated seat at the rear with room for 2. Places in the coupe and the banquette cost a third more than in the interior, and are well worth it. On ordinary routes, interior places cost about 5 cents a mile. On the Alpine passes, about 8 cents. Coupe or banquette places, a little more than 6 cents a mile on ordinary routes, between 9 and 10 cents a mile in the passes. None of the routes are very long, though as the speed is slow, it takes from half a day to a day to get from hotel to hotel. Places can be secured in advance by writing or telegraphing to the Bureau des Postes at the place where the diligence starts, and on all popular routes. If a coupe or banquette place is wanted, the earlier this is done, the better. At all important stations, the diligence people are required to furnish transportation, so that if the diligence is full, supplementary vehicles are provided. Sometimes the passenger who has not written ahead really gets a better place in the supplementary carriage, but that is a matter of luck. Where tourist company vehicles are used, as occasionally in Switzerland, the coaches are simply large wagons, and it is of no use to ask for places in advance. The first man to reach the wagon gets the best seat. A carriage can be hired at the Bureau des Postes, the charge in Switzerland being about 16 cents a mile for each horse with a carriage holding from 2 to 5 persons, besides a small booking fee. Private posting is prohibited, but private carriages can be had for the Italian passes, and they are far more comfortable. Nor are they always costly. After taking a party over, they must get back, and their owners would rather carry somebody at a low price than return empty. Often you can get a return carriage at the same price diligence places would cost, sometimes at less cost if you bargain shrewdly. Don't forget that everybody dickers everywhere in Europe. Here is another place where tickets bought in advance sometimes cause regret. Coach seats should not be bought either in America or England, as only interior tickets can be secured in either country, and nobody will ride in the interiors if he can afford to go in coupe or banquette, not so much because they are less comfortable, though they are apt to be crowded, as because you miss many of the views. If money is of slight account, no more delightful trip can be made than one of many days' duration by private carriage, through the Swiss valleys and passes. In England, the arranging of coaching tours has become a matter of business, and it may be worth while to examine the descriptive circulars about them. The Isle of Wight is admirably seen by coach. In the cities, the cab and omnibus play a much more important part than on this side of the water. Cab hire is ridiculously cheap on the continent, and all well-to-do people, natives as well as foreigners, make habitual use of the cab. The prescribed rates are to be found on a card in every vehicle, and, therefore, no advance bargain is necessary so long as you keep inside the city limits. But plan an excursion into the country, and a bargain in advance should always be made. The charge is almost invariably according to the nature of the vehicle or the distance traveled, not in proportion to the number of occupants. 2 people, and often 3, can ride as cheap as 1 person, but since 4 or more people require a larger cab or 2 horses, there is a larger fee. It is the invariable custom to fee the driver, 5 cents being the average tip on short drives. In Naples, where the regulations let the drivers charge only 14 cents to go anywhere in the city limits, a lira, 20 cents, would usually be given to the driver, but if you gave him only 16 to 18 cents, he would not seriously demur. Throughout most of Europe, you may reckon on giving 20 to 30 cents for a cab fare, with 4 or 5 cents as pourboire. Extra cautious people make a memorandum of the number of the cab as they enter it, and pursue the same practice in the matter of railway guards, and wherever opportunity presents for jotting down a number that may aid to the recovery of any lost article or the settlement of any dispute. The bother of it will keep most people from getting into the habit, and yet it is not wholly useless. I was told of one amusing case where it saved serious annoyance. The owner of a set of false teeth had occasion to remove them from his mouth and lay them on the cushion of a railway compartment, where they remained when he left the car. Fortunately, the head of the party had taken down a number and was able to telegraph for the teeth, recovering them in a few hours. It seems absurd that anybody should leave false teeth strewn about in a place of that sort, but people will do such things. All hotels of consequence, except in the largest cities, have omnibuses at the railway stations, and omnibuses go from the hotels to connect with the leading trains. 2 people can always go between hotel and station in a cab by themselves as cheap as they can go in the bus, often cheaper, with more comfort and speed, as well as a valuable saving of time, for the bus usually starts from the hotel half an hour earlier than the tourist taking a cab would have to leave, so none but the timid, helpless, or solitary traveler will ever take the hotel bus. Hand luggage. Anything you can get inside the cab or bus goes free. Trunks are charged for, a small amount for each. If you let the polite and accommodating driver take your bag or bundle on his seat, you will have his urbanity explained at the end of the drive by an extra charge for it. As usual, always keep hold of the handle of your luggage if you don't care to pay somebody for touching it. But if you object to lugging things, or haven't the strength, or don't mind having little outlays count up, you may always save your arms or your dignity by having somebody else do the carrying. Cab drivers are obliged to take trunks, to a reasonable number, of course, but are not expected either to load or unload them. I remember an embarrassing situation in Paris when, on our arriving at a pension, nobody chanced to be there equal to handling a trunk. The ordinance forbade the driver to leave his cab, and he was too surly to break the rule anyway. There was nothing to be done except hail the first passing workman, and for carrying the trunk up one flight he demanded as much as it had cost to get it from the station, and several times over. Again the trunk was anathematized. For ordinary excursions where there is no printed tariff prescribed by the authorities, Baedeker usually tells correctly the amount you should pay. Once in a while, though, you must make a bargain without help or advice from anybody. In such a case, don't ask or take the opinion of a hotel employee. He has his countrymen's interests at heart more than yours and will help him to fleece you. Make up your mind what would be a fair price for the service, offer and stick to it. In case of a dispute with a cab driver or in any public conveyance, go at once to the nearest police station and lodge a complaint. If you neglect this, the other party to the dispute may get there first and make charges that will cause you serious annoyance before your side of the case is heard. One instance is told of a traveler who had her jewels attached because she failed to proceed at once to explain to the authorities some dispute in which she was involved. If a cabman gets disagreeable, tell him to drive you to the police station. If he knows he is in the wrong, that will settle it. He will not take you there. Europe has nothing corresponding to our livery stables, where you can hire a horse and carriage alone without a driver. The tourist is always driven, he never drives. It is not easy to hire a saddle horse. Automobiles have already come into use in Paris for cab purposes, at rates not exorbitant. The London company formed to put them to the same use had trouble in finding trustworthy men acquainted with the city, but I presume they will be in service in 1900. France was the first country to see them commonly employed for touring purposes. It has an automobile touring club that is large and prosperous, and one finds the vehicles whizzing and scorching over the highways of all the country. Petroleum is the almost universal fuel. In Paris, one can hire an automobile for an hour, a day, or a tour, but the cost confines the sport to the wealthy. The ordinary tourist is not likely to indulge in it as long as to buy one makes $1,000 bill vanish. On foot. The conditions of pedestrian travel have not changed materially since Bayard Taylor wrote Views Afoot, and I can quote from no better authority. To see Europe thus, he says, requires little preparation. If the traveler is willing to forego some of the refinements of living to which he may have been accustomed, for the sake of the new and interesting fields of observation that will be open to him, he must be content to sleep on hard beds and partake of coarse fare, to undergo rudeness at times from the officers of the police and the porters of palaces and galleries, or to travel for hours in rain and storm without finding shelter. The knapsack will at first be heavy on the shoulders, the feet will be sore and the limbs weary with the day's walk, and sometimes the spirit will begin to flag under the general fatigue of body. This, however, soon passes over. In a week's time, if the pedestrian does not attempt too much on setting out, his limbs are stronger and his gait more firm and vigorous. He lies down at night with a feeling of refreshing rest, sleeps with a soundness undisturbed by a single dream that seems almost like death. If he has been accustomed to restless nights, and rises invigorated in heart and frame for the next day's journey. The coarse black bread of the peasant inns, with cheese no less coarse, and a huge jug of milk, or the nourishing beer of Germany, have a relish to his keen appetite which excites his own astonishment. And if he is willing to regard all incivility and attempts at imposition as valuable lessons in the study of human nature, and to keep his temper and cheerfulness in any situation which may try him, he is prepared to walk through the whole of Europe with more real pleasure to himself and far more profit than if he journeyed in style and enjoyed the constant services of couriers and valets de place. Should his means become unusually scant, he will find it possible to travel on an amazingly small pittance, and with more actual bodily comfort than would seem possible to one who has not tried it. Mr. Taylor says he was more than once obliged to walk a number of days in succession on less than £1 a day, and found that the only drawback to his enjoyment was the fear he might be without relief when this allowance should be exhausted. He made $500 last for 2 years, including the cost of coming and going. Such a tour can certainly be made for an average of $1 a day without any heroic self-sacrifice. But Mr. Taylor declared it his belief, just as I shall maintain in the matter of housekeeping abroad, that with few exceptions, throughout Europe, where a traveler enjoys the same comfort and abundance as in America, he must pay the same prices. The principal difference is that he only pays for what he gets, so that, if he be content with the necessities of life, the expense is in proportion. It is best to take no more clothing than is absolutely required, as the traveler will not desire to carry more than 15 pounds on his back, knapsack included. A single suit of good dark cloth, with a supply of linen, will be amply sufficient. The strong linen blouse, confined by a leather belt, will protect it from the dust, and when this is thrown aside on entering a city, the traveler makes a very respectable appearance. The slouched hat of finely woven felt is a delightful covering to the head, serving at the same time as umbrella or nightcap, traveling dress or visiting costume. No one should neglect a good cane, which, besides its feeling of companionship, is equal to from 3 to 5 miles a day. In the Alps, the tall staves, pointed with iron, alpenstocks, can be bought for £1 apiece, and are of great assistance in crossing ice fields, or sustaining the weight of the body in descending steep and difficult places. An umbrella is inconvenient, unless it is short and may be snapped on the knapsack, but even then an ample cape of oiled silk or rubber cloth is far preferable. A small bottle of the best cognac is useful for bathing the feet morning and evening during the first week or two, or as long as they continue tender with the exercise. It is also very strengthening and refreshing to use as an external stimulant when the body is unusually weary with a long day's walking. Lee Meriwether, in his book, A Tramp Trip, How to See Europe on 50 cents a Day, argues for the rubber coat. It is serviceable, he says, not only against rain, but also cold. The ground may be damp, but spread out your rubber coat, lay your head on your knapsack, and you are independent of chill and dampness. I have often slept thus on the roadside, even during a rain. The rubber coat should be bought in America. I had to pay in Naples $4.50 for an indifferent article that in New York would not have cost $3. Mr. Meriwether thinks that absolutely indispensable articles for the pedestrian, besides the rubber coat, are 2 suits of underclothing, an extra flannel shirt, a pocket drinking cup, a compass, and a map of the country to be visited. New articles can always be bought when needed. Expense, says Mr. Meriwether, depends on the willingness of the pedestrian to economize. A 4½ months trip through Italy need not cost above $100, including steamship passage from and to New York. The price of a round-trip ticket, steerage, New York to Naples and back, is $50. Time consumed in making the round trip is 6 weeks. On the remaining $50, the pedestrian can, as I have shown, live very comfortably for 100 days. He shows that without any walking, save in the cities, a year's trip, embracing every land from Gibraltar to the Bosporus, can be made for $320. The college man whom I have quoted in the matter of crossing on a cattle steamer saw much of England afoot. He tells me that it was easy by inquiry to learn of long stretches of dull country to avoid. Rooms of the YMCA are in about every good-sized town, and members of that organization would often go to great pains to serve him in matters of information. Nonconformist pastors, too, were very kind in this regard, and shopkeepers were helpful. But he advises the pedestrian to avoid all sorts of officials, averring particularly that English policemen are deaf, dumb, and blind. I think he could not have meant to include those of London, who are proverbially courteous and efficient. As to the living, he says that anybody who survives the food of a cattle steamer will not complain, and that the meanest inn chamber will not make him regret the forecastle and its occupants. At inns where the hucksters and traveling laborers resort, he was able to secure a bed for from 8 to 24 cents, the usual thing being 12 cents. In these one can find pots, pans, and dishes with which to prepare food. Many a time he and his companions left a pot containing pieces of mutton or beef, pot herbs, potatoes, and turnips, simmering on the back of some big range while they tramped the surrounding country. Nobody ever interfered with it. In fact, it might boil over, and not a Briton would touch it. In such inns one may buy a cent's worth of tea, and for 2 cents, 2 substantial slices of bread. The tea will often be surprisingly good. You brew it in one of the pots hanging behind the range. One gets the use of knives, forks, and spoons by making a deposit, usually of 4 cents. In most butcher shops one can get for from 6 to 12 cents a pound of meat that has been cut from roasts, trimmers, while steaks and chops will soar above you at from 20 to 40 cents a pound. By the way, he says, get the shopkeeper's lingo or he will annex your finances very rapidly. Salt pickled herring called bloaters may be toasted before the open stove front till they simmer. They are most toothsome. One will avoid the sweet cakes, meat pasties, etc. that are displayed. They are all very bad. Should one not know how to do the simplest cooking or feel too lazy to attempt it, cold meats are usually on sale. A 6, 8, or 12-cent plate of ham or roast, scaled as to quantity, can usually be had. In London, the traveler who would live at least possible cost may resort, for instance, to the Victoria in Whitechapel Road, East End, an establishment something like the Mills Hotels in New York. There the price of beds is from 8 to 12 cents a night. Though most of the guests are dirty, the place itself is surprisingly clean. In the basement are set tubs and large ranges with pots, pans, etc. for the use of the guests. Food may be bought in the place, and fish and meat stalls are plentiful in the neighborhood. Near this house, which is the best of its kind, are several others at like prices. Both in London and in the country towns, these places are preferable to boarding houses for the man who must make every cent do its most. Make friends to the extent of your ability, says my friend. John Bull won't intrude. Joke him and humor him, and he will do anything he can to help his American cousing along. Alvin F. Sanborn, in writing of cheap tramping in Switzerland, says that the Swiss landlord knows just 2 kinds of people in this big round world, natives and rich tourists, the latter being created expressly for the benefit of the former. Under these circumstances, the only hope of cheap comfort lies in being classed as a native, and to that end the campaign must be directed. In all villages of any size there are 1 or more public resorts, social centers for the burghers and feeding places for the neighboring peasants, called café restaurants, institutions strictly local and aboriginal, white or almost tourist inviolate. Their meals cost less than half the hotel price, and if somewhat less elaborate, are equally abundant and toothsome, and rather better adapted to the vigorous exertions of mountain pedestrianism. Whether a bargain is made or not, a luncheon will ordinarily be supplied for a franc, and a dinner for 1 franc 50, wine included in both cases, and no gratuities expected. Still, it is safer to agree upon the price and elements of the meal with the proprietor beforehand. That walking tours may be undertaken by women abroad with ease and propriety is shown by the reports of many in late years, particularly in Scotland, the English Lake District, Wales, Germany, and Switzerland. A Summer in England, the manual issued by the Women's Rest Tour Association, says that the outfit for a walking tour should include a light woolen Norfolk jacket or pleated waist with leather belt, a skirt rather shorter than the ordinary sensible street dress, to be made still shorter on occasion by the use of large safety pins, a soft dark felt hat or tam o' shanter, and easy walking boots, or what English women generally choose, low shoes and gaiters. In Switzerland the boots must be furnished with nails for climbing. A divided skirt, gray mohair or some lightweight stuff should be the only petticoat worn, and the combination undersuit is preferably of silk or lightweight wool. Stockings should be of fine woolen, to prevent blisters, and the gloves chamois or Biarritz. The pack consists of a light waterproof, rolled very small, and a knapsack, one 12 inches wide, 11 high, and 3 across, has been proved a convenient size. This will contain the necessary toilet articles, a second suit of underwear, an extra pair of stockings and gloves, and a drinking cup. Articles for general use such as Vaseline, thread and needles, safety pins, postal cards, a whisk broom, a map of the neighborhood, guidebook, soap, and a package of sweet chocolate may be distributed among the members of the party. The knapsack, when filled, should not and need not weigh 4 pounds. In place of the knapsack, some pedestrians recommend a pouch suspended by a strap from the shoulder. The weight can then be shifted from time to time. To reduce weight, it is well to cut out the section of Baedeker to be used during the trip. A harness maker will provide the belt with strong hooks, such as are often used by members of the Appalachian Club, to which a sketchbook, flower press, drinking cup, waterproof, and other portable property may be attached. Arrange your outfit before you leave America. It has been found difficult to obtain just the right sort of knapsack abroad. An umbrella is a luxury rather than a necessity. Pedestrians, or for that matter bicyclists, or any other tourists who undertake severe physical exertion may find it an excuse for favoring what in homely phrase is known as a sweet tooth. For if the scientific men are right, a longing for sweets may be very far from a sign of effeminacy. Investigation at the instance of the Prussian War Office has shown that after a large quantity of muscular effort, a comparatively small quantity of sugar produces an invigorating effect worth regarding. The theory is that the muscular effort makes the blood pour in sugar. This may explain why on alpine excursions a desire develops for candy and sweetened food, and why guides eagerly appropriate any leftover sugar. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Chapter 5. Bicycle Touring. Assuming good health and ordinary strength, the bicycle unquestionably gives the best means for enjoying a European trip that is undertaken chiefly for sightseeing. If there were truth in a common notion that the only important object in going to Europe should be to see beautiful buildings, art galleries, and other travelers, the tourist would have slight use for the bicycle, as all these things are to be seen mainly in the cities. But the fact is that the rural districts are the more delightful. The people of the towns and villages are the more interesting, and of course real scenery is rustic, so that touring by bicycle gives more pleasure and added profit, while fostering health. Even in the cities, the wheel has its advantages, for abroad as well as at home it is a time saver, and you can see far more of the externals of a place in one morning with a bicycle than by tramping about for 2 or 3 days. But it is in journeying across country that the great gain comes, for only in such travel, whether on a wheel, in a carriage, or afoot, do you learn how the people live and what they are. Compared with the pedestrian tour, that by wheel has the advantage of saving a great deal of time, the disadvantage of hurrying past some scenery that should be taken slowly. But he who wisely walks up all the slopes, rests at charming viewpoints, and makes of his journey a jaunt rather than a task, will find that he has missed little by which the pedestrian would have profited. The wheelman can travel as cheap as the pedestrian, and much cheaper than the rail tourist, because with convenience he can stop at smaller towns, where hotel bills are always smaller than in the cities, though the accommodations often have more real comfort. He has no railroad tickets to buy, no cabs to hire, and he has the great advantage of arriving at hotels without the flourish that invites high charges, under circumstances that permit his easy departure for another hostelry if the rates and appearance of the first he tries do not suit him. Leaving out clothing, mementos, and presents, he can tour comfortably in Great Britain for $3 a day, and on the continent for $2.50 a day. Without great hardship, he can reduce these figures a quarter. By increasing them a quarter, he can have more luxury than suits the ordinary wheelman, for, as a rule, the lover of outdoor sports prefers plain, substantial food, and for his room demands little more than a comfortable bed. Women can make a bicycle tour as economically as men, and most of them spend less, often going by preference to lodgings rather than to hotels, being less lavish with fees, and paying less for what they eat, still less for what they drink. It is not uncommon for women to make bicycle tours abroad as an expenditure averaging not more than $1.50 for the living expenses. They can tour with perfect safety and freedom anywhere in Great Britain, even singly, for many English women ride the wheel unaccompanied and attract no comment. But I should hesitate to counsel any young woman to ride alone on the continent, for I fear she would occasionally be exposed to insult and continually to unpleasant curiosity. Continental women rarely ride without escort. 2 or more American wheelwomen might ride through Central Europe without a single unpleasant experience, but accidents would doubtless be more serious to them than to men, and ignorance of the language more embarrassing. The wheelman who has the good fortune of the company of one of the other sex is to be congratulated, not only for the additional pleasure of the best of companionship, but also because he will perforce resist the temptation to ride too fast and too far. He will in any event do well not to ride alone, for if unaccompanied he is likely to ride too soon after eating, to pedal faster than he ought, and to have tediously lonesome hours. For 2 to 6 people can advantageously tour together. More than that number will find the usual drawbacks of an excursion party, and may be sometimes bothered by the scarcity of good rooms in village inns. The pace, too, seldom suits the capacities or the preference of all. Personally conducted bicycle tours are offered by the tourist agencies and by others. They differ little in advantage and disadvantage from other traveling of this sort. Whether it pays to take a bicycle if most of the traveling is to be done by rail is a question most wheelmen would answer in the negative, but I have met bicycle enthusiasts who say they would take a wheel on any but the most hasty tour. With well-to-do English people, the bicycle has come to be almost as essential a part of the traveling outfit as the tin bathtub that amuses the Yankees so much. In London, I chanced for a while to be staying near one of the great railway stations, and was struck with the large number of wheels I saw on the tops of the hansoms and cabs going to and from the trains. By the way, don't speak of wheels abroad. You won't be understood. In English, it is your bike. In France, votre bicyclette. The transportation of wheels by a train or cab is no more bothersome abroad than that of a trunk. In Great Britain, it is more costly, on parts of the continent, trifling. But when bicycles become baggage, they are as bothersome as any other baggage, and that is no mild statement. They may be a convenience in getting to and from hotels, but the rail tourist seldom is attired in a fashion that makes bicycle riding pleasant, which suggests what is really the worst feature of taking a wheel along as an accessory: the fact that your attire, your luggage, and your plans do not fit in with its habitual use. On the other hand, the best feature of having it is the chance it gives for seeing suburbs, for excursions into the country, and for recreation. Touring clubs. If you are not already a member of the League of American Wheelmen, join it as soon as you have made up your mind to tour abroad. Apart from the pleasure it should give every American wheelman and wheelwoman to cooperate in the cause of good roads and just legislation, is the benefit to be derived from its alliance with the Cyclists' Touring Club of Great Britain, commonly known as the CTC, just as the American club is called the LAW, and the Touring Club de France, the TCF. Membership in all these clubs is open to men and women alike, and the formalities are very simple. The blank application for membership in the LAW will be furnished by Abbott Bassett, Secretary, 530 Atlantic Avenue, Boston. Return it to him with $2, being $1 for the initiation fee, 75 cents for annual dues, and 25 cents for the official organ of the league. Your membership card, as is also the case with that of the CTC or the TCF, will be sent where you may direct, so that if you apply for membership in any one of these organizations too late for the card to reach you before you sail, it can be addressed to you in care of your banker at London or Paris, a Liverpool or Southampton, or any other hotel, or the poste restante, general delivery, anywhere. LAW members can enjoy all the useful rights and privileges of CTC members with no extra charge. save that they must pay 2 shillings for the invaluable CTC handbook, which the CTC supplies to its own members gratis. The LAW secretary will on application send a CTC badge, which will secure hotel discounts and the other CTC benefits on the road. He is also to keep on sale the handbooks, road books, itineraries, and maps at the British prices. Though it is not now essential also to join the CTC, I personally would do so, not only for the satisfaction of being a member of so important and useful an organization, but also for the sake of getting the monthly magazine sent to its members. The club has a membership of about 60,000 and is a solid, influential, and effective organization. The dues for the first year are $1.25, for subsequent years $1. For a membership application, send a stamped envelope to its chief consul for the United States, Frank W. Weston, Savin Hill, Mass., whose disinterested labors in its behalf deserve the gratitude of all American wheelmen that profit by them. The headquarters of the club are at 47 Victoria Street, London, between the Houses of Parliament and the American Embassy. Members can there examine the books and maps on sale and get any information or advice they may desire. The club handbook contains a list of the CTC hotels, with particulars of the tariff and discount applicable to each, a key map, a list of the consuls to whom each member may apply for guidance or for information not contained in the club publications, a list of the officers, the club rules and regulations, information as to the CTC riding costume or uniform, and a list of the club tailors from whom it can be obtained, hints as to touring, suggestions as to repair of cycles, table of railway rates, of sunrises and sunsets, of phases of the moon, and general information, including pages for a complete diary and riding record. The CTC handbooks are published annually in time for the touring season. Of most importance is the list of hotels. Arrangements have been made with from 1 to 3 in about every village of the United Kingdom, whereby members have specified prices for all usual services, with discounts ranging up to 25%, most of them discounting 2 pence in the shilling, or about 17%. Computation from the values of the first 100 in the book, and they are typical, shows the net charges to average after deducting discount as follows. Breakfast of tea, coffee or cocoa with bread and butter, toast and preserve, 23 cents. Same with eggs, 29 cents. Same with ham and eggs, chops, steak, cold meat or fish, 36 cents. Luncheon or supper of cold meat, potatoes, salad or pickles, cheese, bread and butter, 36 cents. Of chopped steak or cut from hot joint, if any, potatoes, cheese, bread and butter, 40 cents. Dinner of soup or fish, hot joints, potatoes and vegetables, sweets, cheese, bread and butter, 54 cents. Single-bedded room occupied by 1 member, 38 cents. Occupied by 2 members, 59 cents. Double-bedded room, 2 members, 2 beds, 69 cents. Attendance per night, none for meals, each member, 8 cents. Add 10% for fees, and you may figure out that living expenses for a member of the club will run from $1.66 to $1.93 a day, according to his appetite. But though nearly all the hotels set a price on such a dinner as that specified above, as a matter of fact you will rarely get it. The hot joint was served the day before or will not be cooked till tomorrow, and you will be offered cold meat till it becomes insufferable. But you can always get a chop or steak cooked to order. It is the intention of the club officials to have on the list of no hotels that are not respectable and clean. In almost all the smaller places, the CTC hotels are the best. The one criticism to be made of the list is that in the larger places, the arrangements have been made with the commercial rather than with the family hotels, i.e., those frequented by commercial travelers rather than those accustomed to care for tourists. As the commercial traveler will support no hotel that is not comfortable and clean, there is no objection in this for wheelmen, but it is sometimes a bit awkward for wheelwomen, especially if unaccompanied by escort, to go to a hotel where ladies are much in the minority. As a matter of fact, they will get courteous treatment, but the situation isn't pleasant. Husband and wife, even, will occasionally find it better to desert the CTC list and seek a hotel where women at table are the usual thing. The system of dinners at commercial hotels proved too much for me to comprehend. We were regularly debarred from the commercial dinner served at noon, and made to eat by ourselves a meal that usually was cooked to order. But we learned from it that there actually are places outside London where somebody at some times, under some circumstances, can get a good dinner. Our previous experience had not led us so to think. The Touring Club de France is still larger than its British neighbor, having about 75,000 members. It is equally fortunate in the character of its membership and equally effective in its purpose to aid tourists. Americans can apply for membership to Francis S. Heseltine, Esquire, 10 Tremont Street, Boston, who is as generous and philanthropic in his labors for the French Club as is Mr. Weston for the British. Send him $1.50 and 25 cents more if the monthly publication, the Revue Mensuelle, is wanted, as it should be. Also a stamped envelope for the application blank and any information that may be desired. But remember that Mr. Heseltine, like Mr. Weston, is a busy man. The headquarters of the French Club are comfortably located at number 10 Place de la Bourse, Paris, where members have access to a cycling library and will find a hospitable reception. The handbook is sent free to members as soon as they have been admitted, together with a pin and a card of identification. The hotel list in the handbook is better than the English list. In every city outside Paris, it has at least one hotel of the first class where wheelwomen will find no embarrassment. As French landlords are more likely than British landlords to raise their rates to foreigners, the saving through the use of the book is of even more consequence. I saved the cost of membership twice over on the first French hotel bill presented to me after I joined the TCF. The rates of the first 100 hotels, for which the prices are given in the TCF book, after deducting the discount, average as follows. Breakfast, rolling coffee, tea, or chocolate, 13 cents. Luncheon, as hearty as the ordinary American noon meal, 40 cents. Table d'hôte dinner, 52 cents. Chamber, 31 cents. Total, $1.36. Add 10% for fees and it gives precisely $1.50 a day as the cost of living expenses for touring in France as a member of the TCF. Table wine, cider, or beer, according to the custom of the region, is almost invariably included without extra charge, and it is stipulated that there shall be no charge for lights or service. By comparing these figures with those given in the following chapter, you will see that the TCF member saves in hotel bills more than a third of what the rail tourist ordinarily pays. I can vouch for the fact that except in the cities he goes to the best hotel in the place, and in the cities he can go to a high-grade hotel if he chooses. Most of the guests in a TCF hotel I used in Paris were Americans or Englishmen paying rail tourist rates. Of course, in a list comprising many hundred hotels, some are inferior, and, of course, the most luxurious hotels at watering places and summer resorts are not given to making such rates for anybody, but it is perfectly safe to say that with rare exceptions, the best TCF hotel in each place will satisfy any American bicyclist. By the way, you need not be accompanied by a wheel in order to get the benefits of either the TCF or the CTC hotel lists. A man who never mounted a wheel may, if a member of either club, get the schedule rates, and therefore any European tourist may thriftily join. A member of the French club may get the same rates for his wife and children without their being members, but the CTC privileges are confined to members. Husband and wife, brother and sister should both join each club, not only to avoid any question in the payment of hotel bills, but also for the custom house benefits. Perhaps the pleasantest feature of the thing is that the use of club cards saves haggling. You know in advance exactly what you are to pay. The arrangement appears to be perfectly satisfactory to landlords, and if anything, you get better rather than worse treatment through being known as a club member, provided you state the fact when you enter the hotel. That is not necessary, but it is always wise. Only once did I suspect that I got a worse room in consequence, and I had no friction over the club stipulations, save in the one matter of a provision that the price of a two-bedded room is to be twice that of a room with one bed, when on the first floor, and half as large again as that of the one-bedded room if higher up. Every landlord insisted on doubling the single-bedded rate no matter where the room might be, and at last I gave up trying to make them understand what they had agreed to at the club. There was, to be sure, almost invariably an overcharge in the bill, but it was always cheerfully corrected when pointed out, and its regularity soon changed from a matter of annoyance to one of amusement. It is simply the continental landlord's way of having his little joke, for which you pay dearly if you don't detect the humor of it before you get away, whether you depart by wheel or train. Inasmuch as comparatively few Frenchmen tour outside their own country, it would be a one-sided arrangement were the TCF to exchange privileges with other clubs, and it has cancelled all affiliation, such as that of the LAW with the CTC. It has its own arrangements with hotels in other continental countries, and the CTC likewise has hotel arrangements in France and elsewhere on the continent, issuing what it calls a Continental Handbook at a price of 36 cents. Though the French hotels and their rates are often the same for the two clubs, I should prefer to rely on membership in the French club for French hotels. To be sure, the CTC claims to have contract arrangements with 3,800 hotels in France against 2,473 of the TCF, but it stands to reason that a French club would make more intelligent discrimination than a foreign club. Elsewhere on the continent, though the books of both clubs may be used, that of the CTC is likely to be of the more benefit, for through its contract arrangements, and those made indirectly through the touring clubs of the various countries, it far surpasses the French club in the contracts in force. In Germany, for instance, the TCF membership gets reduced rates in but 27 hotels, while CTC membership gets in 2,740. In Italy, the TCF has contracts with 38, the CTC with 1,185, and the same state of affairs prevails in most of the other countries. All told, at home and abroad, the CTC has direct contracts with more than 10,000 hotels. Germany, Belgium, Italy, Austria, Denmark, Holland, Spain, and Sweden have prosperous clubs of their own, but membership in them is not likely to be worth the while of a member of the CTC and TCF, unless for students of others residing temporarily abroad. The foreign consuls of the LAW, any one of whom would gladly serve an American wheelman, are Felix Rohl, Lindenstrasse 56, SW Berlin, Germany. Joseph Pennell, 14 Buckingham Street, Strand, WC London, England. Otto Mayer, 111 12 Lindergrass, Vienna, Austria. Dr. E.B. Turner, 9 Sussex Garden, London, England, racing representative. W.P. Purvis, 2nd Avenue Place, Southampton, England. Herbert M. Rankeler, Bedalus School, Tiverton, England. J. White, Derrybon, Bushy Park Road, Rothgar Company, Dublin. J. Lennox, Dumfries, Scotland. T. Lee Lloyd, 6 Dingle Lane, Liverpool, England. H. C. Wallace, Secretary, Depoles du Golf, Dep, France. Reverend Thos H. Orpin, Binbrook, Cambridge, England. A. Eidlitz, C.O. Schenker & Company, Munich, Germany. Paul Oker, 5 Rue Gustave Sora, Paris, France. Friedrich Schlecher, Duren Rhineland, Bonnerstrasse 16, Germany. Ercole Abrate all'Aurora, Turin, Italy. The wheel and its parts. American bicycles are lighter, easier, cheaper, and more graceful than those of European manufacture. They are strong enough. Those of English make are so needlessly strong that they are heavy and clumsy. There is no reason why any high-grade American wheel should not serve for a tour abroad, and every reason why it is preferable. Bicycles can be hired by the hour, day, week, or month in any European city, but hired bicycles are frequently poor bicycles. They are usually worn and treacherous. Though without great difficulty you can hire an American wheel abroad, better take one from here if you plan to tour. But don't take one with single-tube tires. I received this advice, disregarded it, and paid the penalty. I had heard of single tubes that went through Europe without a puncture, and I took the chances. In England no accident happened. But within 20 minutes after starting, on French soil, the first hobnail went through my extra heavy tire. The hobnail is a despicable invention of the evil one, admirably designed to encourage the use of profanity. It is a long tack with a broad, flat head, most commonly used in the sabots worn by the peasants of many parts of the continent. As they stump along the roads, the tacks fall out, and then, with the imperceptible business end sticking up, they await the doomed bicyclist. In one repair shop at Tours, I saw more than 100 the repairer had taken out of tires that spring. 6 of them in a week used up all the rubber solution left in my repair kit, most of it having apparently evaporated en route. Then the trouble began, and it continued till we reached home. Even in a city as large as Tours, no repairer could stop a hole completely. One thought he had succeeded brilliantly when he had fastened in a huge mushroom, wrong end up, with a cone projecting from the tire that went bumpety-bump till it fell out. There wasn't a vulcanizer in France outside Paris, and the one there was in the hands of the agent of a certain American tire who would vulcanize no other. May he some day get his deserts. Hope rose when we reached London. The agent of the same American tire gave the same refusal, but sent us to a man who sold and vulcanized single-tube tires. His job seemed to be a success, but on the first day out of London it proved a failure, and I limped to Liverpool, getting as much exercise from blowing up tires as from pedaling. Single-tube tires are all right in the right region, with plenty of repair material at hand, and with access to repairers who can repair punctures that need vulcanizing. Elsewhere they are a vain thing for safety. In all France I could not find an ounce of the quick-drying solution ordinarily sold with repair kits. In neither England nor France, outside London, did I find a repairer who understood the single-tube tire. Many repairers would not even look at it, will not let it come into the shop. Don't take it to the land of hobnails and thorns and flinty roadbeds. Yet, if you insist on taking the more than even chance of having your trip marred, there are 3 or 4 precautions you may be willing to accept. One is to put on a pair of the tires claimed to be puncture-proof. Another is to take the heaviest tire on the market, known as an export tire, which has the wearing portion very thick. Another is to have the ordinary tires reinforced with rubber bands. It will cost you from $3 to $5 to have them put on in some English or continental repair shop. I note that correspondents of the CTC Gazette praise highly the Echo puncture preventing shields, which are hogskin bands, said to be non-puncturable. The company will fit them for $3.50 a pair if you send the tires to Birkdale, England, or it will send the shields for $3.12, and it is said you can easily put them on by yourself. The most important precaution of all is to take along an extra tire in your trunk or bag, with cement enough to put it on. Single-tube tires can be bought in the foreign capitals, but at twice what they cost in the States. It is the common supposition that double-tube tires are not put on wooden rims, but I am told this is not the case. On the contrary, it is said that any maker will, if you insist on it, fit double tubes to your wooden rims. You can get metal wheels on most makes of bicycles, and some good wheels are designed only for double-tube tires. Englishmen insist that wooden rims are not suited to weather conditions abroad, but Americans do not grant this. In his entertaining and useful book, Why Not Cycle Abroad by Yourself?, Clarence Stetson describes a simple device used by some French riders to lessen the chance of picking up tacks, or even bits of glass. They attach a little wire across the fork, where the wheel turns about a 1/16 of an inch from the tire. Their argument is that the tack does not puncture the rubber when the wheel first touches it, but is picked up and does the mischief when it strikes the ground again. The wire knocks it out before this harm is done. Those who have tried it say they have never since had a puncture. It certainly will cost no wheelman anything to try it. Later in his book, Mr. Stetson describes how an Italian repairer fixed a bad puncture. Quote, "Over the point where the nail had entered he had glued on several layers of rubber, and over this he had wound several yards of white cloth, all of which was fastened down with a piece of red flannel. Signor Maggie, explains that if the tire did not have a relapse after being ridden 2 or 3 hours, we could remove these outside bandages. He then charged us 8 lire, $2, for his work and said good morning and prepared to receive the congratulations of all his friends." Unquote. But Signor Maggi had put back the tire on the wooden rim with little or no glue, and after 10 miles of riding the rubber about the valve was so badly cut as to make the tire useless. The ignorance of European repairers in the matter of gear-driven wheels kept me from taking a chainless wheel across. Many such wheels have gone through Europe in excellent shape, and the riders commend them, especially for use on wet, muddy roads. But the delicacy of the gears is such that in case any accident should happen, it would probably be necessary to take the train to the nearest big city in order to find a machinist equal to repairing the damage. Joseph Pinnell, the artist, who is the LAW consul in London, says that he tried a chainless on a tour, and found it the deadest thing he ever rode. It was an English chainless, and perhaps that made some difference. Gear cases to protect the chain are the usual thing on English wheels. These, with the mud guards before and behind, arouse the derision of every American wheelman at first sight, but as usual where a custom prevails there is a reason for it and sense in it. Wet weather is much more common in Great Britain than either in the States or on the continent, and there is much more of riding on wet roads, not only by reason of the weather, but also because the watering cart is abroad in the land. The quarter-inch of mire on the surface of London streets is the stickiest stuff that ever spattered a bicycle. Ride over it a day and you will wish your own wheel had mud guards. But as these guards, the gear case, the brake, and the usual luggage carrier seen on English wheels make it not uncommon for them to tip the scales at 40 pounds and more, most American tourists will prefer to get along without the encumbrances. Brakes are far more common abroad than in the States. Indeed, I note one counselor who says, quote, "It would be the height of folly to attempt a European tour without a brake. They are useful, particularly in cities like Paris, where one finds the most careless drivers in the world, to aid you in stopping quickly on the crowded boulevards, as well as on many of the hills in the neighborhood of Paris, to say nothing of being absolutely necessary when touring in Switzerland." Unquote. The last assertion I will accept without demur, but for any tour not extending into a mountainous region, the rider who needs no brake at home will need none abroad. Many riders enjoy the sense of intimacy with their machines given by sole reliance on the pedals, and feel the safer for it. Such riders not only refuse the burden of a brake, but also can see no good in what the English call the free wheel, and Americans the coaster brake, the device enabling one to coast while keeping his feet on the pedals. The battle between the friends and foes of the free wheel has waged long and vigorously in cycling publications and on the road. One American assured me the pleasures of touring had been doubled for him by adopting the device. Another declares that after a test for 2 or 3 months he concludes that the free wheel is all right for good roads and dry weather and for lazy riding, but that for long trips and give and take conditions he has not found it satisfactory. Take your choice. The medium or low-geared wheel is by all odds the best for touring abroad. Because you have heard the roads of England and France are the best in the world, do not expect them to be of the billiard table variety. I think they average to have more grades than those of the States. Though perhaps steep hills are not so common, yet there are plenty of long slopes where it pays to have low gears. 74 is plenty high enough, and between 60 and 70 is still the preference with most English riders, though the tendency is to follow our example in increasing the gear and lengthening the crank. The wheel should be the same size, 28 inches, not only because it will be easier to get an extra tire abroad if you must, but also because you can interchange the tires if need be. It is the rear tire that gets the more strain and gives out first. Even before it gives signs of wear, it may be wise to take an hour on some rainy day and interchange the two. It is not advisable to take a tandem, partly because of its greater liability to the danger of breakage of chain or frame, partly because it prevents one of a pair of riders from making excursions alone when the other prefers to rest or perforce must rest by reason of illness or fatigue. Furthermore, 2 single wheels can easier carry a given amount of luggage than one tandem. How to carry the luggage is a more mooted question even than that of brakes, free wheels, or gears. One man said to me beforehand, "The only rational way to carry luggage is on the handlebar." The next expert I consulted said none but a fool would carry it on the handlebar, and that the proper place for it was behind the saddle. I compromised by using both ways, with a luggage carrier in the frame as well. The result of trying all three things made it my personal belief that it is practicable with comfort to carry on the handlebar a small leather handbag, best attached by means of two snaps that can be had at any hardware or harness shop for a few cents. These I fashioned to the bar with winding with stout cord and some German silver wire so that the snaps would catch in the rings at either end of the handle of the bag, put there for the use of people who carry such bags by a strap over the shoulder. In this bag, carry the map, guidebook, toilet articles, and all the small conveniences you can crowd in. Then in the frame carrier, put the change of underwear, nightshirt, etc. Beneath the saddle, swing the tool bag and the thin rubber cape that rolls up so compactly. For a woman's wheel, I bought a square handbag, 12 inches long, 7 inches deep, and 6 inches wide. To this I had a harness maker attach 3 little straps with buckles, so that one could go through the slot in the saddle and the others around the frame, hanging it so that at the start, when filled, it cleared the mud guard by 1/4 of an inch. As a matter of fact, it sagged afterward so that it rested on the mud guard, but only lightly, and no damage resulted. The straps must be put on very strongly, as the strain is considerable. This carried the necessities except the light coat, which was fastened to the handlebar by the ordinary straps. The frame bag for a man's wheel should have stiff sides. Those of leather are heavy. If you can find a stout one, cloth covered, it will answer for one tour at least. If the sides can bulge, they will prove bothersome in riding. If the bag hangs so low that a pedal at the top of its revolution will come above the bottom of the bag, there is danger of a nasty spill in case the bag slips to either side. English riders fancy the wire basket carrier, in which they put bag or bundle, usually in front of the handlebar, sometimes over the rear wheel. Occasionally you will find a tourist traveling with all his goods and chattels rolled in a piece of rubber cloth and strapped to the handlebar. A few will go with a pouch hanging from the shoulder, surely the worst way of all. Happiest the man whose wants are so few that he goes without any luggage at all. Lamps, or at any rate a light of some kind, are indispensable if riding is to be done after dark. The law requires that lamps shall be lighted an hour after sundown, and usually it is enforced, though now and then you will find a city where it is ignored, and as a rule it is safe to travel a country road without a lamp. The tourist so seldom needs to ride after dark that it is a pity to add the burden of a lamp. In cities on the few occasions when you may want to wheel in the late evening, you can meet the requirements of the law, at any rate in France, by buying a Chinese lantern and a candle for a few cents, and letting it swing from the handlebar. In England, the midsummer twilights are so long that the tourist seldom has need for a light of any kind. In France and most other continental countries, the law demands a bell, gong, or horn, audible at 50 yards. Every cautious rider will be sure to carry a good one anyway. Nameplates, essential in some regions, are worth having anywhere, both to protect the wheels and as a means of identification. The CTC furnishes them at a day's notice for 40 cents, with your name and address engraved, and a tag for writing railway or hotel addresses. Get one. Don't be afraid of taking too many duplicate parts, chain links, nuts, spokes, handle grip, etc. You may not need one, but if you do, the chances are you can't get it where you may be. The nuts that bothered me most by dropping off were those that fasten the rubber strips in the pedals. Make sure that the repair kit is complete, and particularly that the tubes of rubber solution are full and securely corked, so that the rubber cannot ooze out or evaporate. Supply yourself with several rubber plugs of various sizes. Preparations for the trip. If you buy a new wheel and are not familiar with its mechanism, make the dealer take it apart and put it together in your presence, or else get a repairer or some skilled friend to do it. I recall an incident showing the importance of this. My pedal was attached to the crank in a way simple enough when you understand it, but sure to mystify anybody without mechanical gumption, who had not learned its knack. When one dropped off on an Isle of Wight road several miles from a town, the experience would have been wearisome had I not puzzled the thing out at the time I bought the machine. I do not understand why makers deliver machines without printed instructions as to these things, but they do, or at any rate I know none that do not. You may have occasion to take off and replace a wheel, to take up the slack in the chain, to readjust saddle post or handlebar, and you should know how to do these things right before you start. Most of the adjusting, however, should have been completed before you leave home. Any new wheel should be ridden at least 100 miles before taking it abroad. The best of them need breaking in, adjusting, slight alteration or repairing. The preliminary riding will show weak points, if any exist, and it is far better to adjust and alter and make perfect before starting than to wait till you get where time is precious and parts are scarce and men acquainted with your wheel cannot be found. Another thing to be broken in is the footwear. Rash the man or woman who starts on a long tour with new shoes. Men will find no need for shoes especially made for bicycling. You are likely to walk or stand more hours than you ride, and such walking boots as you would ordinarily use will be found the best things for your purpose. Some women prefer the high-laced boot, others the low shoe. Their relative comfort depends on the weather, with the chances favoring the high boot. Men may easily, quickly, and cheaply get their bicycle suits in England and France, preferably in England. The CTC has arrangements with tailors who furnish stylish suits of excellent cloth at a fixed price in 2 or 3 days after one is measured. There is a choice of materials, and though the suit is called a uniform, there is nothing in the way of braid or buttons or anything else to differentiate it from an ordinary suit. Cap, coat, knickerbockers, and stockings will come to about $15. Have it made with all wool pockets, stiffenings, linings, etc., for then it will dry quickly when damped by rain or perspiration. Wool, indeed, is to my mind the only material for bicycle touring. Comparatively few people wear all wool underclothing in the summer, and the idea of it is far from attractive to people who haven't tried it. On the other hand, those who do try it will unanimously back up my assertion that the lightest all-wool underwear is not merely endurable, it is more comfortable than anything else, and far safer, for wheeling induces copious perspiration, and to cool off safely when wearing damp cotton is a hard thing to accomplish. Time and again, one is forcibly impressed with the fact that though in the sun it is just as hot in England or France as anywhere else, whether Iceland or Florida, yet in the shade it is as a rule cooler the higher the altitude or latitude. England is much nearer the pole than any part of the States, and Paris is much farther north than Quebec. The nights are almost invariably cool, and in the daytime one gets comfortable with surprising quickness when forsaking the shadeless road for the shelter of the trees. Furthermore, one frequently has occasion to enter cathedrals, chateaux, or other large buildings where the danger of getting cold is not slight unless one is clad in wool. The lightest French flannel or other all-wool overshirt with detachable collar will be found preferable. Some riders praise the celluloid or rubber collars and cuffs for steady use. Others prefer the flannel collar on the road, changing to linen at evening. Few foreign wheelmen will be noticed riding without a coat. It is in their opinion bad form to appear coatless on the wheel. Anyone who wears woolen under and outer shirts will find a sweater needless and an encumbrance in the summer months, except perhaps in the higher parts of Switzerland or Scandinavia. In the matter of wheelwoman's attire, tastes so differ that advice will be superfluous. I will only quote one who has toured as saying that her individual preference is for a woolen skirt reaching to midway the knee and ankle. English women ride in skirts as long as those of street dresses, French women for the most part with no skirts at all, preferring bloomers. Skirt and coat, my informant thinks, should be of some stout, medium-colored material, for they get hard usage. Mud is frequent and dust not rare. She extols wash silk waists because they can be carried so easily. For the hat, she counsels felt, as she says that on her next trip she shall take a light silk gown, a summer silk, for use evenings if her traveling bag can meet her every night, or at any rate once a week, and in cities where she may tarry a day or more. Last time she lived 2 months in a bicycle suit, and she says she will not do it again. In the larger cities it is usually possible to get washing done in 24 hours, sometimes less, but it is not so easy in the small cities and towns. Those who rest on Sundays and on no other days will find the laundry question bothersome. For these reasons it is best to be equipped with at least 3 sets of underclothing. One wheelman told me he had a trunk meet him once a week, and that he carried in it enough underwear to let him accumulate soiled garments for a month. then he would have the garments all washed at once. The cyclist waterproof cape that may be bought in an English cycle supply shop for from $1 to $2 is light and easily portable. In Great Britain it is reasonably sure to prove worth the carrying, and on the continent one is frequently glad to have it. Maps are essential. Road books are useful, though not indispensable. Maps of foreign countries can be bought there in such variety and of such excellence that I shall not try to specify. At the stationers' shops or the club headquarters you can quickly suit your purse and your ideas as to detail and bulk. The CTC road books are too voluminous and bulky to meet the needs of the American cyclist who tours rapidly, and if he sticks to main traveled roads, as ordinarily he will, they are by no means essential. It takes 3 bulky volumes to cover England and Wales alone. Doubtless they are very useful to English members touring out from home and back wanting to vary their trips, but for American members a single small volume describing the principal routes would be to my mind much more serviceable. An English road book did me so little good that after reaching France I relied wholly on the map, with the information given by landlords, always cheerfully and usually with accuracy. By the way, each TCF hotel is supposed to have a map of its neighborhood in detail, and if your own map is not on the large scale, you can use the hotel map each night to plan out the next day's work. My own preference would be against getting any maps before leaving home. A rough outline of the desired tour, with a list of the countries and larger places to be visited, is likely to be quite enough to decide on in advance. End of section 6. Section 7 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Chapter 5, Bicycle Touring, Part 2. Comment on Countries. Great Britain. No customs duty on bicycles. Bicycle outfitting shops will be found in any of the ports at which the tourist may land. Liverpool, indeed, is held by some experienced travelers to be a better place than London for shopping. If you land at Queenstown for the Irish tour, go to Cork for what you may need. Ireland is wet. Prepare for showers and steady rains. In those European countries in which the high ground is on the west side, more rain falls there than on the east side. Manchester has an average annual rainfall of 36 inches, where that of London is 25, Glasgow 44, and Edinburgh 38. In Scotland, the wettest months are July and August, the worst time of the whole year being about the middle of August. In May, east and west winds are equally common in Scotland. From June to August, the proportion of west wind increases till it blows more than twice as often as the east wind. In England, the prevailing winds are westerly, so that it is much easier to tour toward London from the west than to go west from London. The Midland countries give the most level riding, and the fen country from Cambridge to the sea has few slopes. The southern coast is hilly, and for a tour through Devonshire and Cornwall stout legs are necessary. The Isle of Wight is about all up and down, yet a delightful spot. Wales, though mountainous, has a good deal of level road, with some long coasts that are exceedingly enjoyable. Crowded streets are the rule for some miles from the centre of London. Avoid them if you choose by using the train, or if it suits your plans, take a Thames steamboat upriver as far as Kew, or downriver where you will, being prepared to pay twice as much for the carriage of your bicycle as for that of yourself. If you push your wheel on a London sidewalk, you are reasonably sure to get arrested. Channel Islands. No duty on bicycles. These islands are British possessions. The difference between their administration and that of England itself concerns the bicyclist in but one particular, viz. The provision in Guernsey that every bicycle shall carry a number on a tin rectangle hung beneath the saddle, and a jingle bell. The hotel proprietor furnishes these at a cost of 6 cents for each bicycle. If there is a law requiring the jingle bell in Jersey, it is not enforced, and no numbers are required for tourists' wheels. The riding on these islands is hilly, but the roads are good and the scenery is charming. They have very mild winters, and wheeling over them is attractive at any time of year. France. Duty, 220 francs for each 100 kilos, about 25 cents a pound. This duty is not collected from a member of the CTC or the TCF who accompanies his wheel and presents his ticket of membership for the current year at any seaport or frontier town. For brevity's sake, I will not in each case repeat the statement that LAW members have CTC privileges when they have arranged therefor. Wheelmen who are not club members may be required to pay the duty, usually $7 or $8, get a receipt for it, and collect it at the point where they may leave the country, but the law is not uniformly enforced. When the deposit is made, a lead seal is attached to the bicycle, with the custom house mark stamped on it. Notice that in order to avoid the deposit, the club member must accompany his wheel, and he must present himself to the customs officers, not leaving the matter to anybody else. If I understand it aright, the French officials discriminate between the wheelman entering the country for the first time in any given year and the wheelman who is re-entering it. Whether Frenchman or foreigner, club member or not, if you leave France with the intention of returning presently, you must have a lead seal attached to the bicycle as you cross the frontier in order to avoid the payment of duty when you return. Quite separate from the duty is the annual tax imposed on bicycles. All foreigners who declare at the port of entry that it is not their intention to remain in France more than 3 months are exempted from this tax. On payment of 12 cents, they get a certificate to this effect, which they must show on demand of any official. Nobody ever asked to see mine. A CTC membership ticket may be useful to back up an assertion that one is a tourist. The law requires a nameplate on each bicycle. Lacking one of metal, the tourist can make a visiting card answer or a plain card with name and address written on it, tied to the steering head. The roads of France, taken as a whole, are the best in the world, but this does not mean that it has no bad roads, or that from one end of the country to the other riding is of the cinder track variety. In the macadam surface there is much flinty material, hard on tires, and the surface itself is often so warm that the stones give an incessant vibration, which sometimes make the American long for the layer of dust that forms a sort of cushion on the roads with which he is familiar. The main highways are military roads, often running as straight as an arrow with utter disregard of hills and valleys, so that although long hills may not be met with more than twice a day, the slopes are almost continuous where the country is rolling. Many American roads and few French roads follow water courses. The rarity of brooks and ponds is noticeable to the New Englander. The great merit of the French road is its freedom from ruts and its quick drying properties. The fastest riding we did was in an hour on a French road begun when a heavy thunder shower had not wholly passed. Some of the highways out of Paris are paved with cobblestones for miles. The maps show which these are. Dodge them by taking the train to a suburban station or where a steam tram makes it possible. Put your wheel aboard and ride to the end of the route. For instance, much the best way to start down the Seine Valley is to take the tram to Saint-Germain. Some tourists advocate taking the train to Paris from Havre or Boulogne, or wherever one lands, if he has come direct from the States, on the ground that the sea voyage has left him in poor condition to start touring at once, and that probably some outfitting in Paris will be desirable. Yet the road between Paris and the sea is charming. The beauties of the valley of the Seine would be as famous as those of the Rhine or Thames if passenger steamers could ply between Rouen and the capital. Brittany is more picturesque than Normandy. On the whole, I enjoyed the valley of the Loire more than either. In Normandy and Brittany, the usual breezes are from the west. On the other hand, we found a strong wind blowing down the Loire from northeast to southwest, almost steadily for a month. From Paris, then, one would be better go down the Loire to Angers or Nantes, and thence back along the northern Breton coast. In the Rhone valley is found the powerful and distressing wind known as the Mistral, violent, dry, bitterly cold. It rages most in the winter, but at intervals through the rest of the year makes wheeling against it a painful task, for days at a time. So ride down the Rhone valley from Lyon, and it is a northwest wind. Try to plan your riding along the coast of southern France and the Riviera, from west to east. The region southwest of Paris is dull till you reach the Jura, and the prevailing winds there come from the direction of Switzerland. So if you start from Paris, unless you care to ride as far as Fontainebleau, better make by rail the whole distance to Dijon or Macon. The best month for touring the Riviera is April, northern Normandy May, southern Normandy and Touraine September. Brittany is the coolest region you will find in France in midsummer. It is undeniably hot in France in the middle of a summer day. The summer of 1899 was undoubtedly exceptional, and perhaps in no other summer would we have gone through July and August without a single rainy day. But I am convinced that though a midsummer tour in France is far better than no tour at all, yet next time I would choose a cooler country for midsummer riding. The small degree to which rain annoys the tourist in France may be judged from the following averages of the rainy days in Paris in each month of the last 3 years. January, 5. February, 5. March, 6. April, 8. May, 6. June, 4. July, 3. August, 3. September, 2. October, 2. November, 4. December, 4. Belgium. Duty on bicycles 12% ad valorem. This will be returned to the tourist on leaving the country if he crosses the frontier at a custom house and presents his receipt. Club members have concessions, but their conditions change so from time to time that perhaps, when this is read, new regulations will be in force. The smallest steamboats have the shrillest whistles, and Little Belgium is very noisy when cyclists are concerned. At this writing, members of the CTC and TCF are allowed to take their wheels into Belgium free on exhibition of membership card, which must bear a photograph of the member. No formality is required of members in leaving the country. The man who pays the duty when he enters Belgium should give some forethought to his departure if he wants his money back without danger of delay. If he is to leave for Paris by rail, he would better write 2 or 3 days ahead to the customs official at Quevy or Erquelines, according to his route, and inform him as to which train he will use. The official will stamp the receipt, and if he finds the wheel described in it in the baggage van, he will refund the money without delay. It is better, however, to ride your wheel out of Belgium if you can do so without inconvenience. Belgium has many excellent roads, but it also has many miles of cobble stones. Its officials are apt to be officious, and taken altogether it is not one of the most attractive countries for bicyclists. Holland. Duty 5% ad valorem. Tourists enter without having to pay duty or make deposit, and no bother need be apprehended. The brick-paved roads are criticized by some tourists, extolled by others. Many of them are now provided with side paths for bicycles. One is allowed to ride along the towpaths of the canals, and as the country is as flat as a table, it is the lazy wheelman's paradise. Great elms shade many of the roads for miles. The Dutch Cycling Club has put up plentiful signposts so that the complete ignorance of the language on the part of almost every foreigner is not likely to be troublesome. Some English-speaking person will be found at most of the hotels, and it is a language understood in most of the better shops. In the matter of living expenses, be prepared to find it the costliest country on the continent. Also, be prepared for more danger of punctures by hobnails than almost anywhere else, and for a good deal of wet weather. Switzerland. Duty 70 francs for each 100 kilos, about 6 cents a pound. Members of the CTC get relief from paying this by securing a special cycle ticket from the secretary, which must bear the member's photograph, preferably carte de visite size. Members of the TCF get the same relief by presenting their membership tickets, but these too must bear the photograph, countersigned by the member. No formality is required of club members on leaving the country. Bicyclists who are not club members get back the duty on departure by presenting the receipt to the customs official at the frontier. The best time for wheeling in Switzerland is in June and the first fortnight in July. The days are then at their longest, more of an advantage in mountainous than in flat countries. It is no longer cold, and yet the heat has not become oppressive. The valleys of the Alps are hot in midsummer in the middle of the day, however cold may be the passes and the heights. Then, too, the landlords have not put their prices to top notch as they do after July 14, when the hordes of tourists come. Nor have the roads, freshly put in condition, yet been cut up or made powdery by the diligence and the summer traffic. But Switzerland all through the summer is delightful, and strange as it may seem, the bicyclist, who better than anybody else appreciates the meaning of the phrase, the ups and downs of life, will find it one of the best touring grounds in Europe. Though Switzerland is all hills, there are many miles of fairly level road. Along Lake Lucerne, for instance, with Mount Rigi on one side and Mount Pilatus on the other, both rising sharp from the water's edge, and the southern end of the lake so walled by heights that the road has to be carried along by frequent tunnels. This road, the Axenstrasse, is nearly as level as the drives in Central Park. Around Lake Geneva, too, and up the Rhone Valley, the roads are surprisingly level. The Engadine, with beauties among the most remarkable in Europe, is traversed by a road 60 miles long, and a mean altitude exceeding that of the loftiest peak in Great Britain, yet with so little gradient that one can ride from end to end without dismounting. Though from the highest to the lowest point of the road you drop more than 2,000 feet, yet the drop is so evenly distributed over so many miles that you can ride from Martinsbruch in the lower Engadine to Maloja in the upper without difficulty. On the passes it is all up or all down, but as their roads were built with military purposes in view, and the grades had to be easy to permit the dragging of cannon over them, there are no pitches too steep to wheel down as you repeatedly find in an American mountain region. Some wheelmen maintain that it is actually easier to ascend an alpine grade with a bicycle than without one, that by throwing the weight forward on the handlebar they can walk up a mountain faster than the unencumbered pedestrian. One rider reports that in making a Swiss tour he found his tires so thin he did not dare use the brake, so he bought a pine log about 4 feet long and 8 or 10 inches thick, into which he drove a nail so that he could drag it behind the bicycle by means of a cord 9 or 10 feet long, attached to the saddle post. This drag he found a great saving of strength on the downgrades of 3 passes. Look out for the diligence in Switzerland. The driver thinks he owns the road, and seems to have a spite against all wheelmen. His whiplash is a more formidable weapon than any you can command, and it is the better part of valor to submit humbly to being crowded into the ditch. Italy. Duty, 42.60 lira, about $8.22 on each bicycle. As for Switzerland, members of the CTC get relief from paying this by securing a special cycle ticket from the secretary, and members of the TCF enter by simply showing usual membership ticket, the photograph on it not being absolutely necessary, but advised by the TCF officials to guarantee identity. The Italian officials are the strictest of the continent in the matter of bicycles, and it is well to take precautions against trouble with them. No formality is required of the TCF members on leaving the country. Tourists who are not club members must deposit the duty, getting it back on departing. The leaden seal attached to the machine on entry should not be disturbed. Italian roads have as a rule good surface and poor grades. About Genoa, however, are some that are poor in every regard. From the Swiss passes to the Po and thence to Venice or Florence is good riding, and so it is for the greater part of the way to Rome. But on the Campagna they deteriorate, and then the farther south of Rome one gets, the worse the roads. In July and August, Italian wheelmen rarely ride unless in the early morning or late afternoon, and tourists will find Italy decidedly hot in those months. The spring is far better, but the passes from Switzerland then have too much snow to be crossed with any comfort, and that beautiful first descent into Italy would be missed. So on the whole the autumn is the best time for a tour toward the Eternal City. In southern Italy snow is so rare that touring might go on all through the winter. Austria-Hungary. Duty on bicycles imported for sale, 25 florins, $12.06. Tourists deposit $10 at the custom house. Refunded on departure, they are also required to swear to a declaration that the bicycle is not for sale, and that it is their intention to remain only temporarily in Austria. CTC members get free entry on presentation of membership ticket with photograph attached, but must get the special cycle permit at the frontier, which permit must be discharged at the custom house where the cyclist leaves the country. The roads are excellent, and the Tyrol is an especially attractive region for a tour. Germany. Duty, 24 marks for each 100 kilos, about 3 cents a pound. The bicycles brought by tourists are by law classed as traveling effects, and as such are exempt from duty when no doubt exists that the machines serve solely for the private and personal use of the tourist. It is rare that any trouble arises, but occasionally the duty is exacted on the Alsace-Lorraine frontier, and it will then be returned only on condition that the cyclist leaves the country by the same custom house as that by which he entered. German roads are excellent, but not up to those of France on the whole. The roads in the Black Forest are to be particularly commended, adding much to the enjoyment of a region famous for its attractions. It does not get its name from being a continuous stretch of woodland, but from the dark, pine-covered mountains. Yet, though mountainous, it has many miles of fairly level road, besides coasts of fabulous length. This district is about 50 by 100 miles east and north of the Upper Rhine, and may be well entered by way of Baden-Baden, Strasbourg, Freiburg, or Schaffhausen. It is a region where midday heat is less oppressive than on lower levels. The scenery is fine, and the hotels are both good and reasonable. The Harz Mountains are visited by foreign tourists, but are extolled by those who have entered them. They are said to have one coast 27 miles long that can be ridden without touching the feet to the pedals, yet with roadbeds so good and slopes so gentle that there is no danger of a spill. A favorite trip is from Rotterdam or Amsterdam up the Rhine Valley to Switzerland. The prevailing winds blow up the river, but are not considerable enough to make essential difference. Perhaps they would be more than offset by the slight advantage in sliding down with the stream. Denmark. Duty 10% ad valorem. The CTC announcement of customs arrangements says that, quote, no duty is ever levied in Denmark on tourist cycles, but on the contrary, every possible facility is offered with a view to encourage cyclists to travel to Denmark, unquote. On the other hand, the TCF book says, quote, every traveler entering Denmark with his bicycle must have a lead seal put on his machine and pay the duty. Its return is made to him at the same custom house or in other custom houses by virtue of a special authorization, unquote. The country has good roads, plenty of daylight in summer, and comfortable hotels in all large towns. If one can escape the frequent showers, he will have a pleasant trip there. Norway. Duty 30 kroner, about $8.15. CTC members are exempt, the club being known to the Norwegian customs authorities as the, quote, International Touring Club for Cyclists, unquote. The TCF does not report any arrangement with Norway. Other tourists have the money refunded on departure in the usual way. The roads are kept in excellent repair. The surface is a mixture of clay and sand, more elastic than macadam, but very sticky after rain. Sweden. Duty 15% ad valorem. The CTC and TCF announcements as to the customs practice again differ. The CTC says, quote, used cycles belonging to tourists are allowed to enter duty-free after examination by the customs, and on the signing in each case of a declaration by the owner to the effect that the machine is imported for his own use and not for sale, unquote. The TCF says that the tourist must make a deposit of the duty, and that in estimating this, the packing, insurance, and freight charges are taken into account. When the cyclist enters Sweden by way of Stockholm, Malmö, Landskrona, Helsingborg, Stonestad, Charlottenburg, or Storlum, there are no special formalities to be observed. If, however, he enters by any other customs bureau, a letter will have to be addressed to the Director General of the Customs asking permission to enter. In order to have the deposit refunded in this case, the cyclist will have to leave the country by the port of entry. In other cases, the deposit will be refunded by the above-named custom houses. If the tourist remains more than 60 days, the deposit is forfeited. I have heard Scandinavia more highly extolled for bicycle touring than any other region in Europe. The length of the days, the coolness of the climate, the grandeur of much of the scenery, the hospitality, and the honesty of the people, the economy of expense, all are considerations presented for deciding the wheelman to visit the land of Norsemen. Russia. Duty 12 rubles, gold. About $9.35. The CTC book says that cyclists must deposit the duty, care being taken to state expressly that the money is being only deposited and that the machine will be re-exported. This deposit is returned on leaving the country, but as the deposit fund is kept totally distinct from the general fund in each custom house, the deposit cannot be returned unless there is enough money on hand for that particular purpose. Failing this, the chief of the custom house must apply to St. Petersburg, and months may elapse before he is in a position to repay the money. In such a case, the tourist should write to the British or American consul at St. Petersburg, asking him to get the deposit refunded. The TCF book declares that instructions have been given by the Customs Department so that the formalities may be accomplished in an expeditious manner. That would certainly seem desirable. The fact is that Russia hampers the cyclist in a way that would be ludicrous were it not so annoying. For instance, the Russian cyclist must qualify himself for a permit to ride by passing an examination. He must carry 2 huge number plates so that he can be identified from either direction. He is liable to punishment if he rings his bell without need, and again to fine if he doesn't ring it when there is need, and nothing but a bell is allowed for a signal. Cyclists together must ride in single file, at least 12 feet apart, and there are other regulations like these said to prevail in St. Petersburg that must make a wheeling a burden to the native cyclists. Whether the foreigner is equally restricted, I don't know. But I heard of one man who said money wouldn't induce him to take a bicycle into Russia again. Spain. Duty: 70 pesetas per 100 kilos, about 6 cents a pound. This must be deposited unless the cyclist can give as bail a well-known merchant or a frontier forwarding agent who will be responsible for him. The CTC says the deposit will be refunded only at the same custom house. The TCF says it will be refunded at any custom house. To lessen the bother of many worrying formalities, it is wise to obtain the services of a commissionaire on the frontier, or an international custom house broker at the frontier towns of Hendaye or Cerbere. If a mistake is made in the declaration, the amount of duty will be forfeited and a fine imposed. The main roads of Spain are good as a rule, though it is not so good as those of France and Italy. The American is not likely to suffer any indignities because of his nationality, but if he fears them, let him pass as an Englishman. It is a dry country, the average annual rainfall at Madrid being 9 inches against 45 in New York and Boston. Other countries. So few American cyclists are likely to tour in other European countries that numerous details about them need not be given. Some of the duties are: Portugal, 27% ad valorem. Cyclist can get deposit refunded at any frontier station. In some places, notably Lisbon, duty not enforced, and cycles enter free. Romania, $1.55 each. Deposit refunded at any custom house. Turkey, 8% on entry, 2% on departure. Bulgaria, 14%, and 2% additional for the octroi. Duty will be refunded at any frontier station. Greece, octroi of 40 cents and a duty of $2 will be refunded less $1 for expenses and a small supplement if the cyclist does not leave the country by the same custom house. Serbia, 8% ad valorem, plus 7% on amount of duty so levied. En route. In Great Britain, the law of the road requires you to keep to the left on meeting anything going in the opposite direction, to pass on the right anything going in the same direction. In France and generally elsewhere on the continent, the rule is, as in the United States, keep to the right and pass to the left. But I understand that in Bohemia, in some parts of Holland, and in a few Italian cities, the rule is as in England. If you are on the wrong side, you can recover no damages in case of accident, but on the other hand are liable to pay them yourself. On meeting a led horse, go by on the side of the man in charge of him. Passing between 2 teams or bicycles is dangerous work, but the most dangerous thing of all is to cut close to a corner when you cannot see what may be coming around it. In Great Britain, it is illegal to ride on any path set aside for foot passengers under any circumstances. In France, such a path may be used when the road is undergoing repairs or for some other reason is impassable. Dangerous hills are marked in Great Britain and generally throughout Central Europe by warning signs put up by the touring clubs. The TCF alone has put up about 2,000 of these. Both in England and France, however, an excess of caution has frequently put them at the top of hills down which any fairly skillful rider can easily ride. After being fooled 2 or 3 times, the American rider, man or woman, will usually refuse to dismount till the reason for it is palpable. Ride with a handlebar high. You are there to see, not to scorch. Take care of your wheel. Its neglect may ruin your trip. Nowhere is the trite truth about the stitch in time saving 9 more applicable than in bicycle touring. Note the first unusual click, jar, or creak, and locate the cause at once if you can. Sometimes after a long hunt you will find the squeak is nothing more serious than a whim of the saddle spring, but then again you will find it the sign of troubles that might become serious. On wet roads, the flying particles of mud work into the chain and tighten it, sometimes beyond the breaking point. So, when the chain gets to grinding and snapping, try loosening it a bit if you find it taut. Should the rivet of a link break, it can be temporarily mended with a bit of wire, well enough to get you to the next repair shop. If you lose a screwdriver or have none, a coin put in the slot of the screw and gripped by the wrench will often serve. A nut or bolt that has stuck can sometimes be started by warming it a little, sometimes by applying hot vinegar. Other means failing, get as much oil on it as you can and let it soak for a few hours. Keeping the bearings of your machine oiled. A drop of oil to each set of balls once every 100 miles is an easy rule to remember. Too much oil is almost as bad as too little, though to run dry balls is certainly bad enough. Better clean your wheel yourself, unless you send it to a bicycle shop for that purpose. The ordinary hostler or boots knows nothing about a bicycle, and is as likely as not to wash it down as he would a carriage. At a very few hotels, somebody will, without your order, clean your wheel in the hope for a fee, but usually it will not even be so much as wiped off if you arrive in the rain. If you care about the polish of the enamel, don't scrape dried mud off the frame. Soak it first with a damp sponge or cloth. If you want to give the chain a soak, you can buy a few cents worth of petroleum in any village. Find an old can, coil the chain in the bottom of it, just cover it with the petroleum, and the next morning the chain will be clean as a whistle, but you would better oil the rivets before using it. After using the pedal mount a long time, constant trouble with loosening cranks led me to go back to the step mount. Whether the trouble stopped because of the change in mounting, or because I got a wheel with the cranks put on in the old way and the right way, I don't know. If the pedal mount does strain the machine, it is just as well to use the step when touring. Each to his taste in the matter of the day's work. My own preference on European roads when riding with men would be from 35 to 45 miles a day. With women, 20 to 35 miles a day. One goes abroad chiefly for the pleasures of travel, not for the benefits of physical work, which, though useful, should be subsidiary, to my mind. Yet many Americans whiz through Europe at the rate of from 50 to 70 miles a day, and say they like it. My own vote would go for 8 miles an hour as the average speed, day in and day out, but if anybody wants to make it 10, the roads won't stop him from doing it. The man who isn't used to exercise before breakfast would be rash to start in on it at the outset of a tour where bad dyspepsia or a physical collapse would mean so much disappointment. All the hygienists say that any work directly after eating is dangerous, but slow riding is not hard enough work to make a long rest essential after the usual continental morning or midday meal. He who makes long distances can't avoid riding in the middle of the day, but when the sun shines, he is sure to perspire then. Some men think they can accomplish the most and get the most enjoyment out of wheeling in the late afternoon, but for my part I like to get to a hotel in time to rest and clean up comfortably before dinner time. There is great pleasure in wheeling in the long, cool English twilights of midsummer. In the matter of wind, you will usually find the evenings the best for wheeling everywhere. The force of the wind reaches its maximum ordinarily about 2 in the afternoon, being then on an average about twice as strong as it is in the early morning. The luggage problem is one that the tourist always has with him, and that's the puzzle of it. One rule is to make a list of everything you think you must carry, and then leave out half of it. Every ounce counts. Some tourists carry absolutely nothing on their wheels, but have a bag meet them at every stopping place. One who was following this plan told me that in the morning he turned his bag over to the hotel porter with instructions to send it to such and such a place. At first, he gave the name of the hotel where he meant to pass the night, but some annoyance led him to have the bag sent to the station. On arrival, he sent the hotel porter for it, and averred that he got it regularly and speedily. The method is not costly, but I should be slow to point credence in its accuracy, and it has the out of making it necessary every morning to determine where one is to pass the night. Let a rainstorm start in at noon with your destination 20 or 30 miles away, and things are awkward if you are far from the railroad. But it certainly is a great comfort to have fresh clothes every evening, and a costume fit for theater or anything else. My own plan has been to meet the bag once a week, but next time, if any women were of the party, I should make it a trunk. A few tourists, mostly youths, take only what can be carried on the wheel. This is feasible, but robs travel of many of the comforts and luxuries that seem to most of us worth the having. The laundry feature of the method is the most perplexing. Could one invariably get washing done in a few hours? The plan might be simple, but as a matter of fact, that is not always practicable, and in some places the washerwomen insist on 2 days. Provision against the extreme of hunger and thirst can and should be carried. Chocolate is perhaps the most portable thing that will ward off the faintness of hunger. For thirst, I have found the acidulated candies a relief, such as are sold here under the name of lime fruit tablets. Similar candies can be bought in any of the European cities with the lime or lemon taste. Lemons themselves are to be had in about every town, and their juice is excellent in making tepid water palatable. In these days of microbe mania, it would be unfashionable not to advise against the promiscuous drinking of water, but nevertheless I will hazard the theory that a healthy person doing the physical work of a rational bicycle tour is not in a condition to fall a quick prey to the omnipresent bacillus. For my own part, I am reckless enough to drink anything that is drinkable. Cold water is a rarity on the road in England and France. He who well thinks that on a bicycle tour alcoholic beverages should not be used before dinner time, if at all, can in Great Britain buy ginger beer or ginger ale at every village grocery, and on the continent he can get for a few cents at any cafe a bottle of aerated water, soda water, eau de seltz, or whatever you choose to call it. But let him not run away with the idea that aerating water makes it innocuous. The carbonic acid gas with which it is charged does not rob it of any of its impurities, and abroad, much less than with us, is it the custom to filter or boil or distill water that is to be charged. The notion that a dash of brandy in a glass of water robs it of its unwholesomeness is a fallacy. Soda fountains are rare in the big cities and unknown elsewhere, but one gets the same result, though less palatable, by calling for the eau de seltz and syrup, either mixing it to suit his taste or letting the waiter mix it before him. In Great Britain, if you call for lemonade, you will get bottled stuff that will make an American sad. But call for a lemon squash, and you will get the real article. In France, make your order citron au naturel, when you will probably get a lemon, a squeezer, the soda water siphon, and the sugar. One seldom rides a half hour without the chance to get wine or beer at some wayside inn or cafe, but neither of them quenches the bicyclist's thirst like sour drinks. Much drinking, much perspiration. Resolve every morning not to take to drink so early that day as you did the day before. Chewing a straw may help you resist the temptation. It provokes a flow of saliva and lessens the misery of intense thirst. To gratify at once the desire to get at the soda water siphon at the end of the day's work may serve a secondary purpose worth considering if you are not a steady patronizer of touring club hotels, or if you have 2 or 3 of them to choose between. I am indebted to Mr. Stetson's narrative for the suggestion, and he appears to have made frequent and profitable use of the scheme in Switzerland and northern Italy. He and his friends would ride up to a good-looking cafe, and dismount as if they had no intention whatever of staying there, but had stopped for a drink. While circulating the siphon, they would casually ask the waiter if he had any rooms to let. Forthwith, the landlord or landlady would come out with the most alluring terms, fearing the party would ride away. Thus, they daily settled the matter of lodging without bother, embarrassment, or haggling, and on the most thrifty basis possible. Once, by reason of rain, they arrived at an Italian hotel in the hotel omnibus from the station. The manager offered them miserable rooms at a price far above what they had been paying. They left the place in disgust and speedily found far better rooms at half the price. In Great Britain, no matter at what hour of the day or night the traveler asks for admission, the landlord, if he has accommodation to spare, must admit him. The only ground on which he is entitled to refuse to receive a traveler is that he is drunk and disorderly, a person of notoriously bad character, or is suffering from an infectious disease. On the other hand, to come within the category of a traveler, the cyclist must have slept at least 3 miles from the inn on the previous night. If a cyclist be turned away from the doors of an inn or hotel for any other reason except lack of accommodation, he is entitled to bring an action for damages for any injury he may sustain by such a refusal. He must, however, be able to prove specific damage, either by illness to himself or injury to his machine consequent on the refusal. An innkeeper is liable to compensate the cyclist up to a maximum of $150 for a machine stolen or damaged, provided that it has been given into the charge of a servant of the inn. All these rules apply in an equal degree to the temperance hotel. Against these facts must be placed the section of the law which provides that in case a cyclist refuses or is unable to pay his bill, the landlord may detain his machine as security, and if, after 6 weeks, the account is still unsettled, he may sell it after advertising the intended sale in a London and a local newspaper. Out of the proceeds, he is entitled to the amount of the bill and the cost of the sale. Transportation of bicycles. By common agreement, the transatlantic steamship lines charge $2.50 for carrying a bicycle across. It is announced that the wheels must be crated, and perhaps in some lines the rule is always enforced. But the chances are that on the freight boats you can have your wheel taken across without crating it if you so desire. One can save the cost of crating and the transportation fee as well, and at the same time guard the wheel perfectly against both rust and breakage, by taking it apart and packing it with excelsior or clothing in a large trunk, which will go free in the hold. If the wheel is not thus packed, whether it goes crated or not, the bright parts should be rubbed over with Vaseline to prevent rust. If you purpose wheeling as soon as you land, have the wheel brought on deck the day before you are to go ashore, and get it into shape. You will have no better chance. If you are to return from the same port, your crate will be stored for you on the pier. In that case, it may be well to have the crate put together with screws instead of nails, or you may have crate and all sent to a bicycle shop in Liverpool or Southampton, or wherever it may be. The charge will probably be $1 for uncrating and putting the wheel in shape to ride, another $1 for crating when you return. Should you plan starting from London, it will be better not to uncrate on board the boat or at the landing port, but to have the wheel go with you in its crate. But if you land at Boulogne or Havre and plan to make the start from Paris, you may save some expense by getting rid of the crate before you take the train. A well-made crate with one side hinged and padlocked may serve for transportation of the bicycle by rail, or a wicker basket frame can be bought in England or France for from $5 to $10, or for $25 you may buy a bicycle trunk, a huge, clumsy affair that the tourist in a hurry will shun. With trunk, basket, or crate, the handlebar must be removed, and ordinarily the pedals and saddle. This means a distressing waste of time in replacing and adjustment. In England, the usual railway charge for carrying a bicycle is 12 cents for a distance not exceeding 12 miles, 25 miles 18 cents, 50 miles 24 cents, 75 miles 36 cents, 100 miles 48 cents, and then 12 cents more for every 50 miles. This often makes the cost for short distances half as much as the third-class passenger fare, and is an outrage of the same quality as that found in the more benighted of the American states. France has taken the lead of the world in this matter of justice to bicyclists and benefit to the railway treasuries, for to carry bicycles free redounds to the financial advantage of the railway in the long run. By ministerial decree, no French railway can make any charge for uncrated bicycles accompanied by the owner, except a fee of 2 cents for registration, i.e., what we call checking, the only difference being that one gets a paper slip instead of a brass tag. I understand that in France, if your wheel is crated and you have other than hand luggage, all that is to go in the baggage car is weighed together, wheel included, and if the total is in excess of the 66 pounds free, you pay the excess baggage charge. If the wheel is sent unaccompanied, the usual freight or express tariffs apply. In Germany, the railway fee for bicycles is half a mark, 12 cents, no matter what the distance. They are not admitted on express trains. In Belgium, bicycles are carried as baggage, with the usual charges when not crated. If crated, they go at the rates of other merchandise. In Italy, the railroads will not be responsible for damage to bicycles not crated. As a rule, on the continent outside France and Germany, the customary baggage charges extend to bicycles. In Italy, the railroads will not be responsible for damage to bicycles not crated. In England, if the wheel goes at the company's risk, 25% is added to the fee when the owner accompanies the wheel. For forwarding an unaccompanied wheel, 33% more is charged. If it is to go at the company's risk than if at the owner's risk. After you have paid the exorbitant cost of a bicycle ticket on an English railway and have turned over the wheel to the baggage man, he always acts a request for a tip for himself, and if you overlook it, is likely to hunt you up on the train and smilingly inform you that the wheel has been put on board safely. The railroad having swindled you, the porter is not likely to meet with a cheerful reception. You are under no obligation to tip him unless you see fit. In France, where the road charges nothing, the railway people seem to expect nothing, but perhaps the wheel will be put aboard with more care if you produce a few cents. Anyhow, both in France and England it is wiser to put the machine on the car with your own hands. At the end of the journey it is equally wise to get your wheel yourself, as it is handed from the car. In England, half the time you will get into the car and help yourself. American tourists who take their own wheels abroad will have no question raised at the custom house on their return, unless perchance they have taken an English wheel with them. In such rare cases, it would be well to forestall objection by getting the wheel registered at the custom house before departure. A bicycle bought abroad can be brought in free only in case the owner has used it a year. So the law says, and perhaps it is enforced, but no case of it has come to my attention. The Canadian duties may bother somewhat a tourist going from the United States by one of the Canadian lines. LAW members avoid the payment of Canadian duties by complying with certain formalities, but I should think the easiest way would be to express the wheel in bond to the steamship. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. How to Stay, Part 1. European hotels are, in the main, supported by tourists. Contrasted with hotels of the same class here, the foreign hotel excels in cooking, comfort, and economy. The American hotel excels in elegance, formality, and pretension. Europe has almost no hotels that will approach the more gorgeous of the new caravanseries of New York, Boston, and Chicago in furniture, decorations, and general sumptuousness. And few American hotels set as good a table, judged by quality, not quantity, as you may find in nearly every city on the continent. In almost every respect, the hotels of such places as Geneva, Florence, Lyon, Brussels, and Amsterdam are far superior to those in cities of corresponding population on this side of the water. Our village taverns do not begin to equal those of Europe in cleanliness, cooking, and all the essentials of comfort. No, not all, for from the tenement house to the palatial villa, we are far ahead of Europe in two very important elements of comfort: lighting and heating. Rarely will you find the electric light in a European hotel chamber. Almost as rarely will you find a gas burner, and a lamp is a luxury that comes high. The candle is still the almost universal illuminant for chambers, both in public and private houses. Indeed, the European thinks the hotel is a house, to be used as much like a dwelling as possible. It has its living rooms, its parlours, its dining and smoking rooms, and the notion that with these at hand anybody can want to occupy a chamber except for the time of sleeping and dressing seems to the European absurd. His ancestors went to bed by candlelight, and all his neighbours go to bed by candlelight, and why shouldn't the American? If he wants to read, let him sit in the parlour. If he wants to get warm, let him come into the public rooms, always well warmed. And if he prefers the privacy of his chamber, let him pay the extra cost of lighting and heating it. To be sure, the public parlours are not always commodious or attractive, are usually inferior to those of our hotels, and ladies' parlours are rare in hotels not designed for summer tourists, notably those of Austria. But the European system contemplates private parlours, suites of rooms, and the guest who cannot afford them is not supposed to be in a position to find fault. The system of payment galls the American. He has been brought up on the plan of paying a lump sum for his living, so much a day or week, with about everything thrown in. On the contrary, the European tendency is to itemize everything. On this side, the water, the broad spirit of generosity. On the other, the wise spirit of thrift. When the European landlord says his price is so much a day, he means to include, roughly speaking, only the common commodities of his trade: a bed, a roof, food, and the public rooms. Viewed in this light, the charges are not so extortionate as many travellers represent them to be. If in the States a man pays in the lump $4 for what costs him the same abroad, paid for piecemeal, he has no right to complain. Rather may the foreigner justly complain when he comes here and finds the lump sum price includes many things he does not want and does not use. For example, that matter of gas. The American landlord must charge his guests the average cost of the gas they burn. May not the foreigner, accustomed to pass but a short waking time in his chamber, complain at paying his share of the light consumed by the poker party next door? He prefers to carry his own soap. Why should he pay the average cost of the soap consumed in that hotel? A trivial thing, you say, but remember the foreigner has learned the lesson that the cost of living is made up of little things, and that to be thrifty prosperously, he must be thrifty in little things. The European charge for soap has been the butt of American ridicule ever since Americans began to travel abroad, and yet no American has ever explained why it is more incumbent on a landlord to furnish soap to his guests than to furnish tooth powder. To ridicule the custom of a country in such matters is to argue one's own conceit, to arrogate a superiority that calm consideration may be far from justifying. Our tendency is surely toward the European system rather than away from it. Restaurants on the American plan, erroneously so called, no longer flourish in any of our large cities. Nearly every hotel of consequence in the cities has at least one room where you can order à la carte. And the fee system has secured so strong a hold in our hotels and our sleeping cars that we must admit Americans no longer have an unconquerable aversion to paying the servant and the employer separately. On the other hand, the European tendency is in our direction. Every year sees fewer hotels making an extra charge in the bills for attendance and lights. Doubtless, in time, there will come to be a nearly uniform practice on both sides of the water, combining the best features of both systems. In European hotels. But in the method of managing hotels, neither party seems disposed to yield. The portier, unknown in America, still reigns supreme on the continent. The clerk, unknown abroad, still rules the American hostelry. The portier is not a porter in our sense of the term, though the name is commonly thus translated, for the sake of convenience and from the want of any English word to describe his functions. He resembles the American manager in everything except managing, the American clerk in everything except clerking. He welcomes the coming, speeds the parting guest. At least in the smaller hotels, he dickers with you about your rooms. Often he sees that you get your bill. He hears all your complaints and attends to them. He speaks your language and several others. He tells you where to go and how to get there. He is a polyglot encyclopedia. He out-Chesterfields Chesterfield, and his urbanity is never failing. It is worth going abroad just to find out that a hotel man can come in constant contact with the public and yet remember courtesy. Indeed, be more than courteous, good-natured. England has no word for portier because it has no portier. There, the hotel guest finds girls to show him the rooms and arrange about the price, and they do most of the work of the American hotel clerk. On the continent, the head waiter ranks next in importance to the portier, and between meals often aids him. Tell the head waiter when you are going to leave and he brings the bill, takes the money, and delivers the change for the purpose, of course, that you may not forget the waiters when you give your fees. The landlord himself you seldom see, or at least seldom address. He stays behind the scenes. Elevators, always called lifts on the other side of the water when named in English, ascenseurs in French, are found in none but the first-class hotels, and often not in them. Indeed, in some countries the possession of a lift is so rare that it is made prominent in the advertisements. Unless you are an invalid or infirm, you are expected not to use it for the descent, but to walk. It is usually slow and badly attended. Plumbing in the hotels is not equal to ours of today, but is as good as our hotels would average 20 years ago. It would not be rash to assert that it produces fewer cases of typhoid fever than the plumbing of our summer hotels. In this matter, and in that of vermin, the prevalent notion in America about European discomforts is all wrong. Go where travellers ordinarily go, and neither your nostrils nor your antipathies to insects will ever bear testimony against European habits in public houses. Sleep in a Swiss chalet, and you are likely to get acquainted with the festive flea, just the same kind of a flea that I have felt in Cape Breton farmhouses and Maine lumber camps. And I have seen more inhabitants in a berth of a Canadian steamer than during a European journey of many months. In this regard, many of the country hotels of New England are worse off than even the lower grade of European hotels. Though there are many poor people with cleanly habits, the fact remains that, as a rule, poverty and filth are warm friends, and wherever the poor are numerous, vermin abound. It is doubtful if vermin are less abundant in the older of our large cities than in those of the Old World, except as we may have a smaller proportion of the very poor. Vermin are good travellers. They sometimes get into the cleanest house, into the most elegant hotel, on this side of the water as well as the other. But European landlords fight them as earnestly as do American landlords, and with nearly as much success. Cleanliness, too, is just as common in all food matters. As to hotel bills. The best hotels in the large cities and at the fashionable resorts on the continent as a rule charge 1.5 francs for breakfast, café au lait, 4 francs for luncheon, déjeuner à la fourchette, 5 francs for dinner, table d'hôte, and from 4 francs up for room, lights and attendance. Call the room 5 francs, and in figuring allow for the fact that the franc is worth a little less than 20 cents. This makes a total of almost exactly $3 a day, to which 10% is to be added for fees, making the total $3.30. A few hotels will charge 6 francs for dinner, but on the other hand, many charge but 3 or 3.5 francs for luncheon. In Paris and 1 or 2 of the other cities, you can pay 10, 20, 30 or even more francs for a room, but taking the continent through, 5 francs is a fair allowance for a good room in a first-class hotel. It might be safe to count on a hotel bill of from $3.50 to $4 a day for what would be styled as first class in Paris, Berlin or Vienna. But the foregoing figures are the average of a tour taking in 15 or 20 large cities and resorts. For actual figures of travelling on the continent where the costliest hotel was not chosen in the large cities, let me refer to Bean, who is a crank on statistics, brought back all his bills and spent a week in making additions and averages. The count showed that he had passed 61 nights in 46 hotels, 5 in Italy, 10 in Switzerland, 6 in Spain, 6 in Germany, 5 in France, 3 in Holland, and 1 in Belgium. Surely a representative list. 25 were the best hotels in the place, and the rest were, as a rule, smaller and quieter, but not less comfortable than the costliest, and all were starred by Baedeker, who confers this honour on no hotels that are not clean and comfortable. All variety of rooms were occupied, from the best in the house to rooms on the 4th floor, but the average was about what would be given to the careful traveller who seeks comfort and has no ambition to pay for elegance. The 6 Spanish hotels, in each case the best in the place, rendered the bills by the day, showing an average charge of $2.48. Fees took 17 cents, total $2.65. In the other countries, itemised bills were the rule, and in Spain there were enough charges for parts of days to make possible an average by the item for all the 46 hotels used. The result was as follows. Room, 67 cents. Café, breakfast, 27 cents. Déjeuner, luncheon, 56 cents. Table d'hôte, dinner, 75 cents. Fees, 15 cents. Total, $2.40. 6 of the hotels charge separately for service, but as this is properly part of cost of room, it has been treated as such. 9 made extra charge for lights, but as Bean carried his own candles, he had every such charge taken off the bill, save in one place where he had to pay a franc for having an electric light in his room, whether he used it or not. He found out, however, that the average cost for lights in these hotels was 9 cents. The landlord occasionally tries to bleed the tourist by putting fresh candles in the room every day, even if those of the night before haven't been burned a quarter of an inch. But usually if a candle lasts a week, the tourist pays for it only once. Though 4/5 of the hotels now make no separate charge for lights, it is still worthwhile carrying one's own candlestick, and Bean says he fears he might have been charged for candles more frequently if, on engaging his room, he had not always asked whether lights were included in its price. The table d'hôte, course dinner, was found in nearly all these hotels, but in 14 of them, Bean ordered à la carte, arriving too late for the regular dinner or preferring the quicker and lighter meal. The cost averaged 42 cents, but as 2 persons ate together, they could combine their orders with an economy impossible to the solitary tourist who could hardly dine alone in the continental hotels à la carte for an average expenditure of less than 60 or 70 cents a meal. Another uncertain item of expense is that incurred for wine. Water is always obtainable. Ice can frequently be had, but sometimes in southern Europe there is an extra charge of 3 or 4 cents for a bowl of it. So far as Americans drink wine through fear of the water, their action is unreasonable, but of course if they drink it from preference, it is nobody's business. If they are content to drink such wines as the well-to-do natives use at table, the cost need not average more than 20 cents a day, for a quart bottle will suffice one person 3 or 4 meals, provided the wine is diluted as the natives dilute it, and is used as a beverage, not as a stimulant. Bean once dwelt with a French family for several months, and never saw either host or hostess drink more than 2 glasses of mixed wine and water at any one repast. The dilution is not from motives of economy, but because it improves the ordinary wine of the country to put some water with it. Wine is never taken with the morning meal, when the beverage is always coffee, tea, or chocolate. Dining and lunching at the cafes ordinarily frequented by tourists is less expensive than in the hotel restaurants. One must have a good knowledge of localities and language to live in restaurants as economically abroad as at home, with the same quality and quantity of food, but it can be done. In the cost of hotel living must be included the laundry bills, which of course vary much according to the personal habits of the tourist. From 5 to 10 cents a day may be added to cover this. Bean concluded, then, that it is safe for a careful traveller to calculate on $2.50 a day as the cost of living in the ordinary continental hotels without wine, or $2.70 with wine. In a few hotels, vin ordinaire, the wine of the country, is served without extra charge. There are many places where one can live cheaper, but this is the average that may be counted on by a tourist who covers a good deal of ground. The cost for husband and wife will be just double, for rooms are charged by the bed, assuming single beds, for that is the most invariable practice of sleeping abroad. In some hotels, a double bed can be easily had, but as a rule, single beds are used. Whether a couple have a room with 2 single beds or a room with a double bed, or 2 rooms with single beds, the cost will be the same. And, by the way, where the stay will be long enough to make it worthwhile, a couple can get more comfort by securing 2 connected single-bedded rooms, having both beds put in one room and using the other for a sitting room. But usually hotel chambers are so large that a double-bedded room, which means a room with 2 single beds, gives plenty of accommodation. The tourist companies issue what they call hotel coupons, which are accepted by landlords of hotels of the first rank in about every European city. As a convenient way of paying hotel bills, they have their merits, but economy is not the greatest of them, and it is not claimed. On the other hand, their use does not increase the expense of travel to any considerable degree. Cook asks $2.50 for coupons entitling the bearer to what we should call room, breakfast, luncheon and dinner. Gaze asks $2.40 for the same thing, apparently because his list of hotels averages a shade below Cook's list, though in fact many hotels accept either coupons. Gaze says that his have this value: room, lights and service, 70 cents, plain breakfast, coffee and rolls, 30 cents, déjeuner, luncheon or meat breakfast, 60 cents, table d'hôte, 80 cents. Fees are not included, and though some Americans using these coupons do not give fees, they are expected. It will be seen that this is in excess of what Bean averaged to pay as follows: room, 3 cents, café, 3 cents, déjeuner, 4 cents, table d'hôte, 5 cents, total, 15 cents. Not very much, but amounting to something when 3 or 4 people are travelling for several months. Bean insists that he averaged to get better rooms than his friends who used coupons, but on the other hand, they sometimes went to better hotels. It stands to reason that in spite of any agreement to the contrary, landlords will give somewhat better treatment to the man who pays them cash than to him who gives them a coupon of the same nominal value, but on which they must allow the middleman a profit. It is a rare landlord who can afford to refuse the coupon arrangement, for the Cook and Gaze list of coupon hotels are much used by tourists who do not buy coupons, but feel sure that a coupon hotel will be respectable. So it is cheaper to use coupons than to pay cash at some of the high-priced hotels. Perhaps the thrifty traveller who does not object to dickering does best by carrying coupons with him and using them when he cannot make a better cash bargain. This should be determined in advance, however, and not delayed till the bill is presented, for commonly the landlord wants to know when you engage the rooms whether you mean to pay with coupon or cash, and if you wait till the bill is brought, you may have an unpleasant quarter of an hour and get your coupons refused or most disagreeably accepted. Indeed, all hotel terms should be fixed before you take possession of the room. This comes hard to the American accustomed to demand of a hotel clerk the best room in the house without asking the price, but it is the only safe thing to do abroad. The portier expects it and does not make you feel cheap if you do it. Half the time, if you follow up the first question with, "Haven't you something cheaper?" you will get just as good a room for less money. The price varies according to which floor the room is on and to its exposure, there being slight difference in furnishings or size. When the stay is to be for a single night, the person who is in good health and whose purse is not bottomless would be held foolish by some people if he declined to save a franc by walking up another flight of stairs. Here, as everywhere, don't think that lavish expenditure does you any good abroad. The European views economy as the normal, natural, reasonable thing. He respects it and he aids it. While trying to make all they can out of you, the people with whom you come in contact will do all they can to help you save money. A paradox that perhaps you will not believe till you have tried it. In Great Britain, hotels are more costly than on the continent by about a fifth. Attendance is charged separately more frequently than on the continent and may cost half as much as the room, so that on inquiring the room charge at an English hotel, it will be well to find out about the attendance at the same time. Several palatial hotels rivaling those of New York in fittings and furnishings have been built in London of late years, and the rich American may there disport himself as luxuriously as he pleases. It is about as hard as ever, though, to find a table in London equal to that served in scores of hotels across the Channel. The odd thing about it is that the staff of the large English hotel is nearly all foreign-born. Somehow, the French and Swiss and German hotel people lose their mastery of the gastronomic art when they get into the fogs of London. Many of the larger English hotels are owned by the railway companies and attached to their stations. This does not keep them from being clean and comparatively quiet. They are often a convenience to the hasty traveller, and their prices are by no means excessive. On the other hand, the prices of the small hotels in London, at least, taking the accommodation and service into account, often seem most unreasonable to the tourist who has just come from the continent. The temperance hotels in Great Britain are none the more and none the less comfortable because they do not sell liquor. The English barroom lacks most of the offensive features that make the American barroom a nuisance. The landlady or a trim barmaid tones it up somewhat, and at least in the towns it is a place for social intercourse rather than hilarious revelry. So the temperance feature of an English hotel is of slight significance. English hotel charges lead those of the continent more in the matter of breakfast than in any other particular, being just twice as large. In England, breakfast is a hearty meal, more hearty, I think, than is usual even in the United States. If the traveller keeps up the practice after crossing the Channel, if only to the extent of adding an egg or two to the coffee and roll, he will have to put from 10 to 25 cents on the estimates of continental expenses previously given. In Holland, however, he will find the British custom prevalent and will pay for beginning the day with plenty of fuel. The Dutch hotels cost nearly as much as those of England, and in other ways living is more costly in Holland than elsewhere on the continent. Italian hotels are the cheapest, and to live in them need not average to cost much over $2.25 a day, even when stops are made for but a single night. In the Far East, from Cairo round to Athens, the expense will vary from $2.60 to $3.25 a day. About French hotels and their prices, I have already said something in the chapter on bicycle touring. It should be added that outside the big cities, the portier is not a common functionary, the work of dealing with guests being ordinarily in the hands of women, as in England. The portier is everywhere on the main line of continental tourist travel, but it is a singular fact that, though Paris is the social centre of the world, entertaining nearly 1 million visitors a year, other French places entertain comparatively few, and away from the Riviera, there are almost no hotels where the polyglot porter is an essential. Do not expect, therefore, to find cosmopolitan hotel features if you journey through the towns along the Loire or in Brittany. Murray summarises the cost in Germany by saying that the full payment for a good front single room in a first-class hotel may be set down as 48 cents, the best room costing as high as $2.40 or even more, attendance 16 cents, candle 12 cents, morning coffee 28 cents, table d'hôte at midday 84 cents without wine, evening meals at discretion à la carte, while at a humbler inn or in a country town the room would probably cost 36 cents, attendance and candle 12 cents, coffee 16 cents, and table d'hôte 64 cents, including a small bottle of country wine. Until lately, it has been the invariable custom in German hotels to have the heavy meal of the day at noon, and many a traveller has complained bitterly at the consequent waste of 2 or 3 hours of daylight. But now on the tracks well beaten by tourists, many hotels have the table d'hôte at evening. As elsewhere, much better rates can be secured in advance if the traveller intends to stay several days. The law requires the hotel tariffs to be posted in every bedroom, and furthermore, the German innkeepers occupy a higher social position than in most other countries, making them more trustworthy. Therefore, it is not so important in Germany, as elsewhere, to ascertain all prices beforehand, but the careful tourist will do it, nevertheless. To the American, the most provoking feature of German domestic economy is the feather bed, under which he is expected to sleep. Along the Rhine, where tourists are the mainstay of the hotels, he may not meet it, but let him get into the heart of Germany, into hotels patronized chiefly by Germans, and he will find plenty of chance to learn the art of sleeping under feathers. Usually, though, a counterpane or blankets can be had by applying to the chambermaid. In Switzerland, prices do not begin to attain the altitudes we expect in the hotels of any American mountain region. Computing large and small, just as they come in the lists published by the Association of Swiss Hotel Proprietors, it would appear that taking the country through the average daily charge ranges from $1.57 to $2.04, according to the room, for hotels that maintain the same price the year round. Very many of the resort hotels, however, either are open only in the summer or else raise their prices in the busiest season for 6 or 8 weeks in midsummer, some beginning the higher rates July 1st, others July 15th. At this time, the average for large and small that raises rates ranges from $1.95 to $2.45 a day, according to the room. For boarders, $1.30 to $2 a day, some hotels giving these rates to anyone staying at least 5 days, others requiring a week. As a rule, the most expensive high-altitude hotels are over lakes, and the least expensive among the mountains and glaciers, away from the track of the diligence. Notwithstanding the difficulty of procuring provisions and the shortness of the season, the mountain house is enabled, by having practically no ground rent to pay, to charge less and yet make a reasonable profit. In selecting a hotel, it is always safe to rely on Baedeker. Any hotel he stars in his guidebook is sure to be good of its class, and the class is to be inferred from the prices given. The man who need not study his expenditure, who can afford the best and wants it, can usually get it by going to the hotel starred first in a Baedeker list. Not always, however, for the great profit brought to a hotel in a frequented place by heading the Baedeker list is liable to spoil it by making its landlord careless, indifferent, and even arrogant. Then, when another edition of the guidebook comes out, Baedeker, whose disinterestedness in the matter is unimpeachable, puts some other hotel first. Some people who like to travel by rule always go to the second or third hotel in the Baedeker list. Those to whom mild economy is an object follow out with safety the plan of going to the first hotel listed as of the second class. It is reasonably sure to be satisfactory. Others get a landlord to recommend a hotel of the same grade in the next place on the route. Others keep a notebook and jot down information on this point that they get from fellow travellers. Of one thing you may be sure, that the look of the hotel bus at the railway station is no safe guide. The paint on the omnibus is no criterion of the food on the table. The very fact that a hotel is recommended by Baedeker, Cook, or Gaze is in one way an argument against it, for undoubtedly you will learn more and probably you will enjoy more if you keep away from the stream of tourists. To advise the novice to keep away from his countrymen may seem unpatriotic, but it is common sense. When at Rome, do as the Romans do is a maxim that has a depth of logic beneath it. If you believe in it, you will go to the hotel used by the well-to-do people of the country in which it may be, if you can learn which hotel that is, and not go to the hotel while all the guests at table are of your own nationality, giving you no chance to improve your knowledge of the language, or to observe the manners and characteristics of the people. Yet, it is dangerous to dogmatize, and there is something in the point that to meet your fellow countrymen now and then is inspiriting, and that if you discriminate in your conversation, you can extract a good deal of useful travel information from them. Likewise, it must be admitted that the argument against going to the highest priced hotels is not unimpeachable. The costliest is sure to be large and to have a variety of rooms, many of them at prices no higher than those of the second-grade hotels. It is reasonably sure to be comfortable, while there is a chance that the low-grade hotel may not be all that could be desired. Some tourists argue that at the best hotel they always get the best company and the best table, but whatever certainty there may be about the company surely does not extend to the table, for as in our country elegance is often provided at the expense of the food. There is ground for the cynic's assertion that the quality of the viands is in inverse proportion to the size of the menu, for the more a chef scatters his energies, the less likely he is to triumph. The greater the variety of dishes in the kitchen, the less care can be given to each. Furthermore, though man does not live by bread alone, he surely can't eat the china. Undoubtedly, to save 20% in hotel bills means in many cases a loss of 30% in comfort, but in my belief 10% can be saved with no loss in comfort at all, for the costliest hotels charge about 10% extra for elegance, which adds nothing whatever to comfort, and even as luxury as of uncertain value. You see, it is largely a matter of personal tastes. All through Europe, the hotel books are kept by the numbers of the rooms and not by the names of the guests. So, it is necessary to fix in mind one's room number at the start, if in a hotel of any size. In some countries, the law requires landlords to get the name of a guest and other information about him immediately upon his arrival to be reported to the police. Elsewhere, one may register or not as he pleases, and usually he doesn't please. It is the American custom to serve all three of the day's meals in the same room, but that is not the general practice abroad. In England, the breakfast is usually served in what is known as the coffee room. You may get the other meals there, or you may be sent to a commercial room, or there may be a dining room. In the Latin countries, it is well nigh the universal custom of the native-born to have the morning coffee and roll in their rooms, frequently taking them while yet abed. Away from the hotels frequented by foreigners, one is likely to find the dining room in the morning not so attractive as a table on the terrace, in the summertime at any rate. Awkward moments may be saved many a novice in travel if he is informed that ordinarily on entering a dining or coffee room, one is expected to take any seat that suits his fancy. Occasionally, a head waiter rushes forward to offer his services in getting seats, but the common thing is for the traveller to find his own. It is exceedingly bad form to be late at the table d'hôte. Damage done to the furniture and other equipments of a hotel room is, and should be, at the cost of the guest. No honest traveller will evade payment for it, and his best course is to call the landlord's attention to it as soon as practicable after the accident has happened. Otherwise, he may have the harder time with an unscrupulous landlord who sees in it a chance for profit. Indeed, in some parts of Europe, it is no uncommon thing for landlords to reap a harvest by making successive guests pay damages for the same spot in the carpet or the cracked bowl that has done yeoman service in this regard for a dozen years. Especially in Germany and Austria, it is wise to take note of the condition of the furniture and other fittings of a room on entering it, and to call the attention of the portier or waiter to anything amiss. The rule is that one must leave the room as he found it. And after all, it is a just rule, even though some rascally hosts take advantage of its existence to defraud the unwary. The Association of Swiss Hotel Proprietors issues a hotel list with a preface that presents the landlord's view of some of these things in a way not often considered by the traveller. It points out, for instance, that when one orders a room in advance by letter or telegraph, no certainty is given to the landlord that the bargain will be carried out. A bargain, by the way, to which he has not consented to be a party. Who indeed will answer the conundrum as to which traveller has the greater claim for accommodations, the traveller that arrives early with his money in hand, or the unknown person that without offering surety announces still earlier by wire or post his intention to arrive late. It is also pointed out that the man who in advance orders a room to be ready for his arrival early in the morning may very justly be expected to pay for it as if he had used it all night, provided it had to be kept empty in order to be ready for him. In the same way, he who departs late in the day may justly be asked to pay for that night if he has kept the landlord from renting the room to someone else, but friction on this point can generally be saved by giving notice early in the day of intent to vacate the room, provided the notice is given to the right person, and is not in the nature of a casual remark to a waiter or a chambermaid. An innkeeper is responsible at common law for the acts of his domestics and for thefts, and is bound to take all due care day and night of the goods and baggage of his guests deposited in his house or entrusted to the care of his family or servants. There remain few, if any, countries in the civilized world, however, where landlords have not been freed by statute from responsibility for valuables not specifically entrusted to them for safekeeping. Furthermore, whether in the land of common or the civil law, whether there are statutes on the subject or not, the tourist is at the disadvantage of being among strangers and, as a rule, of lacking the time for legal processes. It is decidedly a case where discretion is the better part of valour, and a fight is almost useless. Should the occasion for it arise, better consult the nearest American consul. But the chance of the occasion is in fact very small. Thieving is not characteristic of hotel servants in most parts of Europe, and, as a rule, one's effects may be left in a hotel room with impunity. In Norway and Sweden, scrupulous honesty is the rule, in small as well as large matters. One American, after getting home from there, was followed speedily by a letter from the keeper of the hotel at Christiania, where he stayed, enclosing a 10-krone note, about $2.50, and stating that the chambermaid had found it on the floor of one of the rooms occupied by the American's family. Anywhere on the continent, report a birth or death at once to the nearest American consul. End of Section 8. Recording by Cate M. Section 9 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Chapter 9, How to Stay, Part 2. In pensions. Pronounce it as a French word, pension, with as much of the nasal twang for the two N's as you can muster. Don't accent the first syllable, but dwell a little on the last. It has nothing to do with our word pension, except philologically. The American of it is boarding house. Abroad, it has gained almost as general use outside France as the French word menu. The line between hotels and pension is very shady. Indeed, it is a frequent thing to find the hotel so-and-so with a subtitle and pension such and such. This is merely open recognition of the system of payment practically in vogue at nearly all hotels, under which you pay a larger sum by the day for a short stay than for a long stay. But landlords vary in drawing the line. Sometimes you can get pension rates if you stay more than 3 days. Sometimes it is 5 days, and occasionally a week is the limit. When arriving at a hotel, if you expect to stay several days, inquire about the pension rates in advance. Occasionally, in the smaller cities, pension pure and simple will take guests for but a single night. As a rule, however, they expect their guests to stay a week or more, and in many Parisian pensions, you will not get the lowest rates unless you stay a month or more. My bills for 157 days passed in 8 pensions of France, Switzerland and Italy average $1.35 a day, with fees averaging 5 cents a day, making a total cost of $1.40. When we paid for kerosene lamp in our room, it cost us from 7 to 15 cents a day. But after we bought our own lamp and petroleum, the cost was trivial. By the way, the petroleum can be bought in bottles at any grocery store, allowance being made for the bottle when returned, just as many American grocers are getting the way of doing with cream. A fire in the room in winter costs from 15 to 20 cents a day, but was not frequently needed in Italy. As in other matters, the lowest rates are found in Italy, but Swiss prices are almost as low. There are many pensions in the Alps where one can live comfortably for $1 a day if a stay of a week or more is promised, and a few as low as 90 or even 80 cents a day. Their beds and rooms are invariably clean, and the diet is wholesome, well cooked, and well served. Good boarding houses are not plentiful in Great Britain outside London, though there are some excellent ones in Oxford and a few other places, supported chiefly by the patronage of American tourists. They are accustomed to fleeting guests, so that one need feel no embarrassment in applying to them, even if the stay is to be but for a night or two. In London, those of the highest price are in the West End, but the mass of American boarders may be found in the neighbourhood of the British Museum, paying for the most part from $1.75 to $2 a day for accommodations of the better sort. This, too, is about what is common in Paris and the hotel pension of other cities, though where there is no hotel pretense, $1.50 will command the best to be had in any provincial city or town. Of course, in fashionable pensions, such as those in the Parisian quarter about the Arc de Triomphe, one can easily find the chance to pay from $2.50 to $3 a day if he seeks it. My figures are about what is paid by people who know their Europe well, or act on the advice of people who know it. For no person who visits Europe from really valuable motives goes, or will advise others to go, to pensions wholly used by English-speaking people, unless it be in summer, when rest is of more consequence than study. In the first place, you can't learn anything of a foreign language when your dinner companions insist on speaking your own language, or rather you can learn it only with far more difficulty. At table is the best place to practice a foreign language. Then, too, the Americans who live habitually in pensions frequented by their fellow countrymen are, as a rule, not people from whom you learn much, or whose acquaintance is a source of much profit in any way. Of course, there are exceptions. Often delightful friendships are made at the tables of foreign pensions or hotels, but seldom continued. The Women's Rest Tour Association issues a list of boarding houses and pensions that it recommends, but this is accessible only to members. The Teachers Guild of Great Britain and Ireland issues a similar list, covering not only Europe, but also the United States, Canada, Palestine, and North Africa. Great care is taken to secure the accuracy of the particulars given, and they are checked and corrected every year. Every address sent for insertion in the Guild Handbook has to be accompanied by a letter of recommendation from a member of the Guild, or from 2 persons who are not members. Anybody can obtain the list for £1 from the General Secretary at the office of the Guild, 74 Gower Street, WC, London. No money is received from anyone for inserting any addresses in it. An organisation recently come into prominence is the International Union of Pensions, composed of between 1 and 200, scattered over the continent and in England, so that nearly every place frequented by tourists has a member or 2. It started in Germany, the Pension Internationale at Heidelberg being the first to join, and I presume a letter addressed there would bring a membership list. The members are required to maintain a certain standard of excellence or be liable to expulsion. The houses are favourites with women travelling singly or in parties who find them more pleasant and homelike than hotels. Lacking information from any of these sources, one who contemplates an extended stay in any strange town abroad may usually get trustworthy advice by addressing a letter of inquiry to the mayor of the place. An address thus secured is at least certain to be that of a respectable pension or private family. One's banker, too, can usually make suggestions. It was a banker's letter that opened the doors of one most excellent pension, where the guests are supposed to be accepted only when bringing letters of introduction. In another instance, where we visited a certain small city for the chief purpose of a few weeks of study, we fell on our feet through asking advice of the local delegate of the Touring Club de France. In Paris, one may consult the advertising columns of the Paris edition of the New York Herald, or, if they announce nothing satisfactory, may get addresses in plenty by inserting a few lines. If he goes there for study, he may start for the Latin Quarter at once, and preferably in the region between the Luxembourg and the Boulevard Montparnasse can, without much trouble, find what he wants. A woman can there find accommodation at the American Girls' Club, or get on the track of it in the neighbourhood. At the club, the price of a single room is $2 a week. There is a restaurant attached where one pays for what she orders and can live at from 60 to 80 cents a day. In view of the purpose of the club, to be of aid to students, of course the table is modest, expenses being kept as low as possible. The student of French can find good board in the cities of the Loire Valley, where the language is purest, and notably in Tours, for $7 or $8 a week. It is safer to make in writing agreements for long sojourns at pension, and the same thing is true in the matter of lodgings. Sudden notice of intent to leave entitles the landlord to an indemnity in most foreign localities, and if stipulations on this point have not been definitely made in advance, you may find yourself arrested just as you are about to leave town. It is always well to ask the advice of the American consul before drawing up a document bearing on this matter or any other, as, if you have not taken this precaution, through some informality your agreement may prove worthless. Do not infer that quarrels with your landlord are inevitable, but they are not unknown, and where any considerable amount of money is to be involved, it will be wise to be on the safe side. In lodgings. In England, though in London at least there are many boarding houses, it is more usual to live in lodgings, that is, more usual to hire a furnished room by itself than to include the taking of meals at the common table. Frequently, however, you arrange to have part of your meals in the house, but served in your own room. In that case, you may buy your own materials and pay for the cooking, or the landlady will buy what you direct and cook it for a slight charge. In a thoroughly convenient and respectable location in London, $7.50 a week would be a low price for a plainly furnished sitting room and bedroom. 2 of us paid $1.25 a day for such accommodations in the height of the season, close by Piccadilly, a most convenient location, but noisy. Meat breakfasts were served in our room for 2 shillings apiece. One can do better than that in the suburbs, but Distances are long in London, and it is economy to pay for a convenient location if time is any object. Prices are lower in the smaller English places, and the landladies more endurable. Those of London are often so bothersome that many Americans advise against taking lodgings there. Figures from the expense book of 2 American girls who took lodgings wherever they had addresses show that in Lincoln, for apartments in a delightfully quaint little house just outside the Cathedral Close, where the landlady and everything about the place were spotlessly clean, they paid $1.40 apiece for the night's lodgings and 3 meals. In York, they had lodging, supper and breakfast for $1 apiece. At Oxford, the same thing with a fine grate fire cost $1 apiece. In Edinburgh, they had lodging and breakfast for a week for $3.50 apiece. In London and the large cities, it is the custom to go out for dinner. London restaurants are more costly than those of the same grade in the States, and so London is not the cheapest place in which to dine. To live in this way abroad is much simpler than at home, for restaurant life is so much more common. It has been said that 1/3 of the people of Paris dine at cafes. Women seldom have any serious trouble in finding a restaurant where they can dine unmolested, and a great many of the art students abroad live in this fashion, often not spending $1 a day for the whole cost of existence. Furnished rooms, however, are not so easily to be found in Paris as in London, but they are there. Such a room in or about the Latin Quarter ought not to cost more than $10 or $15 a month. Wherever you take lodgings, whether in London or on the continent, be sure to learn the price of all the extras in advance. In Germany, indeed, it would not be amiss to learn how much butter will be served with your morning coffee. People in Europe do not throw in things. The smallest expenditures are discussed and determined with exactness. A fire costs in London all the way from 12 to 24 cents a scuttle for the coal, kindlings usually extra. Lights cost from 24 to 84 cents a week unless you furnish your own lamp and candles. Baths are usually 12 cents. In an English town, if you have the address of no house, it will be safe to inquire at the shop of a chemist, stationer, or pastry cook for clean, respectable lodgings. While hunting them up, your luggage may be checked at the station, to be sent for as soon as you have hired a room. The tourist in Great Britain who takes lodgings instead of going to hotels, who frequently stays more than a week in a place, and who exercises economy, can keep his or her average expenses inside $2 a day. For $3, many a luxury can be enjoyed. If, then, the voyage over and back should cost $120, a 2-month tour can be made for not far from $200, 3 months not far from $260. But a great deal more pleasure may be had by spending $250 on the 2-month tour, $300 on one of 3 months. Extending to the continent means much more expense by reason of the car fares. Distances in England are short. Tourists who have visited Russia will advise taking furnished apartments at St. Petersburg. Housekeeping. If a man tells you living is cheaper in Europe than America, ask him to prove it, item by item. Don't accept as proof his statement, doubtless true, that he has spent less in a year abroad than in a year at home. Make him go into details. If he kept house, did he have a bathroom with hot and cold water? Was there a range in his kitchen? Was the house heated by hot air, hot water, or steam? If it was an apartment house, did it have an elevator? Were there set tubs in the laundry? 10 to 1, you will force him to confess that in these details and others, he did not have in Europe the conveniences he thinks he cannot live without in America. Try him on the matter of food, and he will admit that taking an average of all the raw materials he has bought, the European cost has not differed much from the American. Ask him about clothing, and at last he will smile triumphantly and tell you how cheaply he bought a suit in London or gloves in Naples. But do you demand, how did they wear and how did they fit? Then he will evade again. The assertion that living abroad is cheaper than here is a half-truth, deceptive and dangerous. Undoubtedly, most Americans who go abroad live cheaper than at home, but the reason is simply that they are contented with less. From necessity or without unhappiness, they dispense with many things that in America they deem indispensable, either for bodily comfort or to maintain social position. In New York, Philadelphia, or Boston, they must dwell in the aristocratic quarter. In Paris or Berlin or Vienna, it matters not where they dwell, so long as the surroundings are not squalid. In Rome, even that matters little, and because it was once a palace, a dirty, crumbling tenement house may without disgrace shelter an American family of high degree. It's so picturesque and so romantic, you know. It is not to be denied that there are many compensating advantages. The chance to study art, music, language, the neighbourhood of fine galleries and museums, contact with an old-world life that sobers, refines and cultivates the somewhat rank and florid American spirit, freedom from irksome social duties and responsibilities, annihilation of the need of keeping up appearances, of trying to go the pace set by neighbours and friends with more money than fortune has given you. Is this statement of the case not enough to show that accurate comparison of the cost of living abroad and at home is impossible? Yet, if you still demand figures, I can give a few, thanks to William Henry Bishop's book, A House Hunter in Europe, and Margaret B. Wright's Hired Furnished, and to articles by other writers. In France. Paris, in some regards the costliest city in the world, certainly is not such in the matter of rents in ordinary years, whatever it may be in an exposition year. Statistics show the average rent paid by Parisian families to be $80 a year. Contrast this with Boston, where, according to the elaborate figures of the Massachusetts Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average rent paid by people living in tenements is $17.26 a month, or a trifle more than $200 a year. But undoubtedly there are many more of high-priced suites in Paris than in Boston in proportion to population, because apartment life is so much more general. The inference may be that the Parisian masses pay far lower rents than those of an American city, and that the well-to-do pay somewhat lower rents than ours. Unfurnished apartments are much cheaper than furnished, considering what you get. For example, an unfurnished suite consisting of parlour, dining room, bedroom and kitchen on the 5th floor cost Mr. Bishop, all told, about $180 a year. A suite up only one flight might have been had at the same cost, but it had no sun. In the suburbs, he found apartments larger and not so high up, at corresponding prices, but with no great advantage over those in the city. Contrast this with the experience of another American, who took a furnished flat in one of the aristocratic quarters. 3 long flights of stairs had to be climbed, and when my apartments were reached there was a small hall, 3 chambers, also small, a salon and a kitchen about 10 feet square. The only water was in the kitchen. I had one fair-sized closet for clothes, but no cellar or storeroom or refrigerator, one servant's room in the 6th story. The furniture was not very clean, but fairly comfortable. Glass and china were of the most common quality. I was obliged to hire bed and table linen and silver. For this flat I had to pay $70 a month, 1 month's rent in advance, and sign a lease that I would be responsible for payment for 3 months. This was the cheapest furnished apartment I saw, and people who reside in the city have told me it was a great bargain. When compared with our apartments in America, supplied with bathrooms, hot and cold water, steam heat, elevators, closets, and all modern improvements, I think the balance is largely in our favour. Americans are at first puzzled by the nomenclature in vogue here as elsewhere on the continent, for what we call the first floor, viz. The ground floor, is not there known as such. The French name for it is rez-de-chaussée. Above this may or may not come an intermediate floor known as the entresol. Then comes what they call the first story, corresponding to our 3rd or 2nd story, according as there is or is not an entresol. So, when one is told that his friend dwells in the 4th story, he may expect to climb either 4 or 5 flights of stairs. Paris houses seldom exceed 6 stories and seldom have elevators. In our apartment houses without elevators, every additional flight detracts from social prestige, but that view of it is of less consequence abroad, and one may approach the stars without losing prestige. Indeed, by reason of the want of light and of the humidity, the lower stories, especially the ground floors, are often rented at a lower price than the others. Even in buildings where the upper stories contain costly suites, the custom is to have shops of the most plebeian character on the ground floor. The usual Parisian servant for apartment work is called the femme de ménage. She comes to do your day's work, or any part of it you like, for about 6 cents an hour, and returns to her home to sleep. It is a recognized thing, like going to trade or any other occupation. You do not have to provide a chamber for her, and if she comes for only a part of the day, you do not even have to feed her. If kept all the time, her wages would be $8 a month, which is, of course, much below American prices, but, on the other hand, one good servant in America does about as much as 2 or 3 abroad, partly by reason of the fact that American homes are better arranged for housekeeping. There is no chance in Parisian suites for washing or drying clothes, and the laundering charges add to the servant expense. Good beef, mutton, or veal costs about 22 cents a pound. Choice fillet or tenderloin twice that. Butter is 40 cents a pound, but it is fresh and delicious. Eggs are 3 cents apiece at their dearest, every one perfect. Poultry is dear, but you have some good substitutes for it, such as rabbit and hare. Fruit is plentiful and cheap. Salads and green vegetables generally, owing to the milder climate, are much longer in season and always cheaper. Milk is 6 cents a litre, a little more than a quart, but it is always thin. Ice is almost unknown, but you get along very easily without it. Having no refrigerator, you buy in smaller quantities, a distinct advantage for small families because, as a consequence, the meats are cut differently, and everything else is adapted to this system. You can buy excellent, juicy roast beef to the value of $1.50, 30 cents, if you like, whereas the very smallest piece 2 people could buy at home, without being ridiculous, would have to keep reappearing in various forms for several days. Coal is $11 a ton for the kind used in ranges and stoves. For the few furnaces, about $1 less. Gas is more expensive than in our country and inferior in quality. At Pau, in a short promenade, Mr. Bishop found 3 lodgements, any one of which would have done. The price of the largest, with several more bedrooms than needed by a couple, was $160 a year. Another, a first story, in the house of a respectable official, consisting of antechamber, kitchen, dining room, parlour, 2 bedrooms, and servant's bedroom, was but $110. In Blois, one house, 14 rooms, with a garden, was about $240. Another was $140, had 3 stories and a sunny terrace. In Spain, an apartment of 11 rooms, up 2 flights, was offered to Mr. Bishop in Granada for $145 a year. The dearest apartment he saw in Seville would have been $225. Summing up Spain, he says, "In a general way, you may count on having a highly presentable apartment for $400, this in the large, expensive cities, including Madrid. Perhaps even one of the famous houses of Seville with patio or half-Moorish courtyard could be had for that, if one of them could ever be found vacant. The cost of provisions cannot vary greatly from what it is in France. In servants' wages there is a notable reduction. You can have an excellent cook for $7 a month, and a maid of all work for $3 or $4. In Italy, at Villefranche on the Riviera, Mr. Bishop spent a year in a large villa with 10 or a dozen rooms in the centre of an estate in which he had the right to promenade, with oranges, lemons, roses, and lovely views, for which the rent was $120 a year. His experience in house hunting at Rome was distressing. Some of the prices were an apartment on the Pincian Hill at $900 a year, another at $430, a second-story apartment in the Palazzo Odescalchi at $1,000. In a modern building on the Forum of Trajan, 8 rooms in the 3rd story at $180. Near St. Peter's, 6 rooms in the 5th story at $216. For a 12-room apartment in the freshly built quarters, $600. Florence is cheaper than Rome. To sum up, a fairish apartment would cost from $240 to $360 a year, a figure for which you could make yourself very much more comfortable in or about Nice. The best of his bargains was at Verona, where he passed 6 months in a house of which the rent was $72 a year. A grand apartment with frescoes in the style of the old masters could be had down in a wing of the Giusti Palace if one preferred, for about $240 a year. For what would be a very modest scale of expense in America, one could here keep horses and live like a sort of Sardanapalus. The chief defect in the experiment, says Mr. Bishop, is that your cheap habitation, no matter how excellent, artistic, and original in itself, must always throw you into pretty close relations with persons quite able to pay the same low rents, who will have very different ways of living, and these will be very likely to bring your own to naught. Venice has perhaps fewest chances of any of the cities Mr. Bishop tried. Apart from the liberal provision of dear furnished lodgings for the strangers who come to pass a month or two in the spring and autumn, there is very little to choose from. The most reasonable thing was an apartment of 5 rooms for $320. 3 of the rooms were each about 36 by 21 feet. It looked on the Grand Canal. A small single house, not far from the Grand Canal but absolutely without modern improvements, had half a dozen rooms, 3 stories, and cost $96 a year. Theodore Purdy says that for furnished apartments comprising nearly all of a small palace on the Grand Canal, he paid $44 a month. His dining room was the large ballroom, possibly 60 feet long, and besides this, he had 7 rooms, fully furnished, including linen and a solid silver service. The man who served as gondolier and butler cost 72 cents a day, the maid-of-all-work 18 cents. Our living expenses, including rent, food, wages of 2 servants, gondola, and small extras, such as fees, fruits, a profusion of plants and flowers, excursions, wines, papers and books, for a party of 6 persons, came to a total of $1.50 a day each. This is not the smallest amount for which one could keep house in Venice, for we occupied rather expensive quarters, and we had a private gondola at our door, and many other unnecessary luxuries. In Germany. Philip G. Hubert, Jr., in describing his experience in seeking furnished apartments in Munich and Dresden, says that after hunting all day in vain in Munich, he did what all Americans should begin by doing. That is, call on the American consul for help. The consul took him to a house agent and also suggested advertising. He found that advertising is the quickest and virtually the only way of getting what one wants, for as nobody makes a regular business of furnishing apartments for rental, and the real estate agent is almost unknown, there is no regular market or exchange for apartments. But in every large city, there are people who, for one reason or another, want to get away and have apartments on their hands. A short advertisement setting forth exactly what you need, the number of rooms, quarter of the city, and length of time required, is pretty sure to bring scores of answers. Have the advertisement written by a German, and the answers with the price demanded sent to the newspaper office. If any strange turn or expression betrays the foreigner, the price will rise. If no price is mentioned in some answers that promise well, get a German acquaintance to call and find out the price before making your appearance on the scene. Finally, when you have found an apartment that suits you as to position, character, and price, consult some residents of the city concerning it. In this way, you may avoid settling in an inconvenient part of the city or in some quarter exposed to nuisances of which no stranger would suspect the existence. There are parts of Munich and Dresden so inaccessible from the shopping quarters, the opera, and the picture galleries, and so poorly served by the cars, as to make them out of the question for Americans. And yet they are among the prettiest quarters of both cities. A resident will give advice on these points. He will also tell you that new buildings are to be avoided in Munich, for they are so solidly built and so thickly covered with tons of mortar put on to imitate stone that they require, in so damp and cold a climate, more than a year to dry. New houses are rented at a discount for the first year or two, the tenants taking the risk of sickness. Mr. Hubert ended his Munich house hunting by taking a small apartment 3 flights up, consisting of parlour, dining room, kitchen, 2 good-sized bedrooms, and 1 very small one. All the rooms were bright and sunny, The building was of a good class in a quiet street. The furniture was of an excellent character, and everything excepting silver, but including linen, was supplied. For this apartment, he paid 80 marks a month for 6 months, a trifle less than $20 a month. It must be said, however, that he was particularly fortunate. The owner or tenant, a lady who answered his advertisement, had to leave Munich for the summer on account of sickness in her family and sublet the apartment rather than leave it empty. Other apartments he saw, of about the same character, were nearly twice the rent, and he would say that the average rent of such an apartment in Munich would be about 150 marks a month. The regular rent of the apartment he had, unfurnished, was $200 a year. He had paid $600 a year in New York for an unfurnished flat in no way superior to this one. Domestic servants ask in Munich about half the wages the same girls would receive in New York once they are able to speak a few words of English. A very good cook is well paid with $8 a month and expects to have only 2 evenings a month to herself for outing purposes. A good chambermaid or waitress seldom receives more than $6 a month. If one will consent to take girls fresh from the country, wages are lower, but foreigners have to employ maids familiar with city ways, and a cook competent to do the marketing and wrangle with a janitor who, in Munich as in New York, is a great personage, counting for much in the welfare of a tenant. Personal service of every kind costs in about the same proportion. Many families in Munich, perhaps most of the well-to-do people, have their washing done outside of their apartments, and it is therefore cheap. The weekly cost for 4 persons was never more than $1, including a gratuity of 10 pfennigs, or 2 cents and a half, to the pretty peasant girl who came for it weekly, and with the help of a little handcart and a big dog, carried it no one knows how many miles into the suburbs. Personal service of any kind is rewarded with a few pfennigs. The man who brings the coal and wood, the boy or girl who brings a parcel from a shop, the grocer boy, etc., all expect a small tip, but it is so small as not to be worth considering in making up the cost of housekeeping. 10 pfennigs seem to go as far as 25 cents in New York for similar purposes. Meat seems to be dear all over Germany, and not so good as at home. To its high cost, and the absence of refrigerators and ice, is due probably the habit of relying largely upon the delicatessen shops, where the German housewife buys daily just enough roast meat, sausage or ham to suffice for dinner. Vegetables are remarkably cheap. The ordinary price of soup greens for a family, onions, carrots, celery root and parsley, is only 5 pfennigs, 1 cent and a quarter. Excellent lettuce costs from 3 to 5 pfennigs a head. Spinach is about 1/4 the price it is in New York. Potatoes are 4 pfennigs a pound. Apples are 10 pfennigs a pound. Bread and milk cost about the same in Munich as in New York, but both are always excellent, the authorities keeping a sharp eye upon the dairies and milk dealers. Tea, coffee and sugar cost about the same as at home, but fancy groceries, such as crackers or biscuits as the English call them, jellies and marmalade not being in common use, are very dear. For instance, Scotch orange marmalade that we buy for 17 cents in New York costs just double in Munich and Dresden. Coal and wood for the porcelain stoves to be found in every German room cost a trifle less than at home. In Germany, a tenant gives his landlord 6 months' notice of his intention to leave, and no unfurnished apartment is rented for less than a year, so that, although many houses have bills on them, these refer to apartments that will be vacant 5 or 6 months later, or even a year later. It is not worthwhile to try to find a decent apartment for less than 6 months. Whenever one asks the price of an apartment for 3 months, he finds that the sum named is very little, if any, below what would be asked for 6 months. Germans cannot understand people who want to move every 3 months. As for Germany, take the testimony of still another correspondent writing from Heidelberg to correct the impression prevalent in the United States that rent and living are cheap in the fatherland. Taking into account the antiquated construction and absence of all modern conveniences in their houses, the rent is very dear. The older houses seem to be built almost square, about 25 feet in width and depth. Each floor has its one flat, with many windows upon the street and rear. The buildings are generous also with their stairways. Our house has 3 flats. Each contains a large parlour, bedroom on each side, a small dining room and kitchen, but no bathroom or clothes closets. They are heated by 2 porcelain stoves. The ceilings are high, the floors painted and walls covered with inexpensive paper. The top or third flat rents for $20 a month, the second for $30, and the ground floor for $50. In this house, a retired army officer lives on the third floor, a Heidelberg professor on the second, and the ground floor is divided into 2 small shops, one for the sale of small notions and the other for cigars. Handsome furniture, lace curtains, statuary, books, pictures and bric-a-brac give a genteel appearance to the apartments, but a clerk on $1,200 a year in Chicago would not think of living in a flat of such primitive sanitary appliances. As for the cost of living, that is even dearer. Perhaps Heidelberg, being an educational town, should not be taken as a criterion for smaller places. A visit to the public market shows that although the greatest care is taken in preparing the produce to prevent loss to the consumer, prices are higher than in America. Soup beef costs 20 cents a pound, veal cutlets 8 cents each, mutton chops 28 cents a pound, kidney roast 30 cents, pork chops 20 cents, boiled ham 50 cents, beef steak 59 cents. Geese are from 75 cents to $1.50 apiece. Ducks as dear as in America. Turkey, rare, $1.50 to $2 each. Pigeons very much in demand at 50 cents to 60 cents a pair. Young chickens 50 to 75 cents apiece. Wild hare, about as large as jackrabbits, 75 to 90 cents apiece. It may not be amiss to inform persons planning residence in Germany that if they live in houses or flats they have furnished, they are subject to the German income and other taxes after a sojourn of 1 year. The fact that they are paying taxes elsewhere would not exempt them from those levied there. In England. Housekeeping in London, says Margaret B. Wright, is no dearer than in American cities, perhaps a trifle less. Ordinary provisions, such as meat, fish, and winter vegetables, are about Boston prices. The greater costs of fruits, summer vegetables, and rarer provisions is equalized by the cheaper rents and labor wage. Gas and coal are cheaper than in America, at least in New England. Very many wealthy Englishwomen absolutely refuse to keep warm when coals rise to $5 a ton. Country housekeeping is cheaper than in our own country. Rents are excessively low compared with ours. Except in the height of the season, furnished country cottages are easy to find at an even absurdly low rent, for the dampness of England is an enemy to unoccupied houses. She gives instances of such hirings at prices running from $1.50 to $5 a week, for any time from a week up. Her advice to anyone wanting to dwell in rural England after this delightful fashion is to make choice of a locality and then advertise in a local paper, being sure not to give an American address, but to have letters forwarded. The big dailies do just as well, although more expensive, and they do not forward letters. When you hire, take extra towels and tablecloths. Mr. Bishop thinks that in London, Oxford, or other English cities, it would be safe to count on a rent of about $300 a year. He says a maidservant would cost from $60 to $100 a year, but another writer declares that one is obliged to keep more servants than in America, the work being so divided that a servant will refuse to do certain duties on the plea that, "It's not my place, mum." The wages of servants, like every other expenditure in England, are deceptive to the uninitiated. The nominal amount seems small, but the little charges add up, like extras in a hotel bill. One terrible item in the housekeeping expense is the washing, every bit of which is sent out of the house. The servant's washing is paid for by the mistress. The weekly washing bills of a moderate establishment generally amount to more than the weekly wages of a good servant in America, who would not only do the family washing, but cook as well. Another authority suggests that taxes must be taken into account and may amount to a quarter of the rent. In conclusion, and it applies to the continent as well as to England, too many hopes should not be built on some of the figures that have been given. Mr. Bishop admits that some of his have already passed into history, for rents are rising. Furthermore, a great deal depends on the point of view. Apartments or a house that would satisfy one American might seem despicable to another. I find Mr. Hubert averring that a mark or 24 cents will go almost as far in Munich as $1 in New York, and I find the next writer declaring that As far as casual observation goes, nothing in Germany is cheaper than in America, except wine, cigars, beer, and music. Algernon Doherty, who has rounded out a quarter of a century in American legations from Mexico to Rome, concludes that, as Mark Twain discovered, the cheapest city in Europe is Vienna, next to which he puts Brussels, then Paris, then London, and he declares Madrid the dearest. On the other hand, a medical friend who has studied long in Vienna asserts to me that it is by no means the cheapest of European capitals. He points out that where the unit of value is higher, living is costlier, and says that many things which cost a mark, 24 cents in Germany, cost a gulden, 40 cents in Austria. From all these conflicting views, my own conclusion is the notion with which I began this section, that, quality for quality, living is as dear abroad as at home, and that where in the aggregate it costs less, one gets less, though the deficiency is for the time being more than made up by many compensating pleasures and benefits. End of section 9. Recording by Cate M. Section 10 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Chapter 9, How to Stay, Part 3. Study in the universities. The chances for study abroad are so numerous and varied that it would involve me in an Herculean task to try to consider them all. A few random notes, however, may perhaps be well added to the general observation that access to the universities is easy and cheap, often costless. For the English universities, the system at Oxford may be taken as typical. To matriculate there, that is, become a member of the university, it is necessary to be admitted into one of the colleges or halls, or into the body called non-collegiate students. A candidate may be admitted into a college as a scholar, or as an exhibitioner, or as a commoner. Scholarships and exhibitions are nearly all awarded according to the results of competitive examinations held by the respective colleges. Most of the scholarships are now open for the competition of youths under 19 and are chiefly of the value of $400 a year for practically 4 years. Some of the exhibitions are hardly distinguishable in any important respect from open scholarships. To be admitted into a college as a commoner or to become a member of a hall or a non-collegiate student, it is necessary to pass an examination held by the college or hall, or by the delegates of non-collegiate students, or to have passed some test accepted in lieu of this examination. When once a member of the university, a man must pass certain other university examinations before obtaining a degree. There are 2 sets of examinations, a difficult one for those who seek honours, and an easy one for those who are content with an ordinary pass. The degree of Bachelor of Arts cannot be obtained in less than 2 years and 8 months from matriculation, nor without residing in Oxford for 12 terms. Pass men may complete their academical course in 3 years. Full honours men take 4 years. For the higher degrees of civil law, medicine and divinity, no more residence is necessary, but further requirements have to be satisfied. For the Master of Arts degree, the only requirement is that the candidate shall have had his name on the books for 26 terms since his matriculation. The bulk of the instruction is given by college tutors and lecturers under a system that allows members of one college to attend lectures given in the others. 4 halls are now established at Oxford for the higher education of women. The members are admitted to the college lectures. Neither Oxford nor Cambridge yet gives women degrees, but in other respects they enjoy practically the same educational advantages that the men enjoy. From A Summer in England, I glean these facts about the conditions of work there. Any woman wishing to reside at Oxford for purposes of study should write in the first instance to Mrs. Arthur Johnson, 8 Merton Street, Oxford, one of the secretaries of the Association for the Education of Women in Oxford, who will give full information. The fees, including board and tuition, may be roughly estimated at from $125 to $145 a term, and there are 3 terms, each of 8 weeks, beginning about January the 20th, April the 20th, and October the 15th. Graduates of colleges included in the Association of College Alumni, USA, are admitted to the examinations without preliminary tests. Students wishing to reside for study at Cambridge should write to the principal of Girton College or the principal of Newnham College. Information about the London University can be obtained from the Registrar, London University, Burlington Gardens, London. At both Oxford and Cambridge, chance is offered in August for students to reside in university towns and avail themselves of the advantages furnished there by laboratories, lectures, and libraries. Work is done in the chemical laboratories, and there are numerous courses of lectures on history, literature, and art. These privileges are primarily meant to supplement the course of local lectures carried on in connection with the university extension, and in order to share them, American women should write to Arthur Berry, Esquire, Syndicate Building, Cambridge, or Secretary, University Extension, Oxford. At Cambridge, 1 guinea covers the expense of the course. Board and lodging may be had by some students at Newnham College for 25 shillings a week. At Oxford, the summer meeting of University Extension students is limited to 1,000 persons, preference being given to those who have previously attended extension courses. Tickets for the month, August, cost 30 shillings. For the first 10 days only, £1. Visits are paid to the colleges and university buildings under the guidance of residents, who give lectures on the history or architecture of the places visited. The committee of the Edinburgh Summer Meeting offers vacation science courses through August. A ticket admitting to them all costs 3 guineas. Much of the work is in the open air. Old Edinburgh is studied. The Botanic Garden and seashore are visited. Women wishing to go into residence there may address Housekeeper, University Hall, Ramsay Lodge, Edinburgh, or for general information in regard to classes, etc., Ricardo Stevens, MB, University Hall, 4 Ramsay Garden, Edinburgh. The German universities most in favour with Americans have long been Heidelberg and Bonn. Apart from the instruction, they attract by reason of their locations and surroundings, particularly in the warmer months. Göttingen has always had a large number of faithful devotees, and both intellectually and from the point of view of its interesting situation, in a little Hanoverian peasant village, it undoubtedly has much to commend it. As winter resorts, Berlin, Leipzig, and Munich are in favour. Berlin, since it has become the capital of the United German States, has drawn to it the greatest scholars in the German scientific world, and spends a large sum of money to maintain a famous corps of instructors. Its libraries are the most extensive in the country. The city is much pleasanter in summer than in winter, but it is hard to find any place in Germany that one can really recommend as a winter resort. Of the 15 other German universities, there are none exceptionally worth consideration by the American, though often a famous instructor at some of the smaller institutions draws students from afar. Not many Americans would care to go north of Berlin, that is, to Kiel, Greifswald, Rostock, or Königsberg. Some might stop at Breslau, Marburg, or Erlangen. There are always a few Americans at Halle, Jena, Strasbourg, and Freiburg. In Germany, the winter semester or term begins about the 1st of October and continues into March. The summer semester begins late in April and ends early in August. For the student to matriculate or register costs only $5, and after that, he is left to work out his own salvation. There is no compulsory attendance at lectures, no discipline, nothing like the American college recitation system. The tests come at the end of the course when the student seeks his degree. Then he must prove a thorough knowledge of some department of knowledge within the range of academic instruction, write a thesis that shall be a contribution to science, pass a rigid oral examination, and pay $75. The fulfilling of these conditions means to the average graduate of an American college 2 years of hard work. Meantime, his fees will not have amounted to more than $20 or $25 for each half year. In the German universities, women have not till recently been allowed to matriculate or take degrees, but of late years they have been permitted to attend the lectures. At Leipzig, the laws of Saxony prevent the recognition of women, and they attend as guests of the professor. At Heidelberg, they are required to present the diploma of some college or university. In France, the degrees are open to women as well as men. In Paris, many of the lectures at the Sorbonne and the College of France are open to the public, and often a majority of the audience is above the student age. Many English-speaking people frequent these lectures to cultivate the ear by listening to scholarly French. Formal application and registration will usually secure entrance to the closed courses. There are 2 terms, one beginning in the early winter and lasting into Lent, the other beginning soon after Easter and ending in the early summer. A recent reform has opened the French faculties of science to foreigners on very advantageous conditions. American students have hitherto frequented Germany almost exclusively because of the liberty the universities of that country offer in the choice of studies, in permitting a change of university, and in requiring no examinations excepting when the student applies for a degree. Hereafter in France, a student will be admitted on an American bachelor's degree and will be permitted to choose his studies. After pursuing any scientific course a year, he can, if he wishes, apply for an examination in this branch and, if successful, obtain a certificat d'études. 3 such certificates taken, say, in calculus, pure mechanics and astronomy will make him a licencié, and upon the presentation of a satisfactory thesis, he can then secure the French doctorate, which is decidedly superior to the German. If the student has the ability and so desires, he can discharge all 3 subjects the same year, or, if he prefers, he can do it in successive years, migrating, if he wishes, from one university to another, and studying at the same time whatever other subjects he may choose. The French system has one distinct advantage over that of Germany, because in Germany the student presents his thesis first, and if this is accepted, he is admitted to examination. Everything hangs on one chance. He receives the doctorate or nothing. In France, on the contrary, the examinations coming first, each step is marked, the student receiving independent credits for every part of his work. If he acquits himself in one branch only, he still has his certificat, and 3 branches give him the licence. If interrupted in his work before securing a degree, he can withdraw with honourable credentials for at least that part of the work he has accomplished. Students of medicine throng to Vienna more than to any other European city because it has the largest hospital, the most celebrated professors, and the best chances for instruction. Each professor can take only a limited number of students, and the time of the more famous is so much in demand that places in their classes must be engaged long ahead. The courses run from 4 to 6 weeks and cost from $10 to $15 each. The most ardent students carry on a dozen or more courses at a time. Without a knowledge of German at the start, it would be foolish for an American to go to Vienna unless he can stay there for at least a year, for it will take him half that time to acquire enough command of the language to profit by the courses. He would better go to New York, where today the instruction is just as valuable to all intents and purposes, save in the matter of the prestige given by the reputation of having worked in the foreign hospitals. To study a year in Vienna is likely to cost about the same as a year at Harvard, perhaps $700 being the average expenditure by the economical. Munich is cheaper and the instruction is excellent, though not so varied as in Vienna. At Munich, the American shows his diploma, matriculates on payment of a small fee, and then gets the clinics without charge. At Paris, the student can see but not participate. Dublin is the favourite place for lying-in work. Zurich is the only place where women can take the courses. The medical student going abroad should take with him a few of the leading standard books in English. If he is a specialist, he should take with him the works on his specialty. Language study. The large cities are not the best places for either children or adults to acquire the languages. There are too many chances to lapse into English, and furthermore slang, argot, flourishes most in the rank city soil. In France, for instance, the purest French is found in Tours, not in Paris. The best Italian is heard in Siena, not in Rome. German is well learned at any of the university towns, but whether it is better to learn the accent of northern or of southern Germany is an open question. The people of Berlin and those of Munich accuse each other of talking provincial German. Likewise, in Spain, you will find the Spanish of Madrid differing much from that of Seville and Cadiz. There is more of the lisp in Madrid, and in Seville the speech is nearer that of the Spanish in Central and South America. In Italy, there is even more variation in dialect. A Neapolitan can with difficulty understand a Venetian speaking rapidly, and the Roman use of the tongue is like neither Neapolitan nor Venetian. For purposes of general language study, where unusual achievement in any one is not contemplated, perhaps Geneva is the best place on the continent. As the three languages, French, German and Italian, are spoken in the three regions of Switzerland, good teachers of any or all of them are readily found at Geneva. It is a puritanical sort of place where a young person would have to work hard to get out of the paths of rectitude, and there is nothing frivolous about the city of John Calvin. But that makes it all the more attractive to the studious and the sedate. Its surroundings are charming, giving plenty of chance for delightful rambles and excursions. At Lausanne, halfway along the lake, Gibbon found the best place to finish his immortal work. Anyone desiring to master French in order to teach it will do best at Paris, where the Sorbonne gives during the winter and spring the best chance for scientific study of the language. In the summer, an admirable opportunity is furnished by the vacation courses of l'Alliance Française, the strong society for propagating the French language. The attendance has grown in 5 years from 50 to 500, and no better testimony of the work of the institution could be cited. The courses are planned for the benefit of foreigners of any nationality or age, and of either sex. They are given in the amphitheatre of the Colonial School on the Avenue de l'Observatoire, in what might be called a collegiate neighbourhood, not the old Latin Quarter, but close by, where pensions and furnished apartments of moderate price abound. There are 2 series of courses, one occupying July and the other August. A course consists of from 5 to 10 lessons in charge of some eminent French professor. Typical subjects in 1899 were Historical and Comparative Grammar of Modern French, French Literature of the 17th Century, The Institutions of France, Elocution and Pronunciation. Then there are conferences devoted to the practice of conversation or phonetic exercises. At the end of each month, examinations may be taken for diplomas, an elementary diploma for candidates who prove that they understand, read and write the language fluently, a superior diploma for those who prove themselves capable of teaching the language and its literature. All told, about 150 lessons and 24 conferences are open in the course of the 2 months to holders of season tickets, the price of which is $20. Anyone not caring to attend them all may buy not less than 25 tickets, one for each lesson, at 20 cents apiece, and then as many more single tickets as this price as may be desired. Candidates for the elementary diploma must attend 30 lessons. For the superior diploma, all the courses of one of the 2 series, and candidates pay $2 for taking the examinations. Members of the Alliance take pains to make agreeable the sojourn of the students. Receptions, excursions, and other entertainments serve both for diversion and acquaintance. More than 1,500 places at the theatre are put at the service of the students in the course of a summer. Information about the arrangements of each year can be secured by addressing l'Alliance Française, 45 Rue de Grenelle, Paris, after April 1st. An illustrated guide to Paris for the foreign student will be mailed from the same address for 35 cents. It contains information about all the public and private courses to which foreigners are admitted, and special attention is given to the summer courses. Also, it has a list of families that will take foreign students as boarders. The dilettante student, who prefers to imbibe the language, will make the quickest progress by turning his back on Parisian opportunities for hearing and speaking his own tongue. Let him seek some provincial town of Normandy or Touraine, preferably the latter. Good teachers will charge from 50 cents to $1 an hour, but if one settles in a pension where there are no Americans, or gets into a private family, He will, in time, acquire a working knowledge of the language without special instruction. For English-speaking people with some preliminary knowledge of French, the Teachers Guild arranges modern language holiday courses that are given in August to meet the needs of vacationists. In 1900, courses will again be held in Lisieux, Normandy, lasting 4 weeks, and in Tours, lasting 3 weeks. The fee of $10.20 admits to the lectures in French by able professors and to a conversation class. The Guild makes special arrangements with pensions, and it is estimated that starting from London, the whole cost of the Lisieux course, tuition fee, fares, living and all, will be about $50. Of the Tours course, $60. Send 12 cents to the Secretary of the Guild at 74 Gower Street, WC, London, for a prospectus of the arrangements. One need not be a teacher in order to join, but at least a slight knowledge of French is essential to getting any profit from the courses. Music, art, and other studies. To achieve the greatest triumphs in music, it is agreed that some European study is necessary, but how much it should be, where it should be taken, and how early it should begin are disputed questions. One American who has been through it says, "I would advise American girls who expect to study music professionally to do all the foundation work at home, as good teachers may be had there for $2.50 a lesson as those in London who charge twice as much. When they have been thoroughly drilled in the rudiments, then they can come to London to be finished. But all the rest can be done quite as well in Chicago or New York." Christine Nielsen thinks differently in the matter of cultivating the voice. Says she, "At present, in view of the scarcity of good professors of singing in America, the earlier a young American pupil comes abroad to begin her studies, the better. The placing of the voice is a most necessary and delicate point in the early stages of the cultivation of that organ, and requires a teacher of great tact and intelligence to perfect it. Many young American girls come abroad with their voices injured by injudicious training, and even when the evil can be repaired, it is only at the cost of the expenditure of time and money, both of which can ill be spared. As regards the different schools for singing, it is an obvious fact that the Italian method is by far the best. It is true that my own teacher, Lartel, was a Frenchman, but his method was one peculiar to himself, and I know of no professor who now continues it. He died several years ago. The German method is probably the worst of all, especially for the delicate voices of American girls." Madame Melba thinks that for the average singer, America offers most excellent teachers. She can find all she needs at home. For operatic singers, some foreign training is practically necessary, so long as impresarios consider Europe their market and retired artists make it their home. But, she says, no girl, unless she has money to throw away, I mean by this a large fortune to spend, should go abroad for vocal instruction until she has been passed upon musically by at least 2 or 3 artists, people who value the glory and fame of their art, and the life, and perhaps the honour of the would-be singer too highly to advise her to enter upon a career of privation and hardship where there is for her, by nature's fixed degree, no possibility of success. If possible, these artists should be strangers to the singer, people who will not be moved or swayed by any personal interest, and will therefore speak only the truth. But only those so passed upon, and those others who can afford to indulge a hobby, should ever go abroad for instruction. Said Campanini, "For the mechanical training of the voice, it does not matter what country furnishes the curriculum, but for proper phrasing and beauty of style, I would recommend Italy. In France, I admit there are very good schools, but I do not approve of the tremolo that is taught in them. In Italy, they have almost perfect methods for properly placing the voice. The schools of Italy are also noted for teaching dramatic expression. The study of music in Paris is very far from inexpensive. The most eminent teacher of vocal music demands $70 a month and will take no one who will not begin with her from the very rudiments of the art. The rule is from $3 to $5 a lesson, or from $50 to $70 a month for the best teachers, pupils being expected to take 3 lessons a week. In London, the music teachers of the first rank charge from $5 to $10 a lesson and teach only certain things, separate instruction being required when French, German, or Italian is to be learned. Germany gets most of the students of instrumental music, and Berlin has taken the lead in their instruction. It is said that more than 2,000 Americans pass each winter there in music study. The city has 120 music conservatories, and nearly 1,000 concerts of one kind or another are given between October the 1st and May the 1st. The masters of the profession charge from $5 to $10 an hour for private lessons, but the conservatories are very much lower in price. The Royal High School for Music offers yearly several free scholarships for which students of all nations may compete. Admission to concerts is cheap according to American notions. Some of the best orchestral music can be heard at popular concerts twice a week for 10 cents. Without great hardship, the economical student can reduce living expenses to $25 or even $20 a month. The expense of studying art on the continent is nowhere so great as it is in New York. As one student in Paris says, "A fellow can live as he pleases. I wear only the oldest clothes, all the fellows do, and no one thinks anything of it. The rent of the studios is very cheap, and the tuition in the best studios is but $4 a month." American children would better be educated in American schools. Perhaps for the sake of the language, a boy might well pass a year in some continental school, but a girl would better study in America till she is well grounded in the rudiments of knowledge. If she is then to study abroad for a while, let it be in one of the pension schools, boarding schools of Switzerland rather than of Paris. A year there should give her a mastery of French, but if German is the object, 2 years of schooling in Germany will be none too little. For purposes of miscellaneous study, perhaps Dresden offers the most attractions. At any rate, nearly 3,000 English-speaking people may be found in residence there, most of them more or less studious in their intentions. Berlin and Hanover offer better advantages in German and literature. Berlin, Weimar, and Leipzig have more famous schools for music. Paris, Florence, and Rome take the lead in painting and art, but one does not find in any one of these cities all the facilities for the study of German, literature, music, painting, and decorative art combined, as in Dresden. This concentration of advantages, in an age when the rapid attainment of knowledge means so much, must account for Dresden's attracting so many visitors, for its climate, during the winter season at any rate, is very far from delightful. Fees. No other foreign custom perplexes and annoys the American so much as that of feeing. He has been brought up in the belief that a service without a price demands no recompense. Save where the fee system has wormed its way into our larger cities, as in their larger hotels, he has been accustomed to pay the proprietor of any one establishment for all the work done for him by its employees. The spirit of independence and self-reliance, ingrained in his very nature, has made it natural for him to do for himself all he can, to accept from others the minimum of aid in all personal matters, in his favourite phrase, to paddle his own canoe. From the moment he lands in Europe, he finds a state of affairs directly contrary to all his experience. Porters aggrieved if he carries his bag across the railway platform, cabmen astounded if he walks to his hotel, other porters lying in wait to lug upstairs even an umbrella, somebody solicitous to unlock his trunk. He starts out to see the town. Before he can get through the door, the portier bustles up to offer his help, to suggest the sights, to name good shops, to call a cab. Outside, 6 cabmen snap their whips and beg his patronage. From 1 to 12 guides may urge their aid. He comes to a celebrated church. Some pitiful pauper opens the door or lifts the curtain. Within, a sexton or sacristan presents himself to show its sights, to unlock the gates of a chapel, to take him into the crypt. He reaches a museum. Running the gauntlet of guides, he gets in only to find an attendant in every room, sometimes taking a card list of pictures from a table and offering it to him, sometimes unlocking a door kept locked merely to force strangers to ask that it may be opened, sometimes volunteering needless information. And so it goes, from one end of Europe to the other, always somebody at hand to thrust services upon you. and every mother's son of them expecting recompense. If the tariff is fixed, more is invariably wanted, the extra amount being the perquisite of the person with whom you come in contact. It is no use to fuss over it, to say hard things about it, to begrudge the cost. Take it as a matter of course. Look at it reasonably and judiciously, study it, and conform to it. Lay down 2 rules of action and adhere to them. Number 1. Accept no service that you are not willing to remunerate. Number 2. Fee only those who do something for you. If you want to carry your own luggage, carry it. If you want to walk, why, walk. What folly to ride simply because half a dozen dirty scoundrels, at least they look as if they might be scoundrels and are most assuredly dirty, act as if they expect you to ride. If you can see in a church or museum by yourself all that you care to see, why give somebody a franc and be bored with his company, rather than tell him you don't want a guide? Guides are sometimes useful, sometimes necessary, but as to when and where, believe your guidebook rather than the man who wants you to hire him. Cabs are often wise economy. Hotel people have their uses. Even luggage porters may be of great service. Use them when you want them, always with the certainty that everybody below your station in life expects to be paid for what he does for you. The gentle art of doing favors, as practiced in America, is unknown abroad. I overdraw the thing purposely, that the reader may get into the right frame of mind. There are many Europeans of humble rank who are hospitable or courteous without mercenary motives, but even they are almost invariably willing to have their courtesy or hospitality rewarded if you choose. Once, a New England brakeman, a complete stranger, found an umbrella of mine and returned it to me with some trouble. He would not listen to the idea of taking any reward. His features showed that he was of Yankee birth, and his attitude in this matter was that of the genuine American. He had done for me something he had not been hired to do, had not been asked to do, and the satisfaction of having performed a courteous action was all the reward he wanted. That attitude is the rule with us. It is the exception, and the rare exception, abroad. So, be prepared to pay for everything. And when you get a gratuitous favour, tell the man his rightful place is in America. At the same time, encourage the pernicious European system by rewarding him for not expecting a reward. 100 to 1, he'll take it. To urge that fees be given only to those who do a service is advice that seems needless, yet would that it were heeded by the Americans who go through Europe with the notion that every man or woman into whose hands they can get a coin is a deserving victim of misfortune. Perhaps it is a duty for us to distribute our savings at random among the lower classes of Europe, but I can't see why, unless we ought to make it up to them for the cruelty of Providence in planting them there. Generosity is an admirable trait, but every officer of associated charities will tell you that its excess does more hurt than its absence. The people with whom a traveller comes in contact are not paupers. Most of them earn as much as they deserve. In some of the Parisian cafes, a waiter's place commands a big bonus. That is, men are glad to pay large sums to get the chance for fees. Did you know that in some of our big American hotels, the head porter gets every fee given to underporters, that he pays them wages and pays the landlord for the privilege of doing the work? Your extra dime helps enrich a man you never saw. Likewise, in many European hotels, all fees given to waiters are pooled, and the man you want to reward particularly gets perhaps only a very small percentage of your bounty. For this reason, never fee both the head waiter and your table waiter. But you must always fee one or the other. The portier is the only exception to the rule not to give if nothing is done. It is an unwritten law that he shall be maintained by the public, not by the landlord. He is a useful institution, of service to the travelling public as a class, and as one of that class you are morally bound to help pay his cost. If the chambermaid does for you anything outside her routine work, she should get a fee, always small. Otherwise, she may be ignored when she lies in wait for you as you descend the hotel stairs for the last time, though as a matter of fact, you are likely to feel that she needs the fee more than anybody else, and perhaps deserves it more, so that your conscience will rest the easier if you remember her. The declaration of too many tourists that you must fee everybody in a European hotel is all nonsense. The indispensables are the portier, if the hotel has one, the waiter, and whoever handles trunks or blacks boots. The others are mere charities. I am informed that in Saxony and in Austria, courts have sustained servants in suits to secure fees. The Saxony case was brought against a commercial traveller who stayed 4 weeks at a hotel and offered the boots $1 on his departure. The aggrieved boots got a verdict of $2.50. Probably the commercial traveller's trunks had something to do with the case. In Vienna, it is reported, a servant may hold the guest's baggage if the fee is not large enough. As to amounts, the easy and common rule is to give 10% of the bill if you stay but one night or take a single meal. This applies whether the bill is 20 cents or $2 or $20. A penny in the shilling is all that English waiters expect. 10 centimes, or 2 cents, in the franc, all that French waiters expect. Where a hotel bill is above $2, a percentage as low as 5% may be given without surprise. On paying a bill of $5 at a hotel, it would be the usual thing to give the waiter 20 cents, the portier 20 cents, and the chambermaid 5 cents. On paying $8, you might give no more and no comment would be even looked. Or you might make it 30 cents for the waiter, the same for the portier, and 5 or 10 cents for the chambermaid. The Paris New York Herald sent a series of questions about the tipping system to all the leading hotel keepers of Europe. Most of them, in reply, advised from 20 to 40 cents a week for each servant, which, as hotel rates run, makes about the 10% I have advised, if, say, 5 servants get remembered. Nearly all the correspondents stated that their servants did not depend entirely on the tips received for their living as they received salaries. It was to be noted, however, that the salaries were seldom stated to be more than $8 a month. Summed up, the symposium seemed to prove that the tipping system is too firmly fixed to be abolished, that it procures better service for the traveller, that it makes the servants more contented and renders them more valuable to the employer, and that the person who tips carefully gets just as good service as the one who tips indiscriminately. One piece of information given is that hotel keepers while travelling are very sparing of their tips. Never pay any fees before the time of departure except when making a stay of many weeks in a pension. You are not expected in hotels to dole out the pennies or francs from meal to meal, or indeed at any time before you go away. But, if practicable, it is well in large hotels to distribute the fees before it is known that you are going to leave, as otherwise you may find yourself encumbered with needless attention from servants who may hitherto have neglected you, perhaps may not even have shown themselves. Look at it purely as a matter of business. If you haven't the change, make the waiter or the porter or whoever you want to fee get your money changed, and then give him what you meant to give, no more. In an American hotel, that would be thought stingy. Abroad, it is thought the natural thing. In pension, 10% of the bills would be an unusual distribution. If you stay several weeks, 5% will be a great plenty, and 2 or 3% is probably nearer the common thing. The idea that even servants in private houses must be feed is the most repugnant of all to American instincts. Yet, go to a mansion of rank for even a stay overnight, and you are expected to remember the butler and the footman. Americans overdo the thing, as always in the matter of fees, and anger the more penurious of their British cousins by treating dollars as if they were shillings. The notion is wrong that fees are to be given on the occasion of a single meal in a British household. They are expected only from those who pass a night or more. Do not suppose that the system flourishes without protests. The Duke of Fife, with whom the Prince of Wales stays during his annual visits to Scotland, has tried hard to prevent the giving of tips at Newmar Lodge by posting a formal warning against it in the guest chambers, and it is known that the Prince shares the Duke's views of the matter. In many castles and chateaux, a box is placed in the hall where guests may put whatever it is their pleasure to give the servants, and at intervals its contents are fairly distributed among them all. Tourists who are shown through Eaton Hall, the magnificent country place of the Duke of Westminster, are forbidden to give fees to the attendants, and in lieu thereof pay an entrance fee devoted to charitable objects. At a few other show places, there is an attempt to accomplish the same end. Occasionally there is a hotel where notices in the rooms beg travellers not to give fees, and it is declared that the servants are amply paid. Employees of English railroads are forbidden to receive fees, but there at least the prohibition is ludicrously ineffective. Twopence, 4 cents, is in practice the legal tender fee on British railroads. The garçon, waiter, at a café gets fees of 1 or 2 cents, usually the latter, for serving beverages. Cab drivers are usually made happy by 10%, with either 4 or 5 cents as the minimum, according as the unit of coinage corresponds to our 20 or 25 cents. In such a place as Naples, where the prescribed fare is abnormally low, only 14 cents to give a lira, 20 cents, is frequent. In museums and galleries, fees of half a franc, or half a lira, or half a shilling, or whatever the unit may be, predominate. It is always safe to start on that. If more is the custom, don't fear that you will not be told of it. 2 people travelling together need give no more than the solitary tourist. The fees expected by concierges or janitors are a constant source of complaint by Americans dwelling abroad. The concierge is an autocrat, a tyrant, an unmitigated irritant. But the despot must be feed. In Vienna, for example, the front door of every apartment house is required by law to be closed and locked at 10 o'clock every night. Not a tenant may have a latchkey, but after that hour must ring up the janitor, who gets for his trouble the inevitable 10 kreuzers. As a consequence, the streets are alive with hurrying people up to the fatal hour, and after that are as dead as a country village. It is usual for even the theatres to time themselves so that the spectators may be saved their 10 kreuzers. New Year's Day is the time when the concierge reaps his or her big harvest. In Paris, the occupant of a modest apartment is expected then to give at least $5, and entrées of $10 or $20 are not uncommon. Every small salaried underling also levies tribute in the most barefaced way, making the rounds of his neighbourhood and frankly asking for his present. It is averred that the postal employees in France could not live on the miserable salaries they get were it not for the annual bonus from the public. The ordinary carrier gets $20 a month and expects to add to this at least $50 at New Year's. There are postmen of different grades, depending on the class of mail they carry. Each class appoints representatives to collect money from every district, and the money is then divided. A stranger generally makes the mistake of giving a good sum to the first postman who calls, not knowing that 2 others will follow him to collect for their class. They begin their rounds about the 1st of December with calendars worth about half a cent to present to each person on the list. They are very polite. If it is not convenient to pay the money that day, they will trust you for the calendar and pass again. All the servants must be remembered with hard cash. Not with mittens or shawls or neckties, if you please, but with cash. In Parisian families, the French maids cling to the old fiction of a month's wages, or what used to be a good month's wages, $5 a month, as a proper New Year's gift. This has, by general custom, become reduced to a gold piece, $4, for a servant that has remained more than a year in the family, and $2 for those who have been in service for a shorter time. This sum is given in the most perfunctory way, and conventional thanks are returned in the same manner. The German and English servants who have of late years flocked to Paris do not expect so much in the way of a present, for they demand higher wages than the French-born maid usually receives. The cabman expects a fee bigger than usual. The bus conductor expects 2 cents more than the ordinary fare. The butcher boy and every other tradesman's employee who comes into the house counts on going out the richer. The cafe waiters offer very cheap and very bad cigar to every regular patron, expecting in return a franc or 2. And so it goes until the close-fisted man wishes the new year in perdition, and even the generous man with an ample purse finds it emptied, at least of all the silver. End of section 10. Recording by Cate M.
Section 11 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Chapter 7. How to See. Up to times within the memory of living men, almost no one of means traveled through Europe without a courier. Before railroads were built and before good guidebooks were printed, he was almost indispensable. His tribe survives, but in greatly diminished numbers. To the self-reliant traveler he is of no use whatever. Indeed, he is frequently a positive encumbrance, and worse. The time may have been when a courier could save a traveler more than his cost. Most certainly that is not the case now. On the contrary, as he gets a percentage on every purchase his party makes, which of course comes out of the purchaser in increased price, and as it is often for his interest to advise the more costly route, the more costly hotel or the more costly excursion, he eats up much more than his wages, while saving positively nothing. In a 2 weeks' trip in southern Spain, which we made side by side with a couple having a courier, we invariably reached the hotel first, got the better rooms, saw all the sights to as good advantage, yet the courier was of his kind an expert. The fact is that travel has become so general. Tourist companies, railroads, and landlords have so well studied its needs, books are so plentiful, that one couldn't very well get off the track or have a mishap if he tried. Doubtless the decay of the courier has also been in some measure due to the growth of the personally conducted party. Every year sees more Americans going abroad under the guidance of people who make a business or an avocation of conducting tours. I have already alluded to some of the disadvantages of this mode of travel, such as the limitations of inflexible itineraries. It may with perfect fairness also be pointed out that many people find it distasteful to travel with the notoriety that attaches to a considerable group of sightseers. The name of the inventor of the excursion system has been made the basis of a generic term, and as the carriages of any large party roll along the boulevards of Paris, one may hear the comment, "There go a batch of cookies." There is in fact no valid reason why one should feel chagrined at the comment, no valid reason why one should not enjoy art or architecture or scenery in the company of his fellow men, just as he enjoys music or acting or eloquence in their company. But logical or not, it is the fact that many of us prefer to wander through museums and cathedrals and palaces alone, or with few companions. Against this set the helpfulness of a leader who knows in advance what is worth seeing and why and where, who abounds with pertinent anecdote and reminiscence, who can save time and trouble. Assume that he commands the language, that he is a past master in the art of timetables, that he is a connoisseur in the matter of restaurants, that he is a very Solomon in knowledge of hotels. May not the leadership of such a man be worth the buying? May not it pay to have a joint ownership for 2 or 3 months in this embodiment or experience? Perhaps so. But at any rate it is worthwhile reckoning up the cost in advance. Some of the projectors of these personally conducted parties appear to set a pretty high valuation on their services, and their profits may or may not be warranted. Others are offering prices that are reasonable, even cheap. Of course, people take up this business like any other, for profit, and a fair profit should not be denied them. But it is a foolish customer who buys without any idea as to whether the goods are worth the money. To determine it approximately, take the itinerary offered. Set down from $100 to $200 for the ocean passages, according to the steamer, cabin, and season. Multiply the aggregate of rail distance by the average figures for fares I have given in a preceding chapter. Allow $2.50 a day, the price of Cook coupons, for continental hotel bills, and $3 a day in Great Britain. Throw in 50 cents a day for carriages, entrance fees, etc. The total will be not so very far from a reasonable price for the transportation and subsistence ordinarily offered. Whether the gain the tourist company or manager makes through discounts for parties, through the lower prices of hotels and towns, and in other legitimate ways, will offset the traveling expenses, of the conductor by more than enough to give a fair profit, is a business problem that is the concern of the merchant in tours. I submit merely that he may not fairly demand much in excess of the gross retail cost of transportation and subsistence. I have taken occasion to commend the helpfulness and courtesy of the tourist agencies. Let me here add that I have never heard their integrity questioned. Their managers and their agents surpass the average of businessmen in fair dealing and honorable methods. They are a useful and valuable factor in the world of travel, and they would not thrive if they were not helpful to many people. Their personally conducted tours and many of those organized by individuals are all right for people who like that sort of thing. Such people, however, need not quarrel with me because, to my mind, one of the great pleasures of travel is in learning travel by myself, and because I find satisfaction, pleasure, and education in planning routes, deciphering timetables, making bargains, learning by observation the lay of the land. Every place in Europe worth the seeing has its local guides, speaking your language, better acquainted with the place than any courier can be, and usually to be employed at reasonable rates. Whether you will employ them depends entirely on your own tastes. Usually they are not indispensable. Often, however, they will take you to places it would be harder for you to find by yourself. Now and then, they know something the guidebook does not tell. If you are completely ignorant of the language, occasionally their services in interpreting will be of much help. London and Paris have bureaus of lady guides that I hear commended for their services in aiding both the sightseeing and shopping. The guides are said to be women of refinement and intelligence, and were not the word lady so vulgarly misused in the title of these institutions, an American woman might make use of them at least without prejudice and very lightly, with advantage. Whenever you hire a guide and he takes you to some place where fees are probable, make him tell you before you enter what fees you are to give, thus determining the cost in advance and avoiding the embarrassment of consulting him in the presence of the person to be feed. If you plan to do a place by yourself, it is desirable to have a list prepared of the things to be seen, or at any rate to check them in the guidebook. Then, immediately on arrival at the hotel, ask when you can see places not certain to be accessible at all times. Museums are usually closed on one day of the week. Churches may be open only at certain hours. The times for these things frequently change, and no guidebook can keep up with all the changes. If you neglect this precaution, you may find a day wasted, and even miss altogether some important place that you might just as well have seen early in your stay. When time is an object, it is well to plan in advance your whole stay in any given city, allotting so much work to each day. The conscientious sightseer spends his evenings in studying up what he is to see the next day. To postpone reading up to a place till after you enter it often results in missing important features, or in not comprehending them. Any but an impecunious tourist should prescribe to himself the rule, never walk in order to save money. Or, if he insists on being parsimonious, let him reflect that time is money to a sightseer, and that if the journey is of the hurried variety, it is more profitable to save minutes than to save pennies. Cabs are plenty, and cab hire is cheap. Cars and buses abound in all the cities, and their fares are trivial. Distances are long in places like London and Paris, and one needs all his strength for the galleries and palaces and the other places where one must walk. A summer tourist should not begrudge $20 or $30 for cabs. Yet it is not the fact that cabs always save the most time. If one is landed on the dock at Liverpool instead of the landing stage, he will find at the very outset that time will be saved if he will take the trouble to walk to the street and climb the stairs to the elevated train. It is several miles from the center of Liverpool to the docks of the American passenger boats, and the trains are the quickest way to cover them. Baggage can be sent in town safely by an expressman, and will be promptly delivered. The elevated train, too, gives the best chance to see Liverpool's biggest sight, the docks. Plebeian though it may seem, there is no better way to see the street life of a city than from the top of an omnibus. Virtually all the buses abroad and most of the streetcars have seats on top, often with a fare cheaper than that of the inside seats, yet far more desirable for the tourist. Women and men alike mount the steps, and though the aristocratic native will hire a cab when she does not use her own carriage, no American woman need fear ridicule or even embarrassment if she goes about on the top of a bus. At first she hesitates, But very soon the convenience and profit of seeing city streets from such a point of vantage overcome all scruples, and once accustomed to riding on top, nothing but rain will drive her inside. By the way, it is not the custom, and in Paris it is forbidden, to change from outside to interior while the bus or car is in motion. A novice who tried it in Paris relates to me, with amusement she did not at the time feel, how the conductor put her off the bus when a shower led her to change her place. On the continent, a sightseer who neglects the cafes and beer gardens misses one of the most diverting and instructive characteristics of European life. We Americans have come to entertain such a justifiable abhorrence of the drinking saloon that we find it hard to conceive of drinking resorts where decent, self-respecting people may congregate. And yet just such resorts are the greatest daily pleasure of thousands on thousands of the temperate, respectable people of France and Germany and other continental nations. In the Latin countries, where wine is the most common beverage, the cafe tables choke the sidewalks during all the warm weather. In the Germanic countries, beer and orchestras appear inseparable, and the tables are usually in enclosures to which the potted shrubs give the name of gardens. Here, whole families come to gossip and listen. The drinking is the excuse, not the reason, and a glass or two of beer or wine or what we should call soda is quite enough of a pretext to occupy a seat during a whole evening. Anywhere in the Latin countries it is quite the proper thing, after a table d'hôte dinner at the hotel, to find the best cafe in town and spend an hour or two over a cup of black coffee, looking at the illustrated papers, listening to music, chatting with other members of the party, or making the acquaintance easily picked up with one's neighbors. The traveler who doesn't do this will have many a long and lonely evening, besides throwing away his best chance to study the people from near at hand and when they are most themselves. The parks furnish another pleasant way of observing the masses. To appreciate the love of a French father for his children and his intimacy with them, go to the Luxembourg Garden in Paris on a Sunday afternoon. See the modern Roman at his best on the Pincian Hill towards sunset. Find out what vagaries the human mind can conceive by going from group to group on Hyde Park by the Marble Arch in London of a Sunday, and listening to the orators then reveling in free speech. Beware of trespassing on forbidden ground near fortresses, and of sketching or photographing where you may be arrested on suspicion of seeking dangerous information. Pickpockets are by no means a rarity abroad. It is said they frequent the Rhine steamers, all railway junctions, and especially the Italian cities. Personally, I have never suffered at their hands, nor met anybody who had suffered, but the ordinary precautions of travel are doubtless as wise in this matter abroad as at home. Sharpers are said to haunt the Channel steamers, and on the larger transatlantic boats they sometimes fleece the unwary. It may be well to inform the masculine reader that half the questionable sights of Paris are arranged for his special benefit. With so much to be seen in Europe that is beautiful and elevating and refining, it is hardly worth while to spend time and money in the hunt for debasing spectacles that can be just as easily found in New York, if anybody cares to study the dark side of human nature. Delightful though it may be to have the guidance of some relative or acquaintance dwelling in the city you may be visiting, yet be careful about making demands on time that may be begrudged from business or study. The American youth who dwells abroad with serious motives cannot without a sacrifice lay down the brush or leave the piano stool in order to give hours to showing his callers about the town. The New York merchant does not expect to roam from the Riverside Drive to Coney Island with every Chicago or Louisville or Crossroads customer that visits Manhattan. Put yourself in the place of your host and conclude what may reasonably be expected or given in the way of time and entertainment. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Going Abroad, Some Advice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Going Abroad, Some Advice by Robert Luce. Somewhat Financial, Part 1. Merchants in different countries are accustomed to pay each other by means of bills of exchange, not with cash. For example, Jones of New York owes a certain amount to Schmidt of Berlin, Braun of Berlin owes the same amount to Henry of New York. If Jones pays that amount to Henry and Braun pays an equal amount to Schmidt, the debts will be canceled. Perhaps Henry accomplishes it by writing a draft on Braun, an order to Braun to pay the amount in question to the bearer of the order, a paper called a bill of exchange, which he sells to Jones. Then Jones mails the order to his creditor, Schmidt, who presents it to Braun and gets his money. This saves the expressage on 2 shipments of gold. When the whole body of American merchants owe more money abroad than is owed to them, somebody must ship some gold across the water. Whoever has a bill of exchange, a draft on a foreign merchant, can pay his foreign debts at the cost of a postage stamp. Whoever cannot get such a bill must pay the cost of shipping gold. This makes a demand for bills of exchange, increases their value, and the rate of exchange is said to be high. Vice versa, when the foreign merchants owe the more, bills of exchange hunt for purchasers, their value lessens, and the rate of exchange is said to be low. No traveler wants a large amount of gold on his person or in his luggage, for it is heavy and it is likely to be stolen. So he takes advantage of the system of bills of exchange. He may, if he choose, buy these bills of an American merchant or banker and sell them to some banker or merchant when he gets abroad. But it is more convenient and is the common practice for him to arrange with an American banker to honor drafts, which the traveler draws when and where occasion may demand. In other words, he sells to some foreign banker an order on the American banker, which then becomes a bill of exchange and goes traveling through foreign banks till it finds some foreign merchant who wants to pay a bill in America, buys it, mails it to his creditor, who in turn presents it to the American banker and gets his money. Of course, the thing is complicated and modified when a banking house has many agencies, and you draw at one for money you have deposited at another, but the general principle of exchange holds. Letters of credit. When a banker gives you what is virtually a certificate that he will honor your drafts to a given amount, the paper is called a circular letter of credit. There is attached to it a list of bankers in other countries who are obligated to cash the drafts, but as they will be honored, whoever presents them to the house issuing the letter, you can sell them to any banker or other person not on the printed list, though it is customary to get drafts cashed at the banking places specified. The practice of banking houses in issuing letters of credit varies somewhat in the matter of terms. The simplest method is to sell it outright, in which case if you pay $1,000, you get a credit of $1,000, or its exact equivalent in pounds, there being charged in addition a fee of 1% for issuing the credit. Under this method, you get no interest for your money. The banker has the use of it till your drafts are presented, and this, with his commission and what he may make through the rates of exchange, is what remunerates him. Another method is for you to deposit with the banker what sum you please, for which you get a letter of credit in which the pound is figured at $5 instead of in the neighborhood of $4.86, its real value. As your drafts come in, they are figured at the prevailing rate of exchange, and you are debited with their amounts on that basis. Furthermore, you are allowed interest. At the time this is written, 2% is being allowed, but should the demand for money increase, a higher rate will prevail. On your return, if you have not drawn to the full value of the letter, you collect whatever balance may stand to your credit. This method may be the more economical if your deposit is large and you do not reduce your balance rapidly. The letter of credit may also be secured by depositing with the banker high-grade securities, against which he will advance what money you may draw. Thus you will profit by what interest they may bear and by any increase in their value. If your standing in the financial world is high, you may be able to arrange with the banker not to deposit either money or securities, but to have your drafts presented by him at your counting room. It might be said that in such a case you deposited your credit rather than your cash. In return for what you pay the banker for issuing the letter of credit, you get these advantages: the carriage of your wealth in the most portable form, a sheet of paper, and in the safest form, for if the sheet is lost, nobody can use it without forging your name, and by at once notifying your banker, you can have him stop payment. The chance to get the money of the country at its lowest cost in every city you are likely to visit. The use of a list of bankers in whose care your mail may safely be addressed, and who will forward it without charge wherever you may direct. The chance to use the facilities for writing and newspaper reading with which most foreign banking houses are supplied, and the profits that accrue to the man who has bills of exchange for sale. These profits are not inconsiderable, and instances are sometimes reported of shrewd American financiers who pay a small part of the cost of a foreign trip by watching the local market for bills of exchange and speculating as they go along. Of course, it takes experience and wide commercial knowledge to do this. The ordinary letters of credit are seldom issued for less amounts than £100, in round numbers $500. When issued for smaller amounts, they cost as much as if issued for the full £100. So if your ready money when you are about to start is less than $500, it will be cheaper to take it with you in some other form. The common method is to buy what are really drafts for stipulated amounts, which can be cashed at banks, hotels, tourist agencies, and many other places. Some bankers issue them under the name of patent credits, which are sheets of checks for £5, $25 each, the aggregate being $250, $500, $1,000, or $1,500, or at the option of the buyer. They give the holder the same privileges in the use of foreign banking house conveniences that he would secure with the ordinary letter of credit, but you must draw your money in multiples of $25, while on the ordinary letter of credit you can draw any amount you wish, be it large or small, to the face value, less previous drafts, of course. The commission charge is 1%, so that a patent credit for $250 can be secured for $2.50, where the ordinary letter of credit would cost $5, the commission for anything less than $500. The same purpose is accomplished by the checks of the banking house instituted for this very end, and by the traveler's checks of the express company. The banking house issues books of checks, each of which has the maximum amount for which it can be drawn printed and perforated, but it may be drawn for any smaller amount from a penny up. If checks are drawn for smaller amounts than the maximum, the balances are credited to the owner of the book, to go toward a new book or to be refunded. The system, therefore, has the advantage of permitting the holder of a book to pay his bills with checks exactly as he would at home, and virtually amounts to a bank deposit against which the depositor can readily draw without the need of personal acquaintance with the person to whom the check is paid. As with ordinary banks, there is no charge for opening the account, and the bank gets its profit from the use of the money. It allows a small rate of interest. The express company system is one of checks in fixed denominations of $10, $20, $50, $100, and $200, with the exact foreign money equivalents paid therefor, in gold or its equivalent, in the principal countries of Europe, printed on each check. This certainty as to what he is to receive is an advantage to the holder unacquainted with foreign currencies, or exposed to deception, but the chief merit of the express checks is the ease with which they can be cashed. Hotel and shopkeepers all along the general routes will accept them in payment of bills, or will cash them. The banker is not always easily found, or in such a city as Paris your pension may be a mile or two away. Banking rooms are open only in the daytime and on Sundays and fete days but a few hours if at all, so that to reach them at the right time in hurried traveling you may have to waste a day. Thus, even if you carry the bulk of your money in the form of a letter of credit, it may be wise to have express orders on hand for speedy use. Furthermore, you can cash them in smaller amounts than you like to get at a banker's. The advantage of getting a small amount also counts sometimes when you are about to go from one country to another and haven't quite ready money enough, as, if you draw a considerable sum from the banker, you may lose on the exchange when you get into the other country. Also, If the members of a family or traveling party are to separate for a while, the checks may be divided between them. Identification is secured by comparison of signatures. The commission for issuing is half of 1%. They are sold for cash, under guarantee of the buyer and a responsible bank, trust company, or banker, or against deposits of cash or high-grade marketable securities. Their one disadvantage is that they allow no chance for profiting by fluctuations in the rate of exchange. Were it not for this, their reasonable cost and many conveniences would make them even more popular than they are now. Currency. Gold is the international standard of value in Europe, and nominally an ounce of gold has the same purchasing power the world over, no matter how it may be labeled. Yet even gold is liable to the local fluctuations of demand and supply. In Gibraltar, for example, by reason of the trade relations with England, a given amount of gold minted at London may command a higher premium than an equal amount minted at Paris. Where the demands of exchange do not affect the matter, a coin is naturally worth more in its own country than in another, so that if you were going from France to Germany, it would be wiser to buy German gold in Paris than to wait till you reach Berlin and there buy it with French gold. For the same reason, do not expect to sell at a premium what foreign gold you may bring home with you from Europe. I have been told that United States $1 and $2 bills command a considerable premium in many parts of Europe, by reason, I suppose, of their utility in making small remittances to the States by mail. But when I acted on this and sent a dollar bill to a London house to pay for merchandise priced at 4 shillings and 2 pence, they sent word asking me in future to remember that they had to sell such bills at a discount. Yet somewhere I was assured that an American traveler had made a considerable sum by carrying a big roll of American bills to Europe with him and selling them to money changers. The paper money of several countries is a depreciated currency and is nowhere worth its face value. The effect is deceptive. You go to Italy, for instance, with the impression that a lira is worth a franc, and when you get in the exchange more liras than you had francs, you think you have made money. But your lira is worth less, it buys less, and you have actually profited only on paper. This statement, however, must be modified by calling attention to the fact that prices of small articles, together with many standard rates, such as those of hotels and railroads, are not changed as currency fluctuates. When the lira drops a cent or two in Italy, the hotel still charges 10 liras, and a ticket from Florence to Rome still has the same nominal price. So, as your English or French gold buys more liras, you are the gainer. I have already pointed out that therefore it is not wise to buy railroad tickets in a country other than that where a depreciated currency prevails for use in that country. A Bank of England note is as good as British gold anywhere in the civilized world, and is much more easy to carry. Furthermore, it is numbered, so that in case of loss payment can be stopped. On the whole, it is better to carry English gold than that of any other nation, for the reason that it is usually more in demand. Furthermore, the integrity of the English mint is unquestioned, and the accuracy of its coinage is unimpeachable, which gives its coins a slight advantage. For use on shipboard, then, and for immediate use after landing, before you can get to a banker's, it is well to take some English coins or banknotes from New York or wherever you sail. Your banker will sell it to you at a lower premium than a money changer will charge, doing it merely as an accommodation and not expecting the money changer's profit. The pursers of the boats will change money until their stock runs short, but of course they do not make quite so favorable rates of exchange as you can get on shore. The wine lists of the various boats are priced in the currency of the nation under whose flag the boat sails, and there is a slight advantage in paying in that currency. Fix it in your head that the shilling and the mark, the common silver coins of the British and German coinage respectively, are worth about $0.25. The franc French, the lira Italian, the peseta Spanish, the gulden Dutch, and the crown Austrian are worth about 20 cents. The crown in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden a trifle more than $0.25. the silver florin in Holland and Austria about 40, and the ruble in Russia about 50 cents. The abbreviations for florin and franc may be easily confounded when written, so look out for them. French silver goes in Belgium and Switzerland. The more common gold pieces are 20 shillings, a sovereign or pound, in Great Britain, $4.86. 20 francs in France, $3.86. 20 marks in Germany, $4.76, and 20 crowns in Austria, $4.05. In Great Britain, ordinary prices are more often given in shillings than in pounds. For the larger prices the term guinea is often used, though there is no coin of that denomination. A guinea means 21 shillings, one more than there are in the pound, and is equivalent to about $5.10. The crown of 5 shillings is worth about $1.20. The 2-shilling piece and the half crown are nearly the same size, and are easily confused in the handling. Likewise, the half sovereign and the sixpence may be confused in the dark and lead to costly errors. In America, we carelessly use the term penny as the equivalent of a cent. The penny is really worth 2 cents, and the halfpenny is equal to the cent. Before going from one country to another, get rid of all you can of the currency of the country you are leaving. The copper and nickel coins of one country are worthless in all others. You might just as well squander them as to carry them over the line. There are exchange offices at many of the frontier stations, but you can get better rates at the money changers' bureaus in the city from which you depart. Foreign money changers are not always gifted with Americans' consciences, and frequently need watching. Now and then, if you are skillful, you can drive a good bargain with one, but as a rule it is safer to deal with a banking house. The guidebooks advise travelers to beware of worthless banknotes, and say that especially in Italy there are notes afloat that have only depreciated value, if any at all. The safest course is to give and get gold whenever you can. As for myself, I never got caught on anything save a Swiss 2-franc piece that was undoubtedly genuine, but for some reason or other had been tabooed and disowned by the Swiss government. We are so little accustomed in America to handling gold that it is not hard to make blunders in its use. The pieces of 20 shillings, francs, or marks are so near the size of the silver shilling, franc, or mark that if you are not careful you may find you have paid out at night, or when in haste, a gold piece where you meant to give one of silver. You can guard against this by using 2 purses of different size, invariably keeping gold in one, silver in the other, or a purse with an inner pocket in which the gold should be kept. Some persons, usually of the more timid sex, carry most of their money in chamois skin bags attached to a ribbon round the neck. People who travel in barbaric countries get oiled silk bags to wear under the clothing at the waist. But such precautions are no more needed in Europe than in America. Women can get safety enough by using a pocket in the petticoat, which should be hooked or pinned with a safety pin. The cautious man will keep his letter of credit, passport, etc., in an inside vest pocket, fastened likewise with the safety pin. Going through customs houses. When landing in any foreign country, and whenever you cross the line between any 2 countries, you must go through the tedious farce of a customs house examination. It is tedious because it delays the journey from half an hour to 2 hours, at points utterly devoid of interest, and it is a farce for about all American tourists because they carry nothing on which duty is collected. Liquor, tobacco, and food are the things more sought for than anything else, and the traveler is likely to carry none of them in dutiable quantities. The trunks are all taken from what we call the baggage car and what the English call the luggage van, placed on long tables and opened when you produce the key. If you are good natured and show no uneasiness, the examining official will make only the most cursory examination, often merely lifting the lid. If you claim 2 or 3 trunks, frequently you will be asked to open but one. Don't suggest which one it shall be, or the official will have another opened. Some tourists, observing how careless the examinations usually are, will foolishly conclude that they don't amount to anything, and on crossing the frontier at night will not take the trouble to get out and open their trunks. The next morning they are surprised to learn that the trunks have been left at the frontier, and complain because their heedlessness causes them delay, trouble, and expense. Frequently, it is not necessary to take hand luggage from the car racks into the examining room. An official will glance into the compartment to see if anything suspicious is there, but the ordinary bag or shawl strap bundle will not seem to him worth laboring about. So don't move your luggage till somebody in authority tells you to do it. I never knew of anybody's being an examiner in a foreign customs house. So rarely has a tourist anything dutiable that among traveling Americans, at least, the attempt to bribe is very rare. Would that the same thing might be said about homecoming Americans. Whether or not the customs authorities of American ports are in earnest in their attempts to suppress bribery, the sad fact is that it goes on, though by no means to the extent commonly supposed. It goes on, and public opinion does not suppress it. To dodge taxes and to bribe customs house officials, to deceive the assessor and the inspector are venial sins in the eyes of many people who would not cheat their neighbors nor steal a cent. When public opinion does not frown on a public practice, however, sinful or criminal, that practice may be, it is hypocritical in a writer to content himself with an abstract denunciation of it. Let me leave the right and wrong of the thing to the moralist and take the more practical course of pointing out the folly of it. To the fashionable woman who tries to smuggle in $1,000 worth of laces, I have nothing to say. To the man who sews diamonds in his clothes, I have nothing to say. My advice will be solely to the traveler who brings home with him a reasonable amount of clothing and the ordinary mementos and bric-a-brac one picks up in a foreign tour. Such a person wastes every cent he gets stealthily into the hands of an inspector. Uncle Sam is not petty and inquisitorial in this matter. He seeks to tax only those who make large purchases abroad. It would not do for him to say in so many words that you can bring in a pack of playing cards, but not 2 packs, nor 10 packs, nor 100 packs. But he isn't going to turn your trunk upside down for the sake of finding a solitary pack of cards. He is willing you should bring in clothing to an extent and of a quality suitable to your station in life, and he says so. He is willing you should bring in such curios and souvenirs of slight value as you can easily carry in your luggage. When his representative, seated in the cabin while the boat is coming up the harbor, asks you to sign a statement that you have nothing dutiable, he knows perfectly well that the chances are 100 to 1 against your being able to make that statement, and yet tell the truth to the tiniest detail. It is, in short, a case where everybody recognizes that the spirit of the law is of more importance than the letter. Even if you have with you the results of such purchases as the framers of tariff legislation meant to reach, it will usually be cheaper to pay the duty than to bribe. Suppose it does cost you $10 or $15 more. Isn't it better to have a clear conscience, and besides feeling that you have done the square thing to Uncle Sam yourself, know that you have tempted none of his employees to violate their oaths, as well as run the risk of losing their positions? Pardon this bit of moralizing. It is meant merely to emphasize the advice I would give to would-be smugglers, the same advice that Punch gave to those about to marry. Don't. Frankness is cheaper than a $5 bill and usually works just as well, but there is no need to be painfully confiding to an inspector, to ask him, "Don't you think this tortoise-shell comb is dutiable?" Patience and good nature are the most useful qualities in an American customs house, as well as in the foreign customs house. A smile and a joke get one through quicker and easier. If time presses, an express agent will save you delay at the moment by sending your trunk through in bond to any place you may designate where there is a customs house, but in the long run the cost of time will be much greater, to say nothing of the express charges. For the chances are when you go to get your trunk out of bond, you will find an inspector with plenty of time to make a thorough examination. Once I tried this. The inspector took out every single article of a large and miscellaneous collection, spread the whole museum on a table, and went through it slowly. simply to make a show of earning his salary, I take it, for though there were several things that might have been taxed, he didn't levy a cent of duty. Perhaps the fact that the trunk had been sent through in bond was enough to make him suspicious that it contained something of value I feared the New York inspectors might seize. Anyway, it took the best part of a forenoon to accomplish what would have been done on the wharf in 10 minutes, had I but waited. Abroad, if you should send a trunk to a steamboat wharf in another country, it will go in bond, and you are not supposed to open it till it gets on the boat. This may be worthwhile remembering when you pack it. The provision as to passengers' effects in the Dingley Tariff Law at this writing in force in the United States is as follows. Paragraph 697. Wearing apparel, articles of personal adornment, toilet articles, and similar personal effects of persons arriving in the United States. But this exemption shall only include such articles as actually accompany and are in the use of, and as are necessary and appropriate for the wear and use of such persons, for the immediate purposes of the journey and present comfort and convenience, and shall not be held to apply to merchandise or articles intended for other persons or for sale, provided that in case of residents of the United States returning from abroad, all wearing apparel and other personal effects taken by them out of the United States to foreign countries shall be admitted free of duty, without regard to their value, upon their identity being established, under appropriate rules and regulations to be prescribed by the Secretary of the Treasury, but no more than $100 in value of articles purchased abroad by such residents of the United States shall be admitted free of duty upon their return. As this provision is interpreted, the effects taken out of the country by a resident of the United States may come back free at any time, provided their identity is established. If, therefore, the resident has any expectation or apprehension that his effects may not return on the same boat with him, he should file with the collector at the port of departure a sworn declaration of what they are. The resident who brings back more than $100 in value of articles bought abroad may choose which of them shall be classed as excess, and will naturally choose those on which the lowest rates of duty are levied. If he does not make the selection, it is the duty of the inspector to reverse the thing and assess the articles subject to the highest rate. Resident is construed to mean anybody who makes a journey abroad, and during absence has no fixed place of abode. A person who has been abroad more than 2 years, and has there had a fixed abode for a year or more, is to be considered as a non-resident here. No invoices are required for personal effects accompanying the passenger, but it will be well for every traveler to have with him and ready for exhibit the bills for any articles of consequence he may have bought abroad. Every member of a family is entitled to free entry of $100 worth of personal effects, but women's wearing apparel brought by a man or man's apparel brought by a woman is not free. Especially stringent are the rules against the importation of sealskin garments made of the fur of seals killed in the North Pacific Ocean since December 29, 1897. Unless it can be proved to the contrary, the regulations assume that the garment comes under the prohibition, so that any traveler who takes a sealskin garment out of the country is liable to its forfeiture unless a certificate describing it has been obtained from the collector of customs at the port of departure. The tariff rates on some of the articles most likely to be brought by tourists are as follows, the figures being the percentage ad valorem of the value unless otherwise indicated. Bonnets, silk, 60. Books, charts, maps, 25. Clothing, ready-made cotton, 60. Linen, silk, and woolen, 50. Diamonds, uncut, free. Cut but not set, 10. Cut and set, 60. Engravings, 25. Flowers, artificial, 50. Fur, manufacturers of, 35. Furniture, wood, 35. Glassware, plain and cut, 60. Gold, manufacturers of, not jewelry, 45. Jewelry, 60. Musical instruments, 45. Paintings and marble statuary, 20. Rugs, oriental, 10 cents a square foot and 40%. Silk laces, wearing apparel, 60. The Dingley Law in its relation to passengers' effects and the methods used in its enforcement at the port of New York have been the subject of the severest strictures at the hands of the New York Evening Post and its adherents. Undoubtedly, the annoyances at first were considerable, but they were in large measure due to the inclination of many travelers to violate a law that the customs officials were in duty bound to enforce. As usual, the instruments of the law incurred the odium that should attach to the makers of the law, if to anybody. Whether the regulations are or are not needlessly stringent, no honest man who believes in fair play can reprove the serious attempt to stop the bribery of inspectors on New York wharves. It is our national hope that we live in a country where there is not one law for the rich and another for the poor, a hope that wanes wherever officials can be bought. The bribe taker and the bribe giver are equally an offense and a menace in a democracy. In Great Britain, dutiable goods are tobacco, wines, liquors, tea, coffee, cocoa, and Florida water. Each passenger may take in free a flask of spirits and half a pound of tobacco for private use. Up to 3 pounds of tobacco may be passed on payment of a duty of 5 shillings a pound, with the addition in the matter of cigars of a slight fine for contravention of the law forbidding the importation in chests of less than 10,000. A broken box of cigars will go through without trouble. Foreign reprints of English copyrighted books and music are absolutely confiscated, and therefore Tauchnitz editions and the pirated American editions will be seized if seen. Firearms and ammunition cannot be landed in Ireland unless declared to customs, and then they will be detained until a magistrate's warrant to carry them has been granted. Dogs are not allowed to land without a license previously obtained from the Board of Agriculture, 4 Whitehall Place, London, S.W. In France, tobacco, wines, and liquors are subject to duty. Matches are strictly prohibited and liable to confiscation. Household goods and wearing apparel are admitted free, with but few, if any, questions asked. The penalty for false declarations is heavy. The duty on ordinary tobacco is $3 a kilogram, 2 1/5 pounds. On Turkish tobacco, $5. On cigars and cigarettes, $7.20. The traveler is allowed to take in free not more than 20 cigars or half a pound of tobacco, and is liable to a fine of 5 times the duty if they are not declared. I suspect, however, that very few broken boxes of cigars pay any duty. Italy is harder yet on the smoker, allowing free entry to only 1 1/3 ounces of tobacco. Travelers found in possession of more than this anywhere in Italy are liable to a fine of about $14 if they cannot prove that the duty has been paid. This, however, is more terrifying than dangerous. One might run greater risk in venturing to smoke an Italian cigar. In Germany, Switzerland, and Belgium, the only articles subject to duty which travelers would be likely to carry are tobacco and spirits, and on these the duty is trifling. In the Netherlands, tobacco, spirits, and all articles usually carried by travelers are admitted free. Foreign prices. Everybody goes abroad for the first time with the expectation that everything can be bought there to better advantage than at home. This is not the fact. On the contrary, Europe sells few things more cheaply, taking quality into account as well as price. The most common misconception is in the matter of English clothes for men. Plenty of tailors in London offer to make a business suit for $12 or $15. $25 would be a price far above the average. Compared with the New York range of prices from $25 to $40, London seems to be giving away clothes. But even though the cloth may equal or surpass that offered in New York of corresponding grade, the workmanship is poor and the fit is abominable, except that given by a few of the high-priced West End shops. A friend tells me that once he traveled for 2 weeks on the continent in a suit that had been quickly made in London, which disclosed such a wealth of white linen between trousers and vest that he had to keep the lowest button of the coat buttoned all the time. Then he gave the suit away to a hotel porter. I asked a London tailor why he didn't make better clothes. Because, he answered, you people have taken all our best workmen. My friend bought a meerschaum pipe in Munich and thought he had a bargain. When he got back to Boston, a pipe merchant offered to duplicate it for 50 cents less. He maintained that the best meerschaum pipe makers have come across to America. Furthermore, our leading merchants vie with each other in offering imported goods, and competition has reduced to a minimum their profits on all standard lines. Indeed, no small part of the income of ocean steamers comes from the buyers who are sent across the water to get fabrics and other merchandise. Says one of them, "We go direct to the factories and buy their goods and pay duty on the wholesale price, and then by selling at a close margin of profit can come very near duplicating the prices demanded by the shopkeepers along the fashionable thoroughfares of Europe." It would be almost safe to make the general assertion that Europe excels us now only in products requiring an artistic environment, peculiar properties of soil or climate, or the labor of workpeople so poor that they cannot emigrate. Good paintings would naturally be cheaper where museums abound, and art students congregate, than in American cities. With the climatic conditions of northern Italy particularly adapted to the mulberry and the silkworm, it is not surprising to find silks cheaper in Milan than in Chicago. The handmade laces of Belgium and Venice cannot be approached in countries where girls will not work for a pittance. In nearly everything requiring the use of machinery, American prices are the better for the buyer. In boots and shoes, for instance, Massachusetts can undersell the world. In watches we can match any European products except perhaps those of Geneva, where generations of hand workmen have accumulated a fund of skilled knowledge that enables the place to sell to foreigners on the strength of superiority in some details, though not in all, possibly in none of those concerning the watch that would be bought by the mass of mankind. End of section 12.